action.
Run while you still can.
Yeah, guys, that's not so bad.
Get that guy.
Hey, everybody, welcome to the day before Thanksgiving stream. It's here already. American Thanksgiving tomorrow. I don't know if I'll be streaming or not. I'm either taking Thursday or Friday off, and that is to get ready for the Hot Potato Challenge, which has started today. RimWorld Hot Potato charity is live right now even, and will continue to be live through Sunday. Our spot, Saturday at 5 p.m. Pacific. Just posted the information in the Discord info page. If you're in the Discord, you can consult that. It has the whole schedule. I also retweeted the schedule on Twitter, but I think they posted the wrong one initially and then corrected it, so you may have to do a little sleuthing, but it's there. So our RimWorld save in progress, I'm just going to say, is on hiatus until after that's over. Which I think makes sense. We'll be playing a save that's being passed from streamer to streamer. So whatever they're playing right now is hopefully what we're going to end up seeing and when it's in our hands. Good start to the Hot Potato this year. Super start to the Hot Potato this year. They started with over 10,000 in donos to Doctors Without Borders in the first volley. It's huge. Especially with trying to break the record from last year. That's a solid start. Hey dude, just joined. What's up? Beer check. Sweet, just finished Hearts of Iron VOD. That's very impressive, Wuggles. Hello, Simela, Sync, Shywolf, Dandy, Altager, Lystra, Thrash, Kairotobi, Tuping, Mod Squad. Thanks beginning of stream subs. Also, Novosibirsk. Thanks for 5 in one go. Hooking up scripts for 28 months. A couple first-timers. And some returners. Thanks for your generosity, Novo. And Frost Trial, also for 9 months. Thanks for T1. Yo. I decided I wanted to play some more Hearts of Iron. We played late into the evening, early into the morning. We played a while. This is a no step back guide stream. That's a difficult question to answer. It is in the sense that I take things very slowly. I'm going to be playing single player, and I explain all of my decisions, for some people, too thoroughly. If you hate pause gamers, you're not going to have fun here. but I've learned a lot about the new mechanics, the new systems after the last couple of streams, and I feel a lot more confident in anticipating how to use them in a playthrough. I also show you guys what I did off stream, because we're starting a new campaign. But before we start the new campaign, I played a little like fast forward as fast as I could go, just to try and move the tug of war to see how the campaign from yesterday would have gone. So I will show you the results of that labor, if you were curious. And then we'll start a brand new one. Been really enjoying the new DLC. Currently playing Monarchist Lithuanian, having a great time. Nice, Novo. The man is a walking tutorial. I try. Sometimes too much tutorial, but also, I think Hearts of Iron is the kind of game that I enjoy playing slowly and seeing how it develops, because there's not a lot of announcements to the player. Like when other NPC factions go to war on each other or join an alliance, well, you get a notification for the alliance, but sometimes war is just happening. Like there were times, even as slow as we were playing, I'd tune over and be like, what happened to Spain? Where did it go? What happened to Italy? Why is Italy in France? Wait, now they're gone. And it's kind of fun just to slow it down and follow the world storyline and see how the map is moving. If I go too fast, then it feels like just trying to rush through just to go through a focus tree and see the like progress bar simulator, which it is. It's a good progress bar simulator, but I don't want to distill it too much from its trappings of global conflict storytelling. Spain? That's not even a thing anymore. Is there anything going on in South and Central America yet in terms of DLC? No, I think it pretty much goes down to Mexico, and I don't think there's any other powers, because South America, while it was important for ports and such, especially when convoys were getting blown up in World War II, I don't think they really had much say in the actual conflict itself. Viking Raid! What's up, Viking Raiders? Welcome to the beginning of stream. Hello, Mordred Viking. Speaking of ports and boats, close the ports, quick! The long ships are coming in. Hello, Raiders. I hope you guys had an awesome stream. Welcome to the beginning of ours. You here at a good time. I'm in the starting soon screen still. We're glad to have you. Too late, we're in. Yes, but look, we've mustered a defense. We've raised our swords and are ready to repel. But I hope you had a lovely stream. It is 5:23 p.m. here in Vegas, and we're just getting started. What were you all playing? Let's see. Hello, Hearts of Iron 4 gamers. Okay, I didn't want to assume that you were playing Hearts of Iron, but you came from the right place to the right place, I think. Thanks for coming on by. What's up, P08, Jupiter Joe, The Marshal, Zua Pumila, Sparky. Hey. Getting slaughtered as Poland. Nice. We actually just quote-unquote wrapped up a Polish playthrough yesterday. And we're actually going to take a peek at the after credits scene of that campaign, and then we're going to start a new campaign to be decided. We are playing a historical monarchy Poland under Friedrich Christian, and we're able to, because of just the shenanigans of ahistorical, forge the November alliance with Kaiser-led Germany after the Kaiser overthrew the Nazi Party in 1936. That was just the AI. So we forged an alliance and basically conquered Western Europe, but not offensively. It was actually defensively. Okay, that's not entirely true. I did declare war on Comintern Lithuania in order to instigate a battle with the fledgling Soviet Union because they were stretched too thin. But other than that, the UK were the clear bad guys in our campaign. It wasn't even close. The UK, in an offensive bid, invaded the Netherlands, Iraq, and Iran, almost simultaneously, for no reason. So we had to do something. It's 5:23 p.m. and it's 1:23 a.m. UK. Well, good morning, UK, you baddies. We do not recommend peasant democracy in Poland, especially if playing historical. That sounds tough. Defensive conquering of the USSR. Yeah, it's called preemptive strike. You don't think they wanted a peace? You don't think they wanted it? You don't think they wanted Poland for themselves? They had already puppeted. They conquered Estonia. I think it was totally justified. They conquered Estonia. They puppeted Lithuania. They were clearly encircling us and moving in. No, I stand by my decision. Anyway, Tex Toaster, what's up? 10 months of getting God. I'm glad you got God. Thanks for 10 months, Tex Toaster. Beachside Coot also says, hey, Etel. Looking pretty cute today. I know. Look at Midas, Pixel Midas. What's up, Beachside? Is Alex talking about a game or real life? We're talking about Hearts of Iron Dog, man. It is a World War II grand strategy game with lots of numbers, graphs, and statistics. This is a spreadsheet simulator. It's also, as I call it, the cookie clicker of the Paradox grand strategy game lineup. It's very addicting because the numbers go up, in my opinion, better than in any other Paradox game. Am I too late for the recap of last stream? Well, here's the thing. We're starting a new campaign. So you don't necessarily need to know what happened last time. However, you're not too late for the recap, because I was just going to start off by showing you guys ultimately how the campaign went. So I'm actually going to put a note on the screen that says, starting new campaign shortly. Smiley face, that way when I'm explaining the old campaign, people are not confused. Poland and Germany best friends. But yeah, I'm not gonna do the full recap of what happened. So this is what happened after the stream turned off. I went and got some food, stretched, walked around for a bit, came back, sat down for like an hour, maybe, okay, like 30 minutes, and just pushed the fast forward button as fast as it could go, and just did the things I couldn't do while streaming because my brain had turned to mush. I just had to sit there silently and stare at the computer screen. So you might notice that the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth grew, and that's because completely at random, Romania left the faction with Bulgaria and joined the Allies in a total twist. I don't know why. So I had to reallocate General Roman Abraham, who is a literal living legend god. Like, this guy has been the general since the beginning of the game. 5 offensive skill, 7 defensive skill. He's not the most strategic mind, but he's good at managing supplies. And overall, just a solid leader. Look at all these. Infantry leader, trickster, ranger through the force, infantry expert, improv expert, move bonus on land, and a guerrilla fighter. Dude is ridiculous. So anyways, I redeployed him, kicked Romania's ass, like, instantly. We had to, like, fly over there because they were hitting the soft underbelly of Poland. And then Bulgaria did the same thing. Bulgaria was like, oh my God, they left. Why did they leave the Corfu Federation or whatever it was called? We had a good thing going. Like, nobody was at war with them. They were just chilling. Bulgaria and Romania were just hanging out being bros, and we're like, this is boring, dude. It was like other players wanted some action, so they just left their... they were going to live just fine, peacefully. We were not having any plans to invade them. They joined the Allies. We had to invade them. Then Bulgaria joined the Allies, so we had to invade them too. So we stretched now north to south, all the way down to Greece and Turkey. I did manage, this is very important. One of the reasons why I'm showing you what happened before starting the new campaign is because of Spain. We actually managed to kick Spain out. You may have remembered late yesterday, there was a contingent of German forces basically stuck in this pocket here in Eastern Aragon. They couldn't get supplied. So I never sent any forces over here to reinforce. Here's how you fix it. The devs are actually geniuses, and they made it where you are allowed to build railway in your allies' land. So in this case, the AI either couldn't or wouldn't or didn't have the resources or maybe was focusing on other things. There was no rail connection between Huesca and Toulouse. So I built one. I just like queued it up, moved it to the top of the construction list, and as soon as it was done, the infrastructure was in, all these troops had supplies, and I sent another force over here, and we just pushed all the way down through Madrid to the coast and have Iberia. So, big change. We kind of puppet Russia and Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, even despite my fast forwarding. We made some headway into China. Supplies were still a big issue because I'm probably building 2 supply hubs. Yeah, I built like some supply hub squiggling out here to expand the front line. Basically, as soon as a supply hub gets built, the push becomes so much easier and we get that much further into China. We're like building up infrastructure as we go. That PLC looks a little out of position. Yes, this is due to a mistake in the peace conference where I accidentally claimed some of Novosibirsk for myself instead of giving it to my puppet. But hilariously, what it allowed me to do was, once we were at war, now all the border that expands to the east is de facto mine until peace conference, so I get any factories that happen to be there. So it was actually 200 IQ. Polish invasion of China, because they were at war with everybody. We're at war with the entire world. This is why we stopped this campaign. We turned this campaign off because it was just too much. We'll never naval invade North America. Hey, what's up, Afik? How's it going? We're just doing the recap of the recap and the new campaign. But Western Europe is locked. I don't know why the colors are backwards. There we go. Western Europe is locked. As you can see, there's not a single patch of red except for in Yugoslavia. Albania is technically an enemy, but we can't attack them, and they can't attack us. So I said we won, and we won. The only thing that's happening is Norway. I probably would end up building some infrastructure on behalf of Norway, because they're just kind of holding some naval invasions at bay. What are the Norwegians doing? Well, in this old campaign, Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, at the time, it was just the Kingdom of Poland, allied with the Kaiser-led German Empire to make the November Alliance. And then we allied Finland, Sweden, Norway, and Denmark into a super alliance of Scandinavia and the Baltics. And together we have conquered Western Europe and into Asia. And I think we would be able to take it, because let me show you what I did down here. You may recall we had some front lines in Armenia and also Ashgabat. I was able to use the cavalry, winged hussars, and some other forces to basically push all the way to the border with India, and we've been holding them here. And then to the west, the winged hussars are actually pushing all the way across northern Africa up to the Strait of Gibraltar right now. It's kind of hard to see because both me and the UK are pink for no reason whatsoever. And then to the south, this is a big supply mess. But we're basically just trying to strip the old powers of their holdings in Africa and made big plays into Africa. So there you go. All right, that's the after credit scene from yesterday's. That's pretty much I'm just proving that we definitely would have won. And I still have 1.69 million manpower. And I'm satisfied on all logistics except anti-tank. So if the numbers are green, I already won. And I did more. Romania, Bulgaria, Africa, Iraq, Iran, moving into India from two sides. Mind you, we're about to hit northern India up here too. So like, it's only a matter of time before we control all this, but it would take way too long. So we're gonna start a new game. We basically won. If you want to see the final score here, we come in first in army score. German Empire has 33. Polish-Lithuania has 20. So what, that's 53 total units. They have 50 total units. So we already have more divisions. Just me and Germany. And Russia. Russia's my puppet. So 33, 23, and 20. The 3 out of 4 is on our team for most divisions in the entire world. Air score, nobody is going to beat Franco-British Union. Britain's been pumping out planes. That's literally the only thing. What's the war score since you played off stream? It like didn't move because we didn't get any of their like actual victory points. Until you invade the British Isles or United States, the war score doesn't really move. Final casualties? I already clicked the quit button. All you need to know is we lost more than the people we were attacking because I kept on just kind of brute forcing my way in. Paradox invented air score just for the British to win something. I think that may be true. Industrial score was German Empire by far, 457 factories. US, not too far behind. 379 for Franco-British, 308 for Polish-Lithuania, which is pretty good, and then Russia 182. So of the top 5, if you add our 3 out of 5 up, I think we win because of Russia. And then land score is Russia and Polish-Lithuania, so we won by land. So there you go. All right, new game time. My problem with Hearts of Iron is that I watch the beginning and understand what's going on, and then I have to go to sleep and I miss a bunch, and then the next day I have no idea what's going on. Just don't sleep, Remo. It's easy. Poland was a lot of fun, though. Good time. I'm not gonna do it today, but I wouldn't even mind doing like a historical Poland to see if I could actually find a way to survive that 1939 attack. Fresh start, new game. That's kind of every stream for me. Well, you can still come in. I feel like if you get the general concept of what's happening in Hearts of Iron, you can still appreciate it. But once it gets to that actual world on fire slog, that's when it's hard to, like, do anything other than just sit there with your drool coming out of your mouth and just fast forward sometimes. Talix, for someone who hasn't played Hearts of Iron before, could you frame it in comparison to something like EU or CK? I haven't played EU, but I have played Crusader Kings, Stellaris, Hearts of Iron. So I played CK2 and 3. What other... I haven't played Vicky or Europa. But to frame it, I would say Hearts of Iron is kind of like if... Imagine Stellaris, except instead of galactic conflict, you are in charge of all of the logistics of a single planetary invasion. It's heavily focused on the micro scale, not in terms of, well, there is micromanagement, but it's more focused on the minutia than any other Paradox game, I think. To the point where you are the logistics officer even in charge of making sure every troop has the gun that they're supposed to have. That they have the anti-tank or artillery unit that they're supposed to have. To making sure your production lines are able to receive the resources that they need to produce tanks, aircraft, one by one, with no abstraction. Right? The numbers are 1-to-1. If you have 100,000 manpower, you can recruit that 100,000, and they're going to need X number of supplies. And the supplies are specific, whereas it's not reduced necessarily to, like, minerals or, you know, strategic resources. There are resources and stuff, but it's, like, based on positioning in the land. But anyways, I'm getting sidetracked. It's very, very heavily focused on the logistics and the moment-to-moment gameplay. And to put it in context, instead of the hundreds of years of the other games that they span, focusing exclusively just on a 10 to 14 year time period really digs in with the detail, but also the brevity of the campaigns. Like, we finished effectively a whole campaign in 2 streams for Hearts of Iron. While I think it is one of the most entangled behemoths to unravel at the beginning, compared to the polish of Crusader Kings 3 or even Stellaris, in terms of learning curve, it's actually the quickest to play. Especially if you're playing historical, because oftentimes you'll play a nation where things can and will go wrong. And even though you know they're going to go wrong with foreknowledge, sometimes there's still nothing you can do, and you'll just get squashed in 1939, 1940 and just reset. I feel like I didn't answer your question. Even though I talked around it for 3 minutes. It's very detail-oriented compared to the other games, I find. It's also the only Paradox game, in my opinion, where you can play as a power who does not become the leading superpower and still get fulfillment. Stellaris, if you didn't build the tallest or the widest, you're probably not having fun. If you're playing Crusader Kings 3 and you never rise off of just simply being a count, you could still have fun, but you're probably not having as much fun as if you were a duke or something like that. And you do need to obviously win something in Hearts of Iron, but very rarely will you be the biggest dog unless you started as one of the already biggest dogs, like Soviet Union, Germany, United States, Britain, France, right? I'm currently deciding between buying out my remaining Hearts of Iron 4 DLC or my remaining Stellaris DLC. Stellaris DLC is a bit different from Hearts of Iron. Also, I think the DLC structure for Hearts of Iron is very different from the other games in that, well, I guess it remains to be seen for Crusader Kings, right? But I'm assuming it'll be the same. Where Hearts of Iron DLCs, you don't have to have all of them to have fun. Whereas Stellaris, I feel like if any one DLC was gone from my game, I would miss it to some extent, with maybe 1 or 2 exceptions. Like, there are many of them have game mechanics that stretch across every single campaign, and that's not false or, you know, it's true of Hearts of Iron to some extent, but Hearts of Iron, I think, is more kind of like Warhammer in its expansions. Like, if you buy a Warhammer Total War expansion, you're getting it because it has a group of people you want to play. And I think that's also true in Hearts of Iron, where you should probably prioritize buying the DLCs that have nations that you want to play. And if there's other game mechanics that come with it, then you can just learn how those work. But I wouldn't miss... I think espionage is cool, but I wouldn't miss it if it was gone. I think the ship builder is cool, but I wouldn't miss it if it was gone. The tank builder is really cool. I mean, it's new, so I would miss it if it was gone, but also I think the game would still be fun without it. So it's a little bit different than the other game's DLCs in that sense. I'm gonna play New Solaris campaign. See you in 17 hours. Nice, Cairo. Anyways, I know that we've already read this stuff a couple days ago, but I like reading. So let's read, and then we'll decide what nation we're gonna play. January 1st, 1936. Dark times are coming. In Europe, Hitler consolidated his power, and his attention is now increasingly drawn beyond Germany's borders. Mussolini's Italy continues to embark on daring military adventures, while the Empire of Japan stands poised to attack China and Asia. Almost 20 years have passed since the end of the Great War, and the world has yet again been doused in gasoline. A single spark may be all it takes. Imagine how much that sucks. The distance in terms of time between the Great War and World War II was just enough for the survivors of the Great War to go home, have a baby boom, and their children are just old enough to get drafted for the Second World War. That sucks. Like, that's real bad. Being like 18 to 21 in exactly the right time for World War II. And your parents went through the Great War too. Generational war. Okay. So we have a lot of choices because basically this is why well, first of all, let me stop stuttering over myself. The train and supply system is in the vanilla game, regardless of if you have this DLC. But that system alone has changed a lot of even just playing old countries. We just played Poland. Let's take a look at the map. Poland, a lot of fun. The new countries with revamped focus trees in the DLC are Soviet Union, also Lithuania, Latvia, and Estonia. We're obviously just going to do something different from Poland, even though it's great. I'm just glad we got to go through and finish that one diplomatic tree once we conquered Lithuania, and it didn't get permalocked. However, there are some old nations I'm still interested in playing. I regret never being good at Greece. Greece was when I was kind of relearning Hearts of Iron. I wouldn't mind playing Greece again one day, if not today. I've been meaning to play Portugal forever. This is the Simcopter Uno chief recommendation as well. I have never done United Kingdom or Japan, but I don't really know if I want to do a major power. I'm still averse. If I'm gonna do a major power, it's gonna be Soviet Union because it's the newest. But I don't think I know if I want to do a major power. I also, if we're gonna do like a new small one, it might be fun to play Estonia just because it's like much closer to Finland, even though it's in a regionally similar area. Just, you know, go for the northernmost one, or even Latvia. We've done a lot of China. Man, that was its own kind of mess. We've done Sinkiang and basically made China. There's a lot of other warlords, though. We've done British Raj. That one was cool. We've done Australia. New Zealand is a bit too slow for me right now. Canada's a bit too slow for me right now. We did Mexico. I did it wrong. Did Mexico wrong. I wish I could go back. Spain, we've done Anarchy Spain, and we've done France. But even though we've done those, I still think Portugal's a total different beast because of the Brazil connection. So basically, we have to just nobody starts in South America in this game because they don't have any unique focus trees because they weren't factors really in World War II to a large extent, other than providing very valuable ports for many different ships. I might go to Brazil, but in a way you don't want me to, by inciting civil war. How about this? Since the DLC's new, Why don't we give it the benefit of the doubt first and not necessarily lock a pick in, but just click on a couple and look at their focus trees and just see what they are. Do a little, I guess I could take the text off the screen now, huh? Why don't we just look at the focus trees? Pretty big. It's pretty big for Estonia. So they got 3 major paths. Looks like Workers' Republic, Communist path that leads down to basically triple mutually exclusives. Unlock Spread the Revolution. Lithuania, Latvia gets propaganda war. We got Carry the Revolution West, Finish Invasion, Topple the government of Finland, Topple the government of Denmark, Topple the government of Poland, and End Swedish Neutrality, Topple the government of Sweden. Poland is pretty cool. Poland is pretty cool. That's what we're just coming off the tail of. Formalize the Baltic Entente. Baltic cooperation. Possibly joining the Allies. Okay, so that's what Era of Silence leads to. Kind of the Allies run, where you're either with Estonia gains annex Lithuania, Latvia, or create Estonian units in Parnu, topple various governments. Okay, and then on the right side, rally the nation. There's going to be national pride. / I would assume, yep, join the Axis. Proclaim Finno-Ugra, or Ugra. Is it U or U? I don't know. Anyways, unite the Finnic identity. Estonia is Scandinavia. Estonia will be known as the Nordic League. Unlock decision, proclaim Nordic unity. Seize after annexing Sweden, annexing Norway, and annexing Denmark. So I mean, this would be a totally different campaign for sure than what we just did in Poland. Similar area, but totally different in terms of what you're trying to accomplish. Okay, now let's look at I guess I could just look at them from here, huh? Here's Latvia. Okay, these are like infrastructure-based railways and military factories and stuff like that. It's gonna be similar. They're all going to kind of come down to like stuff to do with joining communism, stuff to do with joining... Wait. Some of these are also going to have some similar icons. That's why I was confused. I saw the flags and I saw the gold. Wait, am I looking at the same one? No. I saw, okay, I think they just both have Baltic unification and united, but separate at the bottom. Which makes sense. But the way you get there is different. Avenge the ancestors. Puppet the German Reich, Sweden, Denmark, and Finland. How, dude? I don't know. Military dictatorship over here. You could do anti-German propaganda, seek alignment with Germany, or The Thunder Roars Alone, which is a great name. The Thunder Roars Alone. State paganism? The Wrath of the Old Gods, and Avenge the Ancestors. Okay, and then we got Lithuania. Lithuania is pretty wide. Squash all resistance. Remove Catholic oppression or concessions to the Catholics. Arm the Baltic Reds. A purge of our own. Remove popular resistance. Finnish invasion. There's the Swedish neutrality again. Then we got reconvene with fortifications ties with Germany. Fortify Memel. Restore Greater Lithuania. And then on the far side, I do think it's funny how the devs cheekily always have like the communisms on the left, fascisms on the right. It's pretty funny, like in the focus tree itself. Some of you probably didn't notice that until I just said it. Some of you are probably like, well, duh. When they don't, it makes people complain. There's the Greater Commonwealth again, which we didn't get to actually form. Okay, so those are the new things, and dare I even look at the Soviet tree? Cause Soviet tree thick. Soviet tree very thick. Very wide. Oh man. Okay, so are they gonna go back and do this for Italy too? It's gonna. When did the Battle for Bosporus come out? How long has it been since that DLC? Excuse me, I don't see an option to go monarchist Stalin. Dude, I don't even know what these are. We have the path of Marxism, Leninism over here. We have the center and the left opposition. Start the process to civil war with Trotsky. So you got like the Trotsky line on the right here, and you got Stalin on the left. And then here you've got the right opposition. So 3 potential party winners. Who is this? Some dude. Battle of the Bosporus was a bit over a year ago. Well, they've put this out in pretty good time then. Proclaim Soviet hegemony, the Supreme Soviet. And then you got addressing some internal affairs, Patriarch of all Russia. There's the Comintern. Started to get the Comintern going. Baltic security, Middle East diplomacy, support Afghan communism. Heard that one before. Reconcile Japan. Beaten but not defeated. Oh, this is like the you're losing. No great purge has happened. Is prereq for this. The Third Rome. Add Legacy of Rome. Empire in the Pacific. Gain claims on all states in Greater China. There's a lot. There's a lot here. Not for today. Not for today. Okay, and then there's Portugal, which I think everyone agrees is just a fun time. Still a pretty wide tree. This is not from this update. I was just looking at the ones from this update. There's only one path that you're allowed to do when you play Portugal, from what I have seen. And it's this one. A royal wedding. The return of the monarchy. Monarchist uprisings in Brazil. Creating the Empire of Brazil. And basically conquering Latin America. Oh wait, this is okay, so this is yeah. Uruguay, Paraguay, Mesopotamia. Okay. If I was gonna pick I don't know who I would pick for a wild card. If I was gonna add something. Not really in the mood to go east today yet. But if I was, I still wouldn't do Japan just because all the islands. I find the most difficult aspect of Hearts of Iron remembering where my islands are. I guess just find them once and put some Coast Guard defenders on there and forget about them. Islands are not POG. I guess Greece is a wild card, but I would if it was between Portugal and Greece, I'd pick Portugal. So I don't even want to add it. Why don't we just make this a 2-horse race? Chat, Ethiopia does not have a tree. We're not just gonna defend against Italy. It's a generic tree. I'm not gonna play Ethiopia just to repel the Italian invasion. Why would Ethiopia have a tree? They're literally the first country that falls in the entire game. If you like the idea of being steamrolled, I recommend the Netherlands. You know what? I forgot that the Netherlands had its own tree, to be honest. If you like being steamrolled. Alright, I think I'm just gonna have to say I'm gonna have to make a 2-horse race. It's either Portugal for the Simcopter 1 finally. He's been recommending that for so long, I almost feel like I have to do it. But then there's almost no reason to vote because I literally just influenced the election just now. But also, I wouldn't mind just doing... I think Estonia would be fun, too. I think I just need to play Portugal and just do it. Debated title. Chat doesn't pick. Scammed nodders. No chat pick, people leave. Let us click. I don't even know if I have that turned on. This is exactly like the time we voted for Turkey and he laughed at us. I don't even remember that. Chad, just pretend he picked the one you wanted. He can't take that from you. Hold on, let me see. Do I even have a click map? Chat, if you click the screen right now, does it work? I don't see it. Oh, there it is. Look at these clicks. They grow and then they shrink. I wish I could limit it to just 2 places and you click one or the other. Dude, Turkey, let's go Turkey! We played Turkey when it came out. Who's clicking on Denmark, then off of Denmark? And making it appear and then disappear. Poland voters. We just played Poland yesterday. Alright. Chat, there's a sizable contingent of people that do want to see just the Baltic nations, which I would be happy to play. I think they would be fun. It is the brand new content. Let's put it to a vote. It was like neck and neck. Vote on country. Baltic nation, new content, or Portugal, parentheses, Brazil Empire, go. You are fighting yourselves. Your only enemy is you. By the way, those of you who joined late and are wondering why we're still on this screen, I spent the first 15-20 minutes looking at our campaign from yesterday. Played some off stream. Romania randomly left their alliance, joined the Allies, declared war on us, so I had to squish them, and then Bulgaria did the exact same. I have no idea why. I had a duty to roll them as Big Daddy Poland. You had me at parentheses. Give us Ireland. Does Ireland even have their own tree? No. Ireland was neutral, like, during World War II, right? Wasn't Ireland like, you know what, I think it's better if we stay out of that, and United Kingdom was like, how dare you? I thought we were friends. Etel, as a new player, you should play Ireland. Okay, chat. The poll's closing in like 15 seconds. They got shit-faced the night before the war. Okay. And it looks like a sizable majority just wants to see the Baltic nations, which, fair enough. I as your humble streamer, will listen to this over 200 vote portion of chat and do what is best for the most of you. However, there's one catch. I didn't tell you which nation I was going to play or what path I was going to take. I get to choose that. So, you just picked one of the mystery Baltic nations, the Baltic loot box, if you will. It could be anything, even the nation entry you wanted to see. So, I'm just going to go to the main menu, and I'm going to pick whichever of the Baltic nations has the coolest text box. Okay, so Lithuania. Let's start here, Lithuania. I'm just going to read. They start non-aligned authoritarian regime, with a Poland still thirsting to entrap Lithuania in a new commonwealth, the Soviets failing to acknowledge Lithuania's right to self-determination, and a growing Nazi threat in the Mamel region. A veteran from the Independence War has risen to preserve stability and independence of the Lithuanian nation. With limited resources at his disposal, Antanas Smetona sits at the head of an unstable regime, with the fascist Iron Wolf paramilitary prowling the countryside, enraged by the imprisonment of their leader, Augustinus Voldemaris. With war on the horizon, Lithuania must defend her people no matter the cost. They start with agrarian society, 50% lower recruitable population, and it takes consumer goods. These are A+ names. These are A+ names. Low Iron Wolf threat. Also another 15% debuff to recruitable population factor. Yikes. And daily fascism support. Conscription laws are more expensive. Okay. There's Lithuania. Latvia. It's been 2 years since the May coup, and Latvia remains in an uncertain state. Karlis Ulmanis, who once served as Latvia's prime minister, now styles himself dictator, with democratic supporters heavily opposing this attack on Latvian liberty. The fascist Perkunkrust organization has been agitated by the arrest of their leader, Gustavs Selminits. I have no idea. There's a dot under that in. And someone is pointing down at this S. If the dictatorship does not swiftly eradicate this threat, Latvia risks civil war. With threats to east and west, Latvia finds herself walking a razor's edge between victory and oblivion. They start with the Perkunkrusts. Also a recruitable population factor in conscription law debuff. Democratic opposition to the dictatorship. Okay? And then Estonia. With a communist threat in the east and a fascist one in the south. Konstantin Potts and the Ismailit have seized total control of the nation to secure Estonia's future. A group of Estonian independence war vets have organized themselves into a movement known as the VAPs, a right-wing populist who seek to wrestle control of the nation out of neutral hands. Estonia's future is uncertain. Will Potts keep the peace and bring about an era of silence, or will the VAPs take control and found the new Estonian state? Potts and VAPs. Low VAPs tension. Recruitable pop factor down, political power instability down. Okay, all right, okay. What were we last time? Monarchy? I did say I was most interested in Estonia before, so I might just stick with that. Lithuania is just a bit too close to Poland, to the point where I want to move the map up a little bit. I think I'm just gonna lock in Estonia. Let's go. Chad wanted to play Small Baltic. That's what you get. Small Baltic. We're gonna be little. I think I had the right settings. Okay, well, this is actually the perfect nation to pick. Any of these nations are the perfect nation to pick for like a how do you play this game, because there's really not that much we need to worry about. So what's great about Estonia, other than the fact that Soviet Union will destroy us, is that we don't have any other holdings across the seas to worry about. We can just really focus on ourselves in a very, very manageable zone and just get our I's dotted and T's crossed with probably just like, I'm gonna bet 2 military factories. Correct. I'm gonna bet, well, I guess you could see the factories up here. I didn't cheat though. So we only have four civilian factories, which means only 2 are usable right now. This is gonna be fantastic. This is going to be a watch the world burn while we try and just do anything. Chat, the next campaign we do is gonna, well, I'm not gonna make any promises. I do want to do Portugal next, but I also love seeing the new content, and I do like being up here because we get to see the most. I'm really curious to see what AI Poland does, because that's kind of a wild card in and of itself. Not to mention ahistorical, I can't imagine that the Kaiser rises up a second time in a row, but it could happen. Literally 31 recruitable people laughing my ass off. Shut up, okay? Those are my friends. Those are my best friends, and they are going to defend the Estonian borders until the bitter end. Those are national heroes. Chat, we could invade Estonia at this rate. No, how many are deployed right now? Total manpower is 24,000. So the army is 24,000 strong at the moment, but there's 31 left to recruit. Okay. So at the beginning of any new game, we just do kind of the general check of all the buttons at the top. Pretty much just follow these buttons. Unfortunately, the buttons become spam to the point where I start ignoring them, but it's okay. I usually will start with research. Oh, thank God, we have 3 research slots. I think Portugal only has 2. Poland got a 4th research slot really early, but then the 5th research slot, I think, comparatively really late. But it's very nice to have that 3rd research slot at the beginning. Some nations just don't. But yes, we're gonna have to, like, catch up on a lot of tech. So the research tree is initially complex looking, but it's actually pretty easy, especially now that doctrines have moved on to their own page. It's simplified this screen a lot. Basically, it's just research whatever you want, but be prepared to wait if you're trying to get ahead of time. So it's 1936 right now. We want to try and stick to researching technology that is 1936 era or earlier. If we try to jump ahead, since this is red text 2 years ahead of time, huge penalty to research. So we're trying to stay quote-unquote on curve. But in general, unless you're really behind on something, like if you didn't have 1936 guns, you probably would want to research that at the beginning. But since we have 1936 guns, we don't need a tank right now. Dude, I know what I want to do. I don't know if we'll be able to build tanks because you guys want to do a Baltic nation and infrastructure is a question mark. But I'm going to make the fastest tank that's ever been made. I want to research all engine points, light tank frames, and increase the speed of the engines to the highest I can go. And just go for speed tanks with no armor on them. They're just gonna be like armored cars with treads for wheels. Maybe not even treads. Maybe just wheels. Because I think you can do that. How do these fare in forests? Minus 20% attack. But that's pretty true of everybody, right? I know they're terrible on, why are they so bad in urban? Minus 40%? I guess it's because there's so many buildings. Also, small thing, devs, the movement and attack is moving. Movement's on top, attacks on bottom. Then attacks on top, defense is on bottom. Oh, it's not moving, it's just a different stat. It was defense. Okay, never mind. Scratch that. Cute. Drift tanks, yeah, we're gonna skirt. But we have no tank research at all. We do have anti-air, which I think we're gonna need this time. I'm gonna lean into anti-air this time. Because planes were driving me nuts. Probably anti-air support group in every single division. Could do anti-tank again. I don't know how to do all three. Trying to balance anti-air, artillery, and anti-tank is really tough. Just so much production for such a small nation. Really need to pick two at the most, possibly even just focusing on one. So I don't know. Ships? Not today. When we do Portugal, I'm gonna make a Portuguese navy. It's gonna be amazing. Planes. Yo, check out these fighter pictures. These are some sick skins for these planes. I like the art on this a lot. Okay, but this is where we're interested. So, I pretty much always do the same three at the beginning. Electronic mechanical engineering, discovering computers, buffs all global research speed by 3% forever. Next in line is industrial, machine tools, so we can get efficiency cap. We only have 2 factories. We need them to be as efficient as they possibly can. And construction, buffing construction speed so that those 2 baby civilian factories can build other factories faster. So this is basically 1936 tech, so it's perfectly on curve. So we just get those queued up. Then go ahead and assign the civilian factories. Let's check our infrastructure. 3 out of 5, everywhere except for, I'm gonna have to learn the names of these places. What is this? Sarima? Sarima? Got Parnu, Tartu, Viruma, and Harju. Cool names. I like the words. Okay, but anyway, construction tab, we need to build something. We have 4 total civilian factories. 2 of them are reserved for making consumer goods, and there's nothing we can currently do about it until we can change our economic policy. So we just have to use what's left, the other 2, and I guess just build another civilian factory. I mean, that's gonna increase our build by 50% speed. God. I guess I'm just gonna build it in the capital? Where is our capital? Yeah. Tallinn. Tallinn is the capital. Okay? So we're just queuing that up. It's not going to be done till the 25th of April, 1938. That's 2 years plus, but it's going to go faster than that because of national focuses. We're going to start industrializing with national focus, and that'll speed it up. That A is pronounced like the A in ass. Good to know. Which hold on, which one? Pernu? Pernu? Ass, at, pa, saying an R after the A and S is not, like, arse. Like, you can't... Pardon. I... How are you supposed to say this? Papa Pernu. It would be Pernu if you said it like the A and S. If you said it like Parnu, then it would be Os. That doesn't make any sense. Say it with a southern drawl. That's what it sounds like. All right, anyways, chat, don't distract me. All right, military factories. We literally have 2. It's not good. So we're gonna have that 1 out of 2 factories building guns. The second factory is gonna be building support equipment, for which we apparently have no natural resources. Oh God. We're already running a steel deficit at the beginning of the game. So they will still make them. They're just gonna make them inefficiently because we don't have any aluminum or steel. But we need to get support equipment going as soon as possible because we have 0. And the support is going to be very important for us. And I learned from the Polish playthrough that you actually do need as many support factories as infantry equipment factories at a certain point. So there you go. Being Baltic is suffering. Estonia is starting to feel like New Game Plus. I want to put all these guys in an army, selecting them and right-clicking in the general. Then I'm gonna click the general, right-click for field marshal. The big square is the field marshal, the smaller square is the general. Chain of command. Turn that down a little bit, there we go. All right, so for our generals, we got an infantry officer and a veteran anti-Bolshevik. Has fought communist elements and will do so again. Decent level 3. We can also sort. There we go. Wait, yeah, so we have 3 level 3s. One of them is an old guard, and then another infantry officer here. Oh, that's the same guy. And, okay, so 2 old guards, and then the infantry guy. Infantry guy just looks better. He's got 3 defense compared to 2, same amount of 4 skills, great, and 3 supply consumption. Alexander Jackson, you're in. And the infantry leader XP factor is good. Then for our field marshal, we got 2 choices. You can also promote people to become field marshal, but we don't need to do that yet. All right, so we have 2 level 3s. These symbols on the left, this is military high command role, political advisor role. Okay, so they're just people that you can, like, recruit with political power. But yeah, this dude's really high skill, planning and max planning, but I would much rather have the higher defense and supply consumption field marshal. So just assign them, and then we're gonna give them just a very basic order of area defense. There's not a lot of area to defend, so I'm just gonna space them out. I want you to guard... Ooh, guarding supply hubs and railways is gonna spread them all over. We need to check our railway as well. Guard victory points, yes. Guard naval bases, yes. Guard air bases, forts. Yeah, just you're gonna be spread real thin, but that's okay. Those horses are gonna freeze. They very well may. Hello, she's the worst. 39 months says 39 months of listening to streamer brag about all the historical games he's ever played to chat. True. I've learned in that 39 months how to play basically all of them. The only one I already knew how to play was Stellaris. Crusader Kings 2 was learned on stream. Crusader Kings 3 was also on stream. Hearts of Iron was on stream. We were playing Greece and Turkey to figure out how to play. How many streams are you in this game? This is the beginning, Ivernet. And this is kind of just like explaining the basics of the game for people. who've been interested in getting in, but have been too afraid to dip the toe in the water. Because Hearts of Iron itself is only $10 right now. I think it's free on Game Pass, but it's on sale. I don't know if any of the other, it's autumn sales, so the other DLCs also may be on sale except the new one. Internet Horde, thank you for 29 months. Getting comfy in chat, what up? Welcome back, thanks for tier 1. Streetwater pumping it for 4 months. Thanks for sharing your Prime. Alfred Artie says, crazy how I've been sub since I graduated high school. Now I'm graduating college. You're welcome. You're welcome. Without all this history, you definitely would have failed those classes. Thanks for 43 months. Thanks for paying for your sub with student loans. Don't do that. Stop doing that. Just go to school and finish. Get that degree. Every DLC is 50% off besides Bosporus at 30%. That's still pretty good. That's still pretty good. I got Outer Wilds for 15 bucks. That's a steal. Outer Wilds is brilliant. Outer Wilds is fantastic. What does the coordination stat do? We actually looked at that yesterday. It is I think it's a new stat that I remember seeing specifically on research. What research was that on? Was it on research or what? I feel like it was on something related to support companies, wasn't it? Was it one of the support companies? I actually knew what it did until you asked me, but let's learn this together. It's on the radio. No, oh, no, it's on the radio. Coordination. Coordination increases the... Oh, that's what it is. They changed how damage is distributed in combat with this update. So now damage is kind of spread over all the targets that are engaged in a fight, but the higher coordination you have, the more concentrated the damage is on the primary target instead of it being kind of mutually tanked by multiple parties. Because in theory, you're coordinating your attacks on a single target in order to eliminate it from the battlefield faster. I don't really know how to get even higher coordination than this, though. I only remember seeing it the one time. Maybe Signal Company has some? I don't see any. I see Initiative. That's pretty much it. I cannot be outmatched by the streamer. I gotta at least learn some basics of Hearts of Iron. Well, now's a good time to do it. Okay, anyways. We're gonna have to choose... let's see, do we have any cool decisions at the beginning of the game? Reorganize the railway, commandeer some civilian trains. Unify the Baltics. If you control Latvian and Lithuanian states, you get the Baltic Assembly. Very interesting. Okay. Officer Corps is brand new. We don't need to worry about that now because we don't have any Army XP. Logistics, we are short 300 guns. We can't afford to recruit anybody because there's 31 schmucks available in the manpower pool. We're building a civilian factory with a whopping 2 civilian factories. We don't have any steel or aluminum. Things are going great. We're researching the standard beginning of game researches. No need to do an intelligence agency. There's no decisions that we need to be looking at. There's no time expirations. Now it's time to pick the national focus. Okay, this is the biggest decision that you will make at the beginning of any game. Where if you're playing a country with a unique national focus tree, like I am with DLC, which I would highly recommend, this is where you're going to be dictating the course of your entire country. So once we pick one of these mutually exclusive political paths, you can either go like left, center, or right. You will restrict yourself to only picking choices under that umbrella. And they will lead you to different eventualities. On the left, we've got basically communism in various forms, whether with or against Soviet Union. In the center, we've got sort of joining the Allies as an option, or Baltic unification at the end. And then on the right, we've got militants / kind of just national pride with or without Germany. You don't actually have to join the Axis to still do this. You could just be your own fascist party if you want to and proclaim Finno-Ugric or Ugra. Or become Scandinavia by annexing Sweden, Denmark, and Norway, which is personally what I want to do. So I think we're just going to do fascist Estonia and focus on annexing Sweden, Norway, and Denmark and just becoming Scandinavia. While confusing, these focus trees are so nice. Just played Romania and it's so bare bones. The Romanian one was added kind of early. Right? They didn't... This was... it's still a unique tree, but yeah. They're making them a lot more complex now, aren't they? Okay, so I think that's the way I want to go. I want to go fascist Estonia. We haven't done a fascist play in a while. And, oh, dude, you have to choose. So if you do go Scandinavia, then you can't also... Finland is invited to our faction versus annex Finland. Estonia, Finland is formed. You core... I think you core Finland, and then you conquer Norway, Sweden. Conquer, focus on Soviet Union, and then unite the Finnic identity is the big one. That's a lot of cores. So what a core means in this game, you're gonna hear that word a lot in Hearts of Iron. Its effect, first of all, let's start at the beginning, like we usually do. When you conquer or annex a nation, it kind of happens over a series of different processes. So if we were attacking the Soviet Union and taking territory, we would get some temporary boosts using their factories and infrastructure until the war's over. Once the war's over, then we have to do a peace conference, split up the land. It's very difficult to have enough victory points to like actually annex sizable chunks of land for yourself. But even if you do annex them, they're not going to give you 100% of their output because you're basically occupying their territories. If you have a core, what that means is it becomes synonymous with your own cultural identity to the point where not only you're not occupying it anymore, it is just part of your nation. It would be the equivalent of like, I'm trying to think of any kind of historical example here. Okay, not even historical. Let's say the United Kingdom invaded Ireland, right? They could annex Ireland as part of the United Kingdom, but they would effectively be occupying it. But Ireland is Ireland. It has its own cultural identity. They are their own masters at this point. Let's just say, yeah, chat, let's just say the United Kingdom invaded Ireland, which would be crazy historically to do. To make Ireland a core of the United Kingdom would be to basically go beyond annexing to the point where the peoples of Ireland would have considered themselves part of the United Kingdom and its heritage, which is crazy. Texas and California joining the United States. Yeah, basically that. Akama Talks doesn't have an about page on Twitch. I don't know. I feel like you could learn a lot just by hanging out until you get annoyed with me and then leave. This game good? I like it. Lord Snuggle. Is that a good enough answer? Alright, anyways. We're gonna rally the nation. Start going fascist Estonia now. The VAPS movement is a movement of veterans from the Estonian War of Independence. We have been falsely stifled under the regime of Konstantin Pats. If we are to create an Estonia that works for Estonians, we must make ourselves known to the world. We must march across the nation and let everyone know we are here. We are the men who fought for Estonia's existence, and we deserve to be... That probably says based. We deserve to be based. Now let me double check that we don't actually need anything over here. Rejoin the railways, create some infrastructure for us. That's pretty good. Seeking investments. Attracting workers. That's 3 civilian factories. Do we do that first? We need civilian factories bad. Modernizing our industry is 5 civilian factories. That's crazy, dude. That just adds... God, we need that do we need that before going here? Let me see what this leads to. One of 2 options will happen. Start a civil war! Okay. Maybe I'm not ready for the civil war just yet. Maybe not just yet. Let's go ahead and work on some infrastructure first. What happens if you start the Civil War immediately? The thing about these unique focus trees is order of operations and which order you do things is hugely important. We need to have more than 40% support for Vapsid. If we are already fascist, it will bypass the focus. Popularity in fascism will go up 10%. It's 15 right now. Okay, all right. I'm gonna start with rejoining the railways. Adds an infrastructure to 4 of our territories, which is actually really good. Because I can go ahead and pause now, by the way. Because infrastructure changing in the updates means it takes a long time to build. This is 6,000 construction costs. It is almost as expensive as a military factory and 2/3 as expensive as a civilian factory. So getting 4 of those for free, effectively just by nationally focusing on infrastructure and kind of coming together as a peoples, means we can bypass, basically with an injection of new economic policies is kind of what we're doing here. So Estonia has begun. We're good to go, chat. Noob here, this game's kind of wild. Yeah, we've been breaking it down for like the last 30, 40 minutes or so. All the things you kind of want to know up front. There's a lot to learn. And I'm still figuring some things out. Such as the aforementioned coordination. So it's like plus 1% coordination, so it really doesn't raise that much, even with extra bits of radar. We lost the 31 people. They must have... Look, dude, we don't have any... The orange bar on all of our troop cards indicates their strength. So the orange bar being low means they are lacking supplies. They don't have any infantry equipment. They're also short manpower. They only have 66% of their manpower. So even the forces that are here are barely here. Which is weird. There's a lot of divisions missing people. So trying to have a civil war when we don't even have full power basic forces is going to be insane. So now I'm starting... I didn't realize we were that short on stuff. I probably shouldn't have put this factory to make support equipment. We probably just need to double down on guns. It's better to just accept that you screwed it up a little bit. Can't do support equipment, we should just do infantry. It starts at 42%, so it's fine, because the other one was already full. We're only making 7 guns a day, come down to the armory and get your 7 firearms for the military. We're only short 3,000, so let me do the math on that. We should have enough guns for everybody in give or take 2 or 3 years. Man, I made that pasta fresh. It was bad pasta. I threw it out. There was an attempt, Orange Puffy. Anyways, I am kind of interested. Chat wanted to see the Baltics. Are you satisfied with my decisions? My choices here? Technically, we don't have to do that path because I didn't lock it in yet. But it definitely sounds the most unique. Becoming Scandinavia. I don't know how I'm going to choose between these two. Estonia, Scandinavia sounds fun. So does Finnic Identity. So chat, see, I don't even know this. What's the difference in Annex War Goal and Conquer War Goal? Are you hand making these guns? They're bespoke. These firearms are bespoke. They're each engraved with a RimWorld-esque artistic design on them. The Russians and Germans who occupied us have seen us as nothing more than a rural backwater. But no more. Estonia shall be industrialized to its maximum potential, starting with an upgrade of railway and infrastructure. All right, I want to take a look at the railway after that. So, allied trade is construction speed, research, factory output, dock output, plus 30% resources to market. That's not good, though, right? Axis investment is fascism popularity up, factory output up. Estonia gains Baltic investment. So, German Reich likes us more. I mean, it doesn't make sense to go fascist and then renew allied trade. But before we do either of those things, build 3 civilian factories is crazy good. Land forts also automatic. Oof, that's good. And then this is 5 civilian factories modernizing our industry. That's crazy. But we need it. Adds oil? We're gonna have our own oil? Sick. 8 free factories is wild. Yeah, because we only have 2! We're building with 2 factories. That's why I'm doing this before I even dare start a civil war here. Hopefully I'm not doing this in a bad order. I always prioritize industry, maybe to our detriment. Let's do the 5 factories first, because I think they're both... so important thing you want to look at when looking at national focuses is completion time. They're either a 35-day focus or a 70. So something that looks less powerful may not be less powerful given its time investment, but most of these are going to be 70 days. But if you see 35 days, you should check, because it might be worth getting a buff somewhere. I thought you were playing Poland. I thought you came to the streams, big boy streams. I was playing Poland. Now I'm playing Estonia. One game's over, another game begins. That's how it goes. Okay, modernize the industry. 5 more civilian factories to augment the feeble 2 that we've got so far. Turn the music back up a little bit. Just a little bit. Did you start Ober? Except this time I didn't lose, Great Trisket. I actually won. Simella, thank you for the 500 bits. Says happy Thanksgiving. Hey, you too. Chat, we're going to be playing into Thanksgiving. It's not Thanksgiving yet in America. But on the East Coast, it will be in 2 hours and change. Math is hard. I thought he was playing Mexico. And then it'll be Turkey Day. So, we're playing Ahistorical again, and I'm very interested to see how Ahistorical goes differently this time. Given that Poland is going to be AI. German Reich, I kind of hope it doesn't go Kaiser again, just so I can actually see what that campaign looks like. What's your recommendation for a country to start as in this game if you have no experience and want to mess around to find out? Well, you're going to need to have a DLC based on my recommendation. If you don't have any DLC and you just have the base game, then I would probably play as Italy or France first. The focus tree on Italy is not great, but as far as like fighting goes, you get to the reason the tutorial is in Italy is because you get immediate fight battle training in Ethiopia. France also gets invaded pretty early, but has decent infrastructure. But then you got to worry about holdings abroad, like in Africa, like in Asia. So you're gonna have a little bit more to chew on. But if you can get DLC, you have DLCs. My suggestion is probably, I would say Spain is the best one personally. You have to get the Spy DLC. Not a lot of big fans of the intelligence agency out there, but the Spanish focus tree is great. Even if you just buy the DLC just to play Spain. Does Portugal come in that DLC too? Like, you could play Spain probably a half dozen times and still have more stuff that you wanted to do. You get Spain and Portugal. Yeah, I would just buy that DLC. I know it's a lot of stuff, but that's a good thing because it's replayability. Portugal's the same. Not as tall, but it's still very fun. And they're good starter nations. The reason why Spain's a good starter nation is because of the civil war that's going to break out in about a year or less, or more. Depends on the history proc. And then you get to do a civil war fight right at the beginning of the game. Because that's probably the biggest learning curve, is managing your troops, learning how to do plans, learning how to set offensive lines. And also, Spain has a ton of extremely fun focus trees, like Anarchist Spain was crazy. You could really go take it in any direction. Has a good amount of land, good potential for industry. You could unite Iberia if you want to. You could invade France. It's got a whole bunch of cool stuff. Germany has stationed troops in the Rhineland territory close to the French border in clear violation of the Treaty of Versailles. The local population cheered the German soldiers on, while the diplomatic reaction from France and Britain so far has been muted. It is no more than Germans walking into their own backyard, a political commentator observed. All right, I'm gonna change the title. Juan Yenners. I will change the title for you now. I second Brazil. Screw that. Don't start as Brazil. There's not even a unique focus tree. Just get Portugal and then conquer Brazil via civil war. And then have restore the monarchy of Portugal and Brazil. You'll have much more fun. But anyway, hope that helps. My main concern is getting attacked early and not knowing what to do. That's the best time to get attacked, because you have to figure out what to do eventually. So the sooner it happens, the better, because if you lose, you just start over and you don't lose any time. Whereas if you invest 5 in-game years before you get attacked, you still won't know what to do, and then you'll have wasted a bunch of time. Turkey and the Soviet Union have come to an agreement on revising the Treaty of Lausanne. signed and implemented after the nascent Republic of Turkey repulsed the Entente in the Turkish War of Independence. The treaty's long been decried an assault on Turkish sovereignty, but today the treaty is finally amended in favor of the newly legalized Montreux Convention. Turkey has complete control over traffic that passes in and out of the Turkish Straits, and the states around the straits have been remilitarized. British observers who were part of the process are merely satisfied conflict in the region has been avoided. This is what they're talking about right here. It's basically a path out of the Black Sea into the Mediterranean. So Turkey controlling both sides of this. It's a pretty important passage to control because it both blocks the Soviets in with what ships they happen to have, and also allows other people to naval invade the soft underbelly of Soviet Union, or Romania or Bulgaria, or allow Romania and Bulgaria to basically get out of the Straits. It's pretty important. If you never play with a generic focus tree, then the generic one is kind of unique in a way. It is kind of unique in a way. The learning curve now is going to be figuring out supplies. And for that reason, that's why I would start with something smaller like Spain or Portugal, because I can't imagine that starting to learn the railway system in Brazil is going to lead to a ton of fun. Just based on what railways I can see here. You're gonna have to modernize a lot of infrastructure through the jungles. Whereas, if you just play Portugal, you don't even have to go to Brazil. You could just play Portugal and try to unite Iberia and support the Carlists or somebody else. There's the Riquetes. Support Spanish monarchy in the war and the Riquetes. I'm sure some of these other ones also support different factions in Spain. And you start with a nice smaller area with only like a little bit of foreign holdings. In Africa, India, I think. Yeah, the Portuguese India is right there. And then Portuguese Macau. So there's really not that much foreign holdings. Plus you get a small area hands-on with a rail system that's going to be easier for you to learn how the supply chain works. But with the potential to expand in a big way. All right, research up 3%. Starting to discover electronic engineering and computers. I'm just gonna go straight from that to mechanical computing, another 4% research bonus, and just start spooling that up. Anyways, Chan, they were asking me, not you. I remember playing Italy years ago when this game first came out. I played for like an hour, and I was like, I don't understand, and then I turned it off. I think I really did start to learn around when Battle for the Bosporus came out last year. I knew how to play basically before then, but that's when I had to get down and learn the actual systems. And we played Greece and Turkey. I got smoked in Greece. It wasn't even close. I've kind of wanted to try Bulgaria and Romania too at some point. Hungary's out there. We did Czechoslovakia once. That was fun. For too long, Estonia's output has been defined by agriculture, but no more. We must concentrate our industry around the major city centers in each state if we are to turn Estonia into a modern economy. That adds 5 civilian factories, which is almost unheard of in this game, in a single national focus. Now that I've got that, we could be greedy and go for another 3 civilian factories with another national focus, turning our entire nation's attention to industry, but instead we're going to start down the political path now, rallying the nation starting to go fascist because we have to build up supports politically before we can actually progress that. So let's go ahead and get that queued up. I just wanted to actually have some factories. We went from 2 working factories to 6. Getting a little jump start there. I mean, it's way better. How does infrastructure look? Yeah, we got a free 4th out of 5. We were 3 out of 5 across the board here. And this was a 1 out of 5, I think. Could be wrong. I think it was 1 out of 5. So they gave us a free infrastructure in, I think, 4 out of 5 of our regions. And the benefit of having higher level infrastructure is like threefold. Number one, it facilitates the travel of troops if you don't have the railways. Secondly, it facilitates building. So the higher the level of infrastructure, the faster things will be built on that tile. So actually, we're building on a 3 out of 5. I don't know why it didn't boost the infrastructure of our capital. Seems counterintuitive. Because I'm building in the capital. We could be building slightly faster in these other areas. But, oh well, too late. I'm just going to let this go because it's already in progress. Starting another new one will just take more time, I think. But threefold, it also increases raw resource extraction. So if you have steel, hopefully more than 4 coming off of a tile, then building infrastructure there will kind of allow more resources to be extracted naturally without changing anything else. If you want a country for not learning how the supply system works, try communist China. You start with no railroads. Did they go back and change any of the focus trees? Because all of the new focus trees have focuses that build rail. Or are you just like, too bad, build it manually? That's probably what it is. Delegations from Britain, France, Italy, Japan, and the US met in December 1935, discussing a renewal of the First London Naval Treaty, restricting the number and size of cruisers and submarines. Negotiations turned heated over Italy's war in Ethiopia and Japan's desire to be seen as equal to Britain and the United States. With negotiations at an end, the signatory nations agreed on the limits to the size of battleships and aircraft carriers in the hopes of preventing another ruinous arms race. I want to see an alternative to this, where they don't sign the naval treaty. Speaking of Italy, Ethiopia, get them next time, Ethiopia. They lost once again. Italy has finished the fight in the mountains of Ethiopia. Ethiopia can technically win. Maybe one day in our games. Some of the infrastructure focuses feel really strong now. Yeah, I can imagine. Because you're getting 2 for 1. Whereas, you know, now there's only 5 tiers, any national focus that raises infrastructure by 1 is almost like raising it by 2. So, what we want to do is start down the correct political path while ultimately getting at least 15 usable factories here, which we're going to do by saving some political power. I'm just going to hoard political power for now, because I think this Rally the Nation is going to unlock a new decision for us to start down. Konstantin Pats. Dressed up in a suit with a bow tie. Very fancy, very fancy. We're starting with limited conscription laws, which is interesting and also bad. I thought we were on volunteer only, so you're telling me we have 0 manpower and we're already on limited conscription? Oh boy. We have an export focus, which maybe we should switch to free trade for a little while, because we don't have any natural resources anyway. We're extracting 4 steel, dude. We're gonna have to trade for all of our resources, so we may as well... Hey, we're doing free trade! Come on, come get the steel while it's hot! You can have 3 steel instead of 2 shipped to market, and instead, I will get bonuses to all construction speed, research speed, factory output, and dockyard output. That seems like a good deal. And we need to get civilian economy changed, so that we stop having construction speed debuffs to all of our factories. 30% is a big debuff. All right. We've increased the machine efficiency cap to 10%+, which is going to dramatically impact our 2 military factories. We're trying to catch up on guns. We were 3,000 in the hole, now we're 2,200 in the hole. We're trying to get a gun in the hand of every soldier before we start this civil war, ideally. All right, so for a new research, looking at 1936 stuff, we probably, I'm gonna try concentrated industry this time instead of dispersed, because I always do dispersed. I feel like this is not a great idea, but I'm just interested in trying something new, seeing if I like it. So we'll give it a shot. So what we trade off is retention. So when I switch to a new tech, it's going to take longer for the factories to spool up. And I personally value retention quite highly. But we get overall more factory output, and it scales. So it's like extra 5% factory output per tier. So it'd be 5, 10, 15, 20. This will be 25% more factory efficient than this will be if everything is stable, all things being equal. And what that 25% bonus means is if we're making 7.73 guns per day, we would be making 25% more with the same number of factories. So it would scale very nicely if you actually do get stabilized. There are more people in San Antonio than all of Estonia. First of all, how dare you? And second of all, there's 276,000 recruitable population in Harju. Okay? 425,000 citizens in Pernu. Tartu has 227,000. Varuma has 151,000. And Sarima, or is it Saarima? Saarima. 32,000. Some cool names. You could just see the total population here. It's 1.1 million. I just wanted to do it the hard way. Hey, what's up, The Dark? Welcome to the stream. Splat in the chat. I heard the Finns have a problem with you, bro. They're gonna have a big problem, actually, because we're going down a dangerous path. We've got the popular movement, Soviet support, or I guess communist in opposition to the Soviets, a la communist China. We got Breaking the Silence, which is kind of making a Baltic cooperation alliance, or just joining the Allies. We have chosen violence. We're rallying the nation under a fascist regime, which is, you know, we're already a non-aligned... Is Konstantin Pats a dictator already? Yeah, I think so, because we have democratic opposition lowering our political power and stability, because I think he's just taking control. Yeah, we already get daily fascism support, so we're kind of just embracing Konstantin Pats, I think. But Estonia is going to rise up. We don't have to join the Axis. It's not mandatory to actually be friends with the Nazis. That being said, who knows? This is a ahistorical run. History can take many forms, and last time we played this yesterday, the day before, the Nazi party was overthrown in 1936. Kaiser Wilhelm II took over. And then we were best buds with Poland. And conquered Western Europe. But yeah, we can proclaim Finno-Ugric and take Estonia, Finland. Or we can become Scandinavia by annexing Norway, Sweden, Denmark. So we have two big choices there. Now, the Finland one does not preclude Norway and Sweden. We get a conquer war goal against the Soviet Union and a conquer war goal against Norway, Sweden. That way too, but it's different than annexing. Annex war goal, I think... Conquer means you can go to war and then probably puppet them with the points. Annex war goal would just be like actually straight up. If that's your war goal, then you'll be able to literally just annex them instead of having to puppet them first. So I think that would be the biggest difference. Noble Estonia has slept for too long, indeed. How you doing, man? Hope you had a good stream today. I was lurking a little bit while I was getting ready. I saw you were playing some 2D Escape from Tarkov. Zero Sievet. I don't know how to pronounce that, but I tried. It looked really cool. Hope it was fun. And thanks for hanging out. The VAPS movement is a movement of veterans from the Estonian War of Independence, and we've been falsely stifled under the regime of Konstantin Pats. Oh, we're overthrowing him. Whatever, you know, whatever dictator they want. If we create an Estonia that works for Estonians, we need to make ourselves known to the world. We must march across the nation and let everyone know we are here. We are the men who fought for Estonia's existence, and we deserve to be heard. Fascism popularity up 10%. Activates decision, incoming government crackdown, and march through Estonia decision. So the very next one is civil war chance. There's a 62% chance of civil war. I think that number goes down the higher the fascism support is, so we need more than 40% support. So we're going to start working on that. While we work on that, since we've picked our mutually exclusive, we don't need to worry about these over here anymore. We're just going to focus on either seeking investment for factory output. I think we just get some more factories. Let's attract some more workers to Harju. 3 civilian factories in a single national focus is a big deal. So let's go for that. It was super fun. Nice. Good. It looked really cool. I am a fan of any game that has minute... That's not the right word. Minutia level inventory management. Like, God, what was that game we just played? Did we just play it? Chat, when did we play Neoscav? Yeah, dude, Neoscav. I couldn't think of the word Neoscavenger. I need to play the new game. Space Scavenger. But yeah, sorting inventories is magic. Hearts of Iron is kind of like sorting inventories. In a different way. Thanks as always for the stream and not timing me out. It's never too late, Golden Pony Boy. It's never too late to get timed out. Stick around long enough. The timeout will come for you. Neoscav is very pog. Neoscav is an amazing game. What's the other one called? It's, God. The one that's actively in development right now. Let me just search for Scav. It's... Astronauts. It's not, it doesn't have Scav in the title at all. Astronauts. Yeah, that one's still in development. I should check that out again sometime. Construction 1. Okay. Learning how to build stuff with steel beams. Plus 10% to all construction speed. Good, good, good. 1936 tech. Now, since we've got pretty much everything we want on industry that we can get, aside from excavation, which I do not recommend. Did you know that gaining 10% more natural resources sucks when your natural resources consist of, and I quote, 4 units of steel? Did you know that 10% doesn't even register on the resource page for that? And it won't change the number at all? So we're not going to do that. We're going to go a different direction now. And we're already doing engineering. A very good thing to have early is radio. Because of how coordination works now, reinforce rate is also good. Let me just double check. Radio's great. Getting that old 1918 support bonus is good. Starting to build trucks, you need factories to do that. That's for a more developed nation. Support companies, guess what? You need support equipment to support those. We don't have that. Tanks, again, factories. Artillery. Do we even have artillery? No. We discovered artillery just to assert our intellectual might on the world. However, we cannot and have not built any unit of anti-air or artillery, so forget about that. Planes, those are for nerds who live on the sky instead of on Earth. Radio it is. Horse Army. I think it's time for Horse Army again. All right, we have, decisions. We have a government crackdown in 466 days. This is the new event. The weak government of Konstantin Pats has silenced the cry of Estonia's patriots for long enough. We lack the manpower to fight the Estonian armed forces alone, but perhaps by demonstrating our frustration with the dictatorship in a series of Change.org petitions throughout the country, we may remind the youth of Estonia that their fathers fought for a good life for them, that Pats and his cabal are denying them. So what is this? March through Estonia. I don't think this is a decision, though. I think we just have to build up enough fascist support before this happens? So he's basically a non-aligned dictator. Okay, we're already at 29% though. Do I even have a decision, or is it just going to be building support over time? Because I don't see... This just has a magnifying glass. Oh, map buttons. Yeah. Okay, I haven't seen map buttons since Turkey. You're right. It's been a while since we played Turkey. So active for 30 days. One of three things will happen. 33% chance fascism is improved by 10%, 15%, or 20%. It's 25 political points, or PP, as we call them, to take these decisions. So we're already nothing in the capital. So we just need to start marching through, I guess. Let's just do a march in Varuma first. So you pick one at a time. One at a time. And then I'll just save the rest of the political power to probably hire my first political advisor. So let's start looking at those choices. We got Backroom Backstabber Boris Cum. No jokes in the chat, please. Political power gain up 5%. Ideology drift defense. I have not actually seen ideology drift be a problem. So I've never picked this. And in what circumstances is drift a big issue? The fascist demagogue is just daily fascism support. It's an early dump of PP, but it's probably useful for what we're trying to do, which is avoid civil war. That'd be great. Stability up 15%. Yo, we only have 31% stability? We're on the brink of disaster. So actually, that's not bad. Captain of Industry is, of course, the build speed buffs, which will be more useful once we have more industry to you know. Plus 10% of 0 is still 0, is what I'm trying to say. So I think our first choice will either be the fascism... I think it'll probably be the fascism support guy. There is... The PP gain, 15%, is a revolutionary cabinet, so they're locked behind a decision. Wait. P.S. There is a search bar up here, which I highly recommend. Revolutionary Cabinet is not going to be one that we pick, so that's not happening. It's another great idea at the beginning of any game to find where research spots are. So if you type in, what would be the keyword? Would it just be research? Slot? There we go. Unchain our education and technology sharing. We have to be a faction for the second one. 16 civilian factories. See, that's a specific number. Unlike Poland, I can do this. We can have 16 civilian factories. Eventually, what do we have right now? 9. So we need 7 more. And we're already getting 3. So we'll have 12. So we'll only be 4 off. That's not that bad. We'll get a 4th research slot pretty soon. I don't get it. What joke? Don't worry about it. The out-of-context fascism will be our first choice. Oh no. Listen, Estonia is tired of getting bullied, okay? Soviet Union, Finland, your time is up. Estonia is going to invade entire Soviet Union by itself. Watch. So one thing we do need to consider is actually making a navy. Because it occurred to me, if I want to invade Finland or Sweden or Norway, I have to be able to get there by boat. Chaotic march in Estonia. Okay, this is a word. I will do my best butcher job. The Eesti Vabadusoalast Liit demonstration in Estonia was met with a mixed response from the public and a violent backlash from local authorities. Few among the crowd were even able to tell what the march was about, with violence between protesters and counter-protesters taking center stage in the demonstration. The Estonian government are already working towards stomping out the Eesti Vabadusoalast Liit. I don't know, and today's events are likely hastening that process while doing little to win over the crowd. This is a disaster? Change in popularity of fascism 10%? Estonian and Finnish aren't real languages. I refuse to believe that's a word. That is totally a word. But the good news is none of you can correct me because there are probably no Estonians in chat. Remove 10 days from mission incoming government crackdown. Oh! It is a disaster. So even though we get 10% increase in fascist support, we are accelerating the ticking time bomb that is the incoming government crackdown. I see. Okay, well, it's all RNG, baby. One of 3 options will happen. Now we gotta march through Tartu with another 25 PP. Maybe we should wait? Chat, should we wait and get the minister first? Let's wait and get the minister first. We've almost got 150 PP. We have 400 days. It's gonna take a while. I say we get the minister who's just gonna start naturally boosting support. Is this going to be a more successful campaign than Poland? Probably not, because we won with Poland. We actually did a Poland after credits scene at the beginning of stream, if you were curious how that campaign would have gone, because I played a little bit off stream, so I could just fast forward without talking. And I showed the results of my work. The 11th Games of the Olympiad recently held in Berlin, Germany, attended by athletes from 49 nations across the world. The 1936 Summer Olympics are the first in history to have enjoyed limited live TV coverage. The Games were a significant propaganda victory for the German regime, which spent lavishly on the event. German athletes saw the most success, winning 33 gold medals, while the Americans came in second with 24. 4 of these were won by Jesse Owens, the single most successful athlete of the Games. And they are concluded. I want to hear Ital speak Welsh. Maybe we'll need some tutorials from Avik for that. Who came into the stream earlier, asked me about the differences between Hearts of Iron and the other Paradox games, and my answer was so much tripping over itself that he never came back. He was just like, I can't believe I asked this streamer to help me. And all he did was confuse me more. And then I never heard from him ever again. I'm surprised this game has a historical mode, considering the fact that Finland is in a land that is rich with fish. It's not a country. Dude, Finland is a country, okay? And there is a historical game mode. But historical things can't, doesn't mean that everything will be real. Even in a historical game. That was -2 joke, also. The Hindenburg doesn't have to explode in the historical timeline, for example. And also, Amelia Earhart's journey across the world can win, even in historical. But what historical setting means is that the nations themselves will prioritize the national focus that aligns with their historical counterpart. The workers of Estonia are spread disparately across the countryside, often working in the outdated agricultural sector. If we want to industrialize our nation for war, we must attract workers to the factories of Harju. Avik, you weren't supposed to hear that. Not true. It was a glorious answer. I compiled it into multiple languages and set it in an imperishable crystal for posterity. Okay. Add 3 more building slots to Harju. My favorite part about these researches is that when it gives you these sweet free factories, They also don't take up existing building slots. They create more room. The printing press is just making more space for us. Land forts, military factories, air bases, or start trading. I think we're going to have to trade with the Axis even if we don't join the Axis. Because that is also a lot of bonuses. But I'm going to start with military factories. Domestic Motor Company. And then this will require one of the above and give us a research bonus. Oh, complete the armament. Look at this massive, super focus, dude. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 military factories. The defense of our nation is required as well. Oh, that's going to take a while. Because we have to have both original designs and the defense of our nation to get there. So we got to go down the forts. All right, let's just start with 2 military factories. So take a look at Estonia now. We've gone up to 8 used factories. 4 of them are being used to produce consumer goods instead of military goods. And we can't change that unless we change our economic policy, which we also need political power to do. And we're quite short on political power. But Harju, our capital, is becoming really, really industrialized. It's got 10 slots now. We're almost done with our own civilian factory that we're building. And then we're going to queue up another civilian factory in Varuma, which should build a little faster because infrastructure is a bit better out there. Who knows what Axis would mean in this game, though? Yeah, well, they've already remilitarized the Rhineland, so I don't think this is going to be a usurped Nazi party again this time. So I'm curious to see how this goes, because Big Daddy Poland is south of us, and I'm interested. Also, Soviet forces are on the border here. Obviously, they're going to be on the border, which is why I'm just going to go ahead and move to the front line. Which I just realized we have a lake. The lake in Varuma is both making it more difficult for them to invade and also more difficult for us to reinforce the front line, because we have to go all the way around the lake. What's the game loop of Hearts of Iron 4? Prepare as fast as possible till World War II and then non-stop fighting till one side wins? Yeah, that does kind of sum it up. It's less of a gameplay loop and more of a gradual speed up toward a cliff. Yeah, it is a gradual speed up towards a cliff. Sometimes you run headlong into the cliff, and sometimes you badass jump off of the cliff, clear the entire chasm, land on the other side, break the suspension in your car, and all the tires pop. Can I make Estonian space? You can, if you just play all Paradox games in historical sequential order, with World War II happening presumably after Europa? Chat, what? Europa comes after CK, right? And then you go from here to space. Victoria 2? I don't know what time frame Victoria 2 is. Is there a way to let the AI run every country you watch? You actually can do that, yeah. We've done that before. One time I lost the game and we just went into... There's a console command you can do to become spectator mode and see every single... Basically a cheat code to see everyone's everything on the map. 1836 to 1936. That's cool. Imperator Rome, then CK2, 3, EU4, Vicky 2, Hearts of Iron 4, then Stellaris. We need like a Command and Conquer, like Tiberium War style in between this and space. The Bulgarian government condemns the IMRO. Last time they embraced it. Earlier today, Bulgarian leader Boris III issued an official statement showing his rejection to the internal Macedonian Revolutionary Organization and publicly condemning their activities. The Bulgarian Minister of the Interior has also announced the implementation of a package of extraordinary measure that will allow the government to allocate more resources to take active action against the IMRO and root out this terrorist organization once and for all. With this pronouncement, it seems that finally, the Bulgarian government seeks to end one of the greatest sources of conflict and tension in the Balkans. I want to go back to the Balkans on a future run, too. The IMRO's days are numbered. Oh, chat, you didn't tell me we have 150 PP! It's okay. I caught it. Let's go fascist demagogue and get daily fascism support up. Might be a waste of PP. It's okay. We got it. I tried to backseat you. I'm just so good at avoiding backseating that I don't even see your comment. It's active camo. I don't even know it's in the chat. I have adapted. I'd like to see a 4X set around 2142. You could call it Battlefield 2142 even. Which I still haven't played 2042 yet. I own it. I still have it. I need to actually turn it on and see. But Halo Infinite exists. Not missing anything, just my $60. It was fun flying the helis. The helis were sick. I will say that in Infinite, Warthogs have gotten a lot more difficult because of the existence of all these electric weapons. You know, there's like electro-stun grenades. There's like an electric pistol that if you shoot a Warthog 5 times, it like zaps the Warthog. It's gotten a lot harder to be a vehicle guy. That being said, vehicles were always insanely powerful. And just being able to hold the button down on the back of a Warthog and rack up kills is kind of powerful too, so, you know. It is what it is. I think Titanfall, I would like to see something make a comeback with Titanfall was a great game. But it was a little too twitchy, fast-paced for my old bones to be good at it. But man, calling in a Titan and hearing like, stand by for Titanfall is up there. And just seeing the Titan come down. It's pretty sick. Yeah, mechs in general. It's funny that it was like a product of its time. Because Titanfall, I remember being thrilled that they had random NPCs in the game. And now that's like, no, don't do that. Don't put brain-dead AI to distract me from the other players. But I liked it. When it was happening, because it just made the battlefield, it scaled better and it felt larger. TF2 needs another update. I agree. Someone just like tab back in. Enlisted does a great... Enlisted was surprisingly fun, you know? It was actually more fun than I thought it was going to be at first. There were a lot of really just good, funny moments in Enlisted. And the AI was often hilarious. All right. Chat, we almost have positive guns. We've gone from a deficit of 3,000 to 800. Oh, we have 31 PP. Let's do another march in Tartu. Try to increase the popular movement of fascism. We have less than a year until the government crackdown. They're getting annoyed. Foreign designs are fine, but we can't rely on them in perpetuity. Estonia is a proud nation, and we must show the world our designers and thinkers are just as adequate as those from the West. We just doubled our military factories. It's fantastic. Okay, let me double check that I'm not missing anything over here. No, because we need more than 40% support for Vapsid. Haven't gotten it yet. but that's what we're working on with the new political advisor. So I think we can safely continue putting our time into infrastructure. So now we have a choice. Seek access investments is one option. This also gives us an instant boost in the popularity of fascism of 5%, which is kind of what we're seeking right now. On top of that, it gives us a 10% bonus to factory output. Germany's trade ports exist all along the Baltic, and although we were enemies once, it's undeniable that Axis trade and investments would strengthen the Estonian economy immeasurably. I can't believe Vita wants to boost fascism. Believe it, baby! Estonia will conquer the world! When was the last time you saw any populist movements succeed in taking over the world? That's what I thought. We need an iron fist at the helm. An iron pumpet fist. But yeah, it wouldn't make the Allies are definitely not gonna. They're not gonna do anything. But it's okay. It's either this or rebuild the land forts, which leads to, dude. That's 5 military factories, but we don't have any resources. Where are we getting natural resources from? We're gonna have to trade because you can have as many military factories as you want, but to make stuff with them, you gotta have resources coming in from somewhere. Plus, this once we get 16 civilian factories, we're at 13. We're gonna want to get that research slot. So this makes a lot of sense, anyways. That being said, I'm gonna start with the investments. It's 1936. We need the party support, anyways, and just raw factory output is good, I think. So there we go. 4 factories making guns now. Is it 16 though? This time it is, because it doesn't say 16 factories, it says 16 civilian factories. If only there was a focus to develop natural resources. It's oil! Okay, I can't build guns with oil. I can trade some oil. But unfortunately, it will not shoot. It just produces electricity. There you go. Nationalist Spain just declared war on Spain. Flamethrower tanks. So what you're saying is, chat, make the fastest tanks we can with the new tank builder and make them flamethrower tanks. Is that what you're saying? All right, imagine little tanks driving around with just one person in them like go-karts. They go like 20 to 30 kilometers an hour. And they're just shooting fireballs out of them. Just go for that. Take over Western Europe with fire tanks. All right, Spanish Civil War is at hand. In 1936 this time. Last time Spanish Civil War started in late 1937 and went until 1940. That worked for the Brotherhood of Nod. Exactly. I'm trying to make Command & Conquer now. But this is why it's cool to play Spain for a tutorial. You get to fight before anybody else does. You get to choose a side. And if you screw it up, you start over and you play less than a year to catch up. Focusing industrial production to a few key sites allows us to dramatically improve efficiency. I am trying concentrated industry for once. We'll see if we like it. We're going to get more output, but less retention of efficiency when we convert. And we also got a flat 4% research speed bonus. All right, now it's time to start buffing the infantry. Get that old 1918 support weapon buff. Just a solid 3% or 5% defense and breakthrough. And then what else do we want? Still, oh, it's almost 1937 already. We could realistically just start ahead of time. And I don't think that would be bad. Let's get improved machine tools, and then we'll get radio going on 1937 Industry Tech 2. Meanwhile, the march through Estonia is still in progress. We're at exactly 40% support, which means once we have more, I think we will be able to do this, but there's still a 50% chance of civil war. So it actually benefits us to wait until we have more popular support for the fascist party, in this case, the Vapsid will become the ruling party. The longer we wait, the higher chance of avoiding civil war, basically. That's the plan. 5 grenades and an armored motorcycle is all you need to defeat a squad. That's doable. When are they going to add motorcycles? With machine gun turrets on the sidecar. What alliance are you joining? I don't know. I think we're just going to... I think I want to do my own thing. I just want to be like... The only time I would consider joining the Axis is if Soviet Union was already right there. But even then, they would all the forces would have to come in through our ports. So if we don't reach out to Germany, we create 4 Estonian units in Tartu. And then Baltic Shield is 2 land forts in 2 places. That's not very good. Okay, so... But the upside is we're not dragged into other Axis wars, right? The March in Estonia. The Eesti Vabadussohalast Liit March across Estonia went relatively without incident. Avoiding the major population centers, instead focusing on rural areas of Estonia, we're able to show the people of Estonia what the movement stands for while avoiding retribution from officials. Sweet. We actually add 10 days before they crack down. Popularity up 15%. We got popularity up 55%. That was actually good pronunciation, says one person in chat. I'll take it. I'll take it. I tried. I was just winging it. Okay, one more. We have 26 PP. I want to be as close as I possibly can to avoiding civil war. So let's do a march in Pärnu. This says, the weak government of Konstantin Pats has silenced the cry of Estonia's patriots for long enough. We lack the manpower to fight the Estonian armed forces. Oh yeah, okay, I did read that. We have 300 days. I think that's plenty of time. Has Italic seen Dune yet? No, I haven't seen Dune yet. However, I am right, chat. I was right. Remember, I've been saying I'm holding out? Dune is returning to IMAX on December 3rd. I knew they were going to do this. It's coming back. They're bringing Dune back to IMAX. Now's my chance to actually go see it in theaters. I waited. I didn't watch it on HBO Max because I'm a weirdo. Will I judge you if you just watch it on your TV or phone? No, enjoy media however you want. But me, my maximum enjoyment is with a big, old-fashioned buttery popcorn in my hands on the biggest screen possible with the rumble audio so loud in the theater that it's shaking the rafters and the ceiling to the point of being annoying. Okay, that's just what I want to do. Nothing is more RP than Civil War in Eastern Europe. We'll have plenty of those to go around. I don't need to add to it. The tally's already going to be high enough. The audio for Dune is incredible. I'm planning on actually going to see it. For real. All right, we invented radio. Congratulations. It's actually good, though. This is a... if you have the DLC and you have the new tank designer, a lot of the old researches are adding components that you're going to be like, what is that? This is a piece for tanks that you can add. So not all of them, but many different pieces will either have a naval attachment if you have the naval customization DLC, which is man the guns, and different pieces, for example, anti-tank will unlock high velo cannon or basic heavy cannon for customization of your tanks. And then, so a lot of these, you can make an anti-air tank with an improved automatic, okay, there we go. Improved anti-air gun, put that on the tank itself. Or, I wonder if you can do rocket tank. Can you do rocket tank? Yes, you can. Rocket tanks, baby. That sounds fun. Okay, what are we doing? We just got radio. So I want to pivot to industry. It's almost 1937. Let's get construction tier 2 for that 10% construction speed bonus. We're right on cue, right on curve. Do we have focuses that give us armored cars? I don't know. I was wanting, since the tank designer is new, the problem is no matter what we do, we have lots of forests. But just for fun, I was thinking about specializing in light tanks, and I want to just meme the fastest possible low production cost tank that I can. So what we did when we were playing Poland, and we still didn't have enough production for this, but we grew into it, was making a really production expensive, super heavy tank with all of the fixings, you know, like every bell and whistle that we could cram onto it, we did. I'm interested in doing the inverse of that and making something with no special features other than boosting its engine and reliability and giving it just a basic gun and just making as many of them as I possibly can. So, we'll see how that goes. I think it would be pretty funny. Because the thing is, you have to dream a little bigger, you know? If you're planning on just staying in Estonia, then yeah, it's a bad idea. But who's gonna play a 13-year campaign and this is your entire border? You gotta dream a little bigger, you know? Oh, don't make planes because the Soviet Union has more planes. Don't make tanks because you're in a forest. Don't do this because of this. You gotta think for the future. Don't make boats because you don't have any naval dockyards. Don't even play Estonia because you have 2 civilian factories and 2 military factories. You know, you gotta draw the line somewhere. The Anton tank. The Anton tank tongue. We'll cut the logs down and use the logs to roll the tank bodies over. That way we can cut costs on wheels and tank treads. Our march across Estonia went by relatively without incident. Avoiding major population centers and focusing on the rural areas, we get a 15% bonus. The people are being converted. The marches and the speeches are working, and we are at 69% support for the Vapsid Party, which we only have one more place that we could even march, but Yo, this is perfect. Well, we need 4 more PP, and then it'll be perfect. Because if we pick the March on Tallinn now, since we have such good popular support, we only have a 19% chance of starting a civil war, according to this. 80% chance it's a peaceful turnover to the Vapsid Party. And on top of that, we remove democratic opposition, which is currently destabilizing the entire country. We're losing 10% PP gain, we're losing 15% stability, which is the big one. That's the huge one right now, because negative stability, or 27% stability is negative everything. Our factories are 22.5% less efficient because of it. It's terrible. But I'm thinking that we have enough time to get that 25 PP before Axis Investments is over. we can run the march, and the march should finish just before the one that queues up the Civil War potentially completes. And we'll have maximum chance to have a peaceful turnover. Because the Civil War right now is gonna be really hard to come back from. It's gonna cut our currently already small armed forces basically in half and force us to fight a battle we don't want to fight for, like, no reason, basically. 19 is still high for Civil War. That's what I'm saying, yeah. And so we got 25 PP. That's exactly right. Do the final march in Sarima. That takes, how many days? 30 days. It's right on cue. It'll finish just before the next focus finishes. All right. Germany's trade ports we're going to tap into. Axis investment gives us a factory output bonus. Fascism popularity also goes up, which will again help with the aforementioned. And we're going to start the march. Cannot be canceled once you start. Lock it in. I click on anything that gives me more than 50% chance of winning. I need to get back to my Battle Brothers campaign. I still have a campaign in progress. I haven't been wiped out yet. I am the ultimate gambler. However, this just aligns so well. I'm not sure if Vital ever streams with historical on. Yeah, I'm not opposed to the idea. I think if you stream, if you play historical, you need to have a firm grasp of the country tree that you're playing. Whereas if you play ahistorical, it gives you a little bit more wiggle room. I mean, it could go completely against you. You know, like Poland could just totally avoid the ire of both their side nations and then turn and conquer the Baltics. That could happen too. This is the Randy Random of Hearts of Iron, I guess. But if you're playing a country for the first time, I usually just hop country to country. Learning their focus trees is more conducive with the ahistorical setting, and also I just find it more interesting to see what insanity can arise. Like, well, the campaign we were just playing yesterday, it was hilarious to see Japanese Civil War, where Hirohito and fascist Japan inexplicably joined the Allies because the Axis never formed. So the Allies took in fascist Japan, and then democratic Japan joined the Comintern. So it's just like a world war versus the Comintern, basically. And then versus basically the democratic UK, who invaded the Netherlands, Iraq, and Iran for fun. They like dragged the Allies into a bunch of offensive conflict, ultimately declaring war on us after we forged an alliance with the German Empire, not the German Reich, to create this like superpower in Eastern Europe. So it's just fun to see all the different chaotic ways the storyline can play out, where the AI does what it wants to do. Unpredictable. Ever play with mods? No. I have not played with mods. One day maybe I will, but I don't have any desire to at the moment because, first of all, I don't even know if the mods are updated for the new expansion. Second of all, I don't have any weird personal secret affinity for one nation's cultural heritage, even though I myself am from a completely different part of the world. So I haven't had the need to seek out my secret personal subreddit's favorite mod to play with that so that I can play pretend. All right, the march in Estonia. How did it go? %. What? What? Nothing. I wasn't shit-talking people who are obsessed with Kaiserreich mod. Why would I do that? Okay. So, we got how much support? For Vapsid, 88%. Sick, 88%. Okay, they have 298 days. 298 days. And we're doing the march right now. You're playing pretend as fascist Estonia right now. Yeah? But I don't have any emotional connection to that. I'm just playing a game. Guys, he hasn't played a real major nation yet. That's not true. I played France. I played France. But that's the other thing. A lot of the mods do tend to focus on major powers. And I don't like playing major powers. It's just too much. My favorite Hearts of Iron power trips are when you are 0th hero. In my mind, starting as Germany is just pushing an I win button to me. I don't know how it's possible to lose if you start as German Reich. Konstantin Pats stands down. Marches across the nation by the Vapsid demonstrators has today reached a boiling point as clashes between representatives of Konstantin Pat's government and the Vaps came to violent conclusion. To the sound of Artur Sirk's voice, the protesters battered down the gates of the Rigikogu, where they swiftly set up makeshift barricades preventing law enforcement from entering the building. Many Estonians had expected Konstantin Pats to answer the protesters with force, but to the nation's amazement, the Rigikogu building today received Konstantin Pats' letter of resignation, abdicating his position as dictator Artur Sirk. Estonia stands stronger. Vapsid becomes ruling party. Remove democratic opposition, which grants political power gain minus 10%, stability minus 15%, war support down, and daily democracy support up. Very, very good. Okay, the veteran societies and paramilitary groups have marched. It has succeeded. Well done. Oh yeah, South Africa does have its own unique focus tree. Maybe we'll have to play South Africa sometime. Cool flag. Oh, dude, we did get a new flag. Okay. We got the glory of war, empower Finnish militants, and the veterans government. Also, nothing makes me happier than kicking the hornet's nest and just looking over at chat. I see just replies to replies to replies to first-time chatters piping in. Oh, it gives me great joy. All right. Our choice is probably going to be... These are not mutually exclusive, by the way. So we don't have to pick one or the other. We can go with whichever one we want first. Veteran training grants Army experience up 10%. Division training time down. Once we have actual positive equipment, we can start training to build some Army experience. Because we have 0 people, so there's no reason to save them for recruiting. So we're going to begin exercising the Army. It's going to reduce their combat readiness and spend some resources, but it'll give us a slow trickle of Army XP that we aren't currently getting at the moment. Okay, second choice is Finland gains fascist organization, which grants daily support for 360 days, leads to marches. We just did those, but the marches then lead to kind of the big super decisions to either annex Finland, good luck with that, or create a faction with Finland. Alternatively, we've got the Veterans Government, which is just an injection of 150 political power. Then we get 3 political advisors available to hire, each with their own various perks. Then you choose anti-communist militia as 4 bonus units, which is actually pretty powerful right now considering our no manpower have themselves, and some land forts, or just try and join the Axis. And then you got Brotherhood to annex Lithuania and Latvia. The sooner that we do that, the better. Because we need the extra land. And we need to get them before they join a faction this time, because that's what screwed us last time. So if we're going to do that, we need to do that soon. But conversely, there's military factories. So I have to make a decision. There's 3 military factories dump here with Axis investments. We've got land forts. Obviously, Soviet Union is still a threat. And then we've got trade with Lithuania, Latvia, which is going to be kind of hard if we annex them. So we'll probably do the naval bases and the naval dockyards. This is a great song. But anyways, chat, as far as mods go, I was just memeing earlier because Kaiserreich is just a meme in this channel. Because every time I play Hearts of Iron, at least a few people come in and talk about it, so I just like pretending to be spiteful. I'm glad that games like this have a robust mod community, just like RimWorld does, or Stellaris, or any other game, because it's just free content that you can enjoy with your existing purchase, adding longevity to something that you already like. And one day, we will try some mods. But it is not this day. Because I have all the DLC, and it's impossible to play all the nations in the DLC, and all their alternative paths. Now I don't want you to try mods. Streamer was nice. Now don't do it! Okay. God, I don't know, because we need, ooh. If we can get those civilian factories, I need this research slot. That's the most important bit. We also have no idea when Soviet Union could strike. So, decision-making is tough right now. Part of me says let's just get the land forts, because land forts not only give you defensive edge, but also work towards the research slot. Part of me says take the 3 military factories so that you can quickly do the war. And forget about defense for now. Just go get Lithuania and Latvia. Wait, it wasn't Lithuania and Latvia. Who was it? This adds land ports. No, it is Lithuania and Latvia. Okay, I was right. And just do that as quickly as possible. How many days will it take to get here? 7, 14, 21, 28. It's going to take a year to get here. And if it's going to take a year to get there, we need to have infrastructure as best as we can. Because there's no other way to get military factories right now except doing complete the armament. And if we wanted to rush complete the armament, we could do 7, 14, 21, 28, 35. 350 days to get to this. But then we have no natural resources anyways. So, damned if you do, damned if you don't right now. This is also a 5 military factory buff. Okay, we're just gonna hedge our bet. God, look at these civilian factories too. Chat, it's gonna happen again. It's gonna happen again. Here's what's gonna happen. These guys are gonna join a faction before I get to invade them. Watch. Guaranteed. Because I'm being greedy with industry again. Okay. Easy game. Not yet. Too fast. Poland, declare war on Poland. The Sanationist Poland versus the Polish Peasant Union. The Polish peasants are rising up. Peasant uprising in Krakow. The young state of Poland erupted into civil war. Decades of government infighting and a total lack of investment in infrastructure in rural eastern Poland led to a general strike from the nation's lower classes earlier this year. And the continued brutal treatment of the strikers by the police and military has split the nation in two. The peasant government headed by... Oh god, we learned this. Stanisław? Mikołaj... God, that L is a W sound. Mikołajczyk. I have no idea. Stanisław is backed by the Democratic Front Morgz faction of the Polish military and a coalition of Marxist, socialists, and liberals. With loyalist forces consolidated in the industrial heart of Poland and the peasants in the rural east, Poland is divided by the blood of the peasants. Stanisław Mikołajczyk. Mikołajczyk. Why is it Koi? Yeah, I think that was wrong. Mikołajczyk. Yeah, that. Mikołajczyk. That sounds better. Peasants OP? Let's see. War right down here. I'm kind of glad that I don't have a border with Poland in Latvia or Lithuania. Interesting flag designs here. Chunky Opossum, what up? Thanks for 11 months of subs. Is any primers in chat? Probably not. How's it going? Thanks for 11 months sub. Peanut Chan also says hi with the tier 1 for 17 months. Welcome, Peanut Chan. Glad to have both of you. Good evening. No prime. Keep it. I don't want it. Reverse psychology. First time chat nopers. Sniped. Can't nopers me. Anjay Otter says, oh, you don't want it? Hey, happy 1 year, Anjay. Thanks for coming by. Thanks for hanging out. I also saw Mysterious Shadow Fox in chat somewhere, joining the checkmark gang. Poland is turning green. Poland is turning green. I hated being pink last time because we were the exact same color scheme as the United Kingdom. And it was very annoying. But what's up? Orfear, enjoy your 30 days free. Imgrin, also priming in chat for 4 months. Good evening. Welcome to Estonia, Vapsid, Estonia. We've changed our flag and we changed our leader. There he is, Artusirk. We only have 1 national spirit, which is actually good because we had 2 negative national spirits. Now we just have factory output up 10%, stability skyrocketed where we're not getting a debuff. We had a 23% factory output debuff. Now we have a 5% bonus on top of the investments. So we actually have net positive equipment. We're doing some exercises. No, dude, you guys can't do this. Thundercross Latvia declared war on Latvia. No. Not yet. Not yet. Wait till I can declare war on you in a year. Fascist Latvia is having some difficulties here. Civil war is erupting. How come it's focused? Remember last time I was like, why is all this stuff happening here? Around the Baltics is happening again. The first events that happen in the game are typical Spanish Civil War, but now we got Polish and Latvian Civil War. It's all concentrated right in our neck of the woods. So I have no idea what's going to happen or who's going to join what faction. But keep it up. I don't think we need to make any decisions. Probably just save PP and get like a proper political advisor, or possibly even an industrial. Maybe it's too late for that because we're already on improved machine tools. No, we do have another one though. There's construction 2 plus another. Support weapons 1 is just a 5% defense and offensive buff for all of our foot soldiers. And if we had any non-foot soldiers, that would also work. We still have no capacity to build support equipment yet, but we do need to research. NG companies are so good. We want to get current with artillery. We have biplane technology, sick. The obvious choice right now is just double down on industry, triple down even, because we already got construction 2 and improved machine tools. We can build 20% more in each state. Factory output is up 15%. That's what we're after. Machine tools is already here, though. We need to start making support. When we get new factories, then we're going to need to start making artillery, anti-air, and trains. Probably trains before those for now. All right, 10% more production efficiency is nice, and now I have an actual decision to make. Because I don't know if there's a right answer. I think it's just, let's just go ahead and invest in the engineer companies. It's very safe. It's a very good pick. Very nice to have. Entrenchment is fantastic, especially when we're playing a small nation with a few choke points. And to support and facilitate this, we're going to need more than 1 army experience. And more than literally 1 extra support equipment. Why is Poland green? Because the Polish peasants have had enough! And a coalition of communists, liberals, and non-aligned are rising up against the Sanationist Poland, led by Ignacy Mościcki. And then Latvia also is having its own civil war, which we're allowed to start a Lend-Lease on, but what do I even want to do that? I feel like they're just going to join the Axis, and we need to kind of invade them anyways. So civil war here is great. It's just a matter of them not joining another faction for long enough for us to do something. We're almost done rebuilding the forts. And I was going to do Arm the Nation next, but now I'm not sure if I have enough time. That's 5 military factories. That gets the whole engine of war going, dude. That'll supply us with all those things we need. Likewise, continue pumping civilian factories. We only have 8 civilian factories working. We'll change the economic policy soon. Start filling up the lands. This is so relaxing. Talking about a new world order really helps me sleep. Good, because the Mexican junta just declared war on Mexico. More civil war! Fascist civil wars are spreading across the world in 1937. Another one. Aren't you guys glad we avoided civil war now by just pumping all of our political power into marches and having that expert put in? We're at an 89%. So I can actually, like, delete this person or replace them later. For my second choice, I think the infrastructure and civilian factory construction speed bonus person is good, but the political power gain plus 5% is good, but only as a replacement for Larka here, because the ideology drift defense is going to be good once we have solidified fascist support. The Hindenburg disaster. The German passenger airship Hindenburg was destroyed today while attempting to dock at the Lakehurst Naval Air Station in the United States. For reasons not yet determined, the airship was engulfed in flames and crashed to the ground, claiming 35 lives. Due to the scarcity and expense of helium. And the U.S. ban on exporting it because everyone at birthday parties is using them for balloons so that their funny uncle can cut up in a small hole in the balloon, suck up some helium, possibly too much, passing out, and then causing a scene at little Johnny's 6th birthday party. Like all passenger airships, was ultimately engineered to use hydrogen, providing greater lift, but is also flammable. With public faith shaken by this disaster and the rise of much faster passenger aircraft, this could spell the end of the era of airships. Who could have guessed that suspending yourself from God's balls by flammable gas could have consequences? God. They learned real quick. And then never again. How many Zeppelin slash blimps are still in the world, chat? Like 30? Like 16 to 30? During the Independence Wars, Harju was more fort than city. Although the fortifications have largely been dismantled and forgotten, they must be rebuilt and maintained, ready for war. We just got 9 free land forts spread across Harju. Apparently. Let me check that, actually. Where is that? Okay, I would have preferred those be over here. I actually am not certain how valuable this is, because it seems 0 value. Because, like, once you lose this eastern border, you're kind of dead. It doesn't really matter if you fortified your capital. Land forts do not protect you from naval invasions. You have to have a sea fort for that, or coastal fort. So they don't help you at all against naval invasions. They only help you against foot soldiers on the ground. If you're already backed up to this wall, you're probably dead. Nonetheless, I'm going to be greedy, grab the military factories, and then we're going to pivot full scale into invasion process. Chiang Kai-shek executed. Following his arrest by Yan Zishan, Chiang Kai-shek has reportedly been killed by a communist firing squad earlier this morning. After a quick trial for his crimes against the people and the party, Mao Zedong pronounced the death sentence for Chiang Kai-shek. Even a direct intervention by the representative of the Soviet government was not enough to save his life. Joseph Stalin is reportedly furious about the betrayal by Mao Zedong and has ordered the arrest of the Chinese Comintern delegation. New nationalist leader Wang Jingwei has vowed that the death of Chiang will be avenged and the communists exterminated. Okay, well, that is very interesting. One day I will be able to correctly pronounce most Chinese names. I'm still really bad, but I did learn a little bit when I was playing Three Kingdoms. That was a fun game. I like Total War Three Kingdoms. I didn't really get into any of the DLCs, though. And I think that's why it's kind of being retired. The DLCs were just a little hard to get into, because they changed so much. Which is different from Warhammer Total War's DLCs, which kind of just add to an already existing thing while creating other campaigns instead of changing the timeline entirely. Total War 3 is going to be legit. Gamer Deathbot already? Mao went so extreme even Stalin had to take a step back. No step back! Okay, 1 step back. Just 1. You can have 1 as a treat. Peasants are winning. Polish Peasant Union is currently winning against Senationist Poland right now. can't really tell who's winning in Latvia because the river exists. So, wait. Yep, the river exists. The Zimgale? Probably not how you pronounce that at all, but that's what it looks like. Separating the two. Alright, we can go a little faster now. Pumping into a surplus of infantry equipment, and I see no reason to stop that because we're still not even at our new production efficiency cap of 70%. So the 4 factories currently working to produce guns are working as best they can. We're probably going to have to trade for steel now, in my opinion. So we are going to trade with not the Soviet Union. China declared war on communist China. Okay, cool. That's like a civil war, but different. Who do we ultimately want to trade with? We may not have a choice. I guess we trade with Germany right now, actually. Because we already have an investment scheme with them. So we have to give up one extremely valuable civilian factory, which we basically don't even have. That takes us from 8 to 7. Feels bad, but having the steel resources let us work the factories, oh god, without these unit debuffs for not having enough resources. Is the music repeating? No? Just a little loud. I don't think it's repeating. I have it on no shuffle, but that's never stopped it before. Polish Peasant Union took 10 states, annexed Poland, and seized power. The PSL has risen up, the Polish Peasant Union. Not in a faction right now, mostly communist. May see them join the Comintern. Depending on how this goes. All Paradox music systems are messed up. I think they actually are. But if they do go Comintern, it's going to make our lives a little harder. I think Fascist Latvia is winning, which I don't know if that's a good thing. They just crossed the river. They're kind of both fascist in different ways. Construction, too. Modernizing construction, build speed, 10%. That helps because we just gave up a factory. All right, it's 1937. We do need to invent trucks. That's just something we need to do, no matter what. I think we just invent trucks now. Okay, and we're about to get 5 military factories, and that's where we're really going to start chewing through resources. Let's see how the Mexican junta's doing. They're doing pretty good. They're doing pretty good. They've managed to splinter Mexico into 3 parts, which is going to make it a lot easier to consolidate. The question is, how many troops are there, and are they spreading themselves too thin? They need to get a nice encirclement going up there and eliminate some. They need to finish off these 2 pockets, and then they can redistribute their forces north and south, and then they'll have a pretty good time. That is also a fascist party. Meanwhile, Spain is 50-50 right now. Manuel del Conde. Falconde. Excuse me. And Manuel Azaña. Oh, we have 157 PP. PP time. Okay, do we want a political advisor, or do we want someone who's gonna beef our research speed on something? Can't really... We can only hire 1 person right now. We're also going to need a military expert, but I think we just stick to political at the beginning. Here's what sucks. I could get the civilian factory build speed bonus guy, but if you're going to take somebody who gives you an extra 5% political power, the sooner you pick him, the more valuable he is. But it's only 5%, but we're still going to pick him. So I think we just have to lock ourselves in. because we still can't change to limited exports. Oh, dude, I could change the economy. I could just change the economy right now. Why are we allowed to go war economy? Because we're fascist. Okay, so that's probably our best bet. We don't lose any fuel, not that we have any right now. And we only spend 20% of our consumer goods factories instead of 35%, so we instantly get some factories. And we build military factories 20% faster. And we lose a 30% debuff to civilian factory build speed, which is currently holding us back. So we get to build factories faster, and we use fewer factories for consumer goods. Just go straight to war economy. Mobilize that bad boy. So now we suddenly have 10 factories. Amelia Earhart disappears. And they're just building faster now, because they lack the debuff. The famous aviator Amelia Earhart, first woman to complete a solo flight across the Atlantic, has disappeared along with her navigator, Fred Noonan, near Howland Island in the middle of the Pacific. The two were attempting a flight around the entire world in their twin-engine Lockheed Electroplane when they vanished. A search for the missing aviators is now being conducted by the U.S. Navy and Coast Guard, which consists of a single individual in a blow-up fun boat from someone's backyard pool, and one floaty. But there is a little hope of finding them. If your life was in the hands of the 1937 U.S. Coast Guard, you're probably already dead. I'm actually curious how big was the U.S. Coast Guard in the 1930s? History of the United States Coast Guard. I think I've searched for this before. Thundercross Latvia has annexed Latvia. Now it's our time to pounce while they are weak. So to answer the question, regulation of merchant shipping in the 1930s. The Steamboat Inspection Service was merged with the Bureau of Navigation, created in 1884 to oversee the regulation of merchant seamen. On 30th of June 1932, so in 1934, the passenger vessel SS Morro Castle suffered a serious fire off the coast of New Jersey, ultimately claiming the lives of 124 passenger and crew. Wow, that's crazy. The casualty prompted new fire protection standards for vessels and paved the way for the Act of May 27th, 1936, which reorganized and changed the name of the Bureau of Navigation and Steamboat Inspection Service to the Bureau of Marine Inspection and Navigation. The transfer of duties fit well with the Coast Guard's port safety and security missions and was made permanent in 1946. They just like absorbed all that. Well, hang on. Lieutenant Commander Carl von Paulsen set the seaplane Arcturus in a heavy sea in January 1933 off Cape Canaveral and rescued a boy adrift in a skiff. The aircraft sustained so much damage during the open water landing it could not take off. Ultimately, Arcturus washed onto the beach and all including the boy were saved. Commander Paulsen was awarded the Gold Life-Saving Medal for the rescue. Dude, you land to go rescue a little kid on a skiff, you get back into the plane doesn't start. So you just sit in the seaplane until it floats to shore. If it works, it works. Japan has declared war on China. No Marco Polo Bridge incident. Just going to war, baby. We'll look at that in a second, too. All across Estonia, there are men ready to face the oncoming threat of a Soviet invasion, but lack the equipment to do so. We must ready our arms industry. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 military factories in one national focus. Basically unheard of. And we could get even more. But we definitely need to actually go all in on annexing Lithuania. Wait, requires all of the following. Anti-communist militia. Okay, yeah. Annex Lithuania, annex Latvia. The veterans government is the first one there. The previous cabinet of ministers were weak-willed and bent to the wills of Konstantin Pats. We need a new cabinet of ministers, those who are sympathetic to the cause. It actually unlocks 3 new political advisors. There's the 15% PP guy. Well, aren't you guys glad we didn't hire the 5% PP guy? Because we can hire a 15% PP guy instead. That's way better. That's like 3 5% PP guys. Is it really a rescue if you have to be rescued? Were you really lost if you found your way at the end? Communist China has joined the Greater East Asian Co-Prosperity Sphere. Not how I remember it going in history. So Japan, Manchukuo, Minkakuo are now in an alliance with Communist China. Because Japan just wants to be at war with China. And I guess have Communist China friends. Mao is such an enemy of Stalin that they have decided to join Japan. Nationalist Spain joins the fight and declares war on Carlist Spain, rather, is what I meant to say. Carlist Spain joins the fight. Marco Polo Bridge incident coming a little late. Japanese and Chinese forces have skirmished inconclusively over the strategic Marco Polo Bridge located just southwest of Beijing. China rejected Japan's demand for an apology and territorial concession, claiming, "Bro, you declared war on me." Diplomats fear that the volatile situation could result in something more serious at any time. Interesting times ahead indeed. Japan declares war on Shanxi. Why don't we just declare war on all of China right now? Can't get to Okay. If you can't get to communist China, go through them. Wary of being increasingly sidelined and having their influence over Nationalist Front more and more curtailed, the Carlist forces under Manuel Falconde have renounced their affiliation with the nationalist cause. Declaring their own independent insurrection, Carlist Riquetes, predominantly in the north of the country, have turned on their erstwhile allies, while at the same time continuing the fight against Republican enemies. The effect on their military position in the Civil War is being downplayed by nationalist leadership, but it is evident the current chaos presents ample opportunity to the Republicans. French Commune declared war on France! Everybody, calm down! There's a world war coming, don't you know? This is butterfly effect of time travel, dude. Somebody went back in time to try to stop World War II, but it ended up causing cascading civil war instead, throughout the entire civilized world. Communist France has risen up in opposition. Pierre Laval is like, what is happening, dude? Don't you understand? The Nazi Germany is still existing in this timeline. Are the anarchists here too? The anarchists have entered the arena! Anarchist uprising already, not waiting for anyone. Deciding to go now. While the fighting is at its best, anarchist uprising in the Spanish Civil War, jumping into the battle royale, continued government attempts reasserting central control over the mostly independent acting anarchist communes in northeastern Spain, as well as Stalinist repression of dissident communist viewpoints has led to full-blown infighting in this four-way front. Southern anarchy. Initially limited to street fighting and low-scale clashes between militia and government or Stalinist forces, the unwillingness for either side to compromise means the conflict has rapidly escalated in just a few short days. The reallocation of military resources to deal with this threat means the front lines against the nationalists have been noticeably weakened. Okay, let's calm down for just a second. We just got a bunch of factories. In fact, I had already allocated this flawlessly. We went from 0 support equipment factories to 2. We're making choo-choo trains now. We're making a single towed artillery factory, and I'm starting to get some anti-air. Perhaps a little early. Notice that we are totally out of steel. So we have 2 choices, either trade or don't trade. Every time you trade, you're giving up 1 civilian factory, of which we have 9. It's not much. So we're losing a lot by trading. But we're also gaining more efficient production. So we have to give up a civilian factory for 8 of a resource. That number goes up if you are trading with a puppet or a colony or something like that. But since we're just trading with strangers, we get 8. And since we're 7 short, I think it's a good trade. So we're going to increase our committed factories to 2. Those factories are actually usable by Germany. So if you produce a lot of natural resources, you don't get to control who actually taps into them. You do control, to an extent, how many are available for export. But if people are trying to get my resources, which they're not, because I have 4 steel and we're using it, we're exporting nothing. But if I was exporting and people were claiming those resources, we would get use of their factories. No steel equals no weapons. Exactly. We need weapons. Did Finland get a new tree? No. No. But Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, Poland, and Soviet Union did. Finland gets a new tree soon. Soon. After we unite the Finnic identity, they'll have a unique tree. But anyways, now we are, even though we're not fulfilling aluminum or tungsten, at least we're fulfilling steel, which is going to pump up the production lines here. But they all suck right now because we just basically took factories that had no specialty whatsoever and said, make this thing. And so therefore, their efficiency is like 15% and will steadily build up over time to whatever our current maximum is, at this point 70. And they're only gaining 0.281% a day. So it's going to take ages. And every time you add more factories or swap them around, you're resetting efficiencies. You need to try to lock things in and not touch them unless you're adding to them, basically. Haha, Talix, what if you played CK3? Haha, I think that would be so fun. I also, haha, think it would be fun if the CK3 DLC came out before the Dwarf Fortress comes out on Steam. Before the Russia comes out on the Steam. They did announce a date, didn't they? February 8th. There was a trailer today for like features or yesterday or something like that. Did they actually they have a date now, Andre? Is it Feb 8th? I'm very excited. There will definitely be a lot of Crusader Kings 3 in our future. I have not played with the flavor pack that came out either. So we might end up doing 2 birds, 1 stone, and maybe playing some Vikings. You might be seeing this area of the map a little bit more, but in Crusader Kings. But yeah, super excited for Royal Court. Those are my favorite aspects from Crusader Kings 2. I want it! Me too, Lashley. Me too! Alright, gamers. Let's take a quick gamer death break. Things are progressing at a steady clip now. We actually do have military production and 4,000 weapons. We're in full training mode. We just need to get more manpower. And that's going to go extensive conscription right out of the gates. So probably the next 150 PP goes to conscription. That'll raise our total recruitable pop basically double. We just don't have any people. The 3D models were a great decision for CK3. Yeah, with the court and the backgrounds. Oh, it looks good. It looks juicy. More PP Peepo arrive. Also, I haven't made a save here. Estonia. Estonia Ambitions. That's what I'm going to call this. Okay, I can't leave the game on pause because I have no idea what's going to happen while I am AFK. That's the wrong BRB message. Okay. Give me like 6-7 minutes. I'm going to take my dog outside, give him a treat, make sure he gets some water, get myself a snack, a beverage, and I'll be back ASAP, all right? Thanks for hanging out with me tonight. I'm enjoying starting this new run with you guys, and I'm enjoying this DLC quite a lot. We'll talk about the DLC features some more later if you guys have questions when I return. So get them ready. See you in a few minutes. Okay, thanks for waiting. Midas was being especially dopey. And I have to tap on his water bowl gently so that he would walk to the water bowl. He would take 5 licks, stop, look up at me, tap the water bowl again, 5 more licks, stop to stare. Yes, you need this to survive. You need to drink water to live. Okay. Also, I got a cinnamon roll. Which is pretty cool. I love dogs, and it's still amazing how dumb they can be sometimes. They're just so dependent. Spain is already... Carl! Carl's already dead. I don't think the anarchists are doing so well. Don't forget the French Commune Civil War, too. Don't forget the Polish Peasant Republic that already won a civil war. Don't forget Thundercross Latvia already won a civil war. Germany's looking right now like, yes, yes, keep fighting. France is already fractured into 2. Poland has made it even easier to steamroll in 1939. Look at their chops. I wish I didn't hate cinnamon. Cinnamon rolls look so tasty. Cinnamon's not even the main ingredient of cinnamon rolls. It's bread. I'm just kidding. The previous cabinet of ministers were weak-willed and bent to the wills of Constantine Pats. We need a new cabinet of ministers. Those who are sympathetic to the Vapsid cause. But yeah, you can't even really taste cinnamon in cinnamon rolls, to be perfectly honest. That's 150 pp, straight up. Which means we basically get to hire one of these experts who are pretty great. Okay, hold on. Look at this. Check these guys out. Not these guys. Which one is he? Okay. Victor Puskar. Recruitable population factor 10%. But you lose some non-core manpower. And it lowers daily communism support. Does that mean my recruitable population factor will jump to 12.5%? I feel like that's what it's gonna be doing. Consumer goods factory shaves another 5% off. That's really good long term. And there's a 15% political power gain. Which, the sooner you get that, the better. Acceptance of fascist diplomacy plus 85. What does that mean? Does that mean with other nations? I've chosen Kyoma! Let's get the 15% PP gain right now. You'll be getting 110% of 2.5%. Wait, what? It means you're in relations with a fascist nation. That's kind of what I thought. Increase the PP. Increase the PP. Okay. Now, next. We're gonna try and do our own thing. No offense, Germany. This is 4 Estonian units. Which is actually huge for us right now because our military sucks. Anti-communist militia. Go for it. They must have been listening. They must have heard. Also, if they're inviting us, they're gonna invite Thundercross Latvia, and we're not gonna be able to take it over. It's happening again. How does this keep happening to me? If I decline, we might just get rolled by Germany, but that's a price I'm willing to pay to make my own faction. But also the benefit of it is not getting dragged into the inevitable war with Polish, Peasant Republic, France, and the rest of the entire world. So there's that. And we almost have 150 political power. We need to get more manpower. We need to up our available recruitable population because we actually logistically have enough infantry equipment now to start training some more units. Speaking of, what is our default unit? Oof, 12 combat width, which might be usable because I doubt the Thundercross we assume is between 1 and 4. So they're even smaller, I think. Concentrated Industry 2. Excellent. That means Tier 2 Industry is basically done. We got the efficiency cap. We got Concentrated Industry just now. Factories, more output, more space to build more factories, and it's almost 1938. Which means we can go ahead and get the jump on computing machines, or we can get the jump on improved infantry equipment. If you're going to do research, well, we can do both. We can do both. Let's buff our infantry first, and then we'll do the research second. Mexico took 2 states. Mexican junta was annexed. Fascist uprising in Mexico has been squashed. Engineer company research. We're gonna have to figure out how to get these basically default in our infantry groups, but we have neither enough XP nor enough support equipment right now to actually do that. So, not yet. And let's get the research buff. They do be fighting here, though. So they are in the Axis. Where's the faction map mode? So far it's just them. Wow, he must be special. Maybe it's because they like us so much. Baltic Investments is raising their opinion of us. I can still ask to join if I wanted to, but we can do our own thing. So UK is in the Allies. Neville Chamberlain, leading the Democratic Party in 1937. So what we're interested in now is kind of what's happening in France. Because if the French Commune joins the Comintern, they're about to take Paris. The goal is to destroy Latvia like all playthroughs of Hearts of Iron should. Wait. Well, I mean, yes, but also no. We are planning on annexing them. But my fear is that they're instantly going to join the Axis the second we declare war. Which, first of all, I hate that that's a thing. I feel like you should have the option of being like, I declare war! And then they go, I join the Axis! And you go, never mind. I am not declaring war. I take that back, and I am not at war with the Axis. If you get to change your mind, I should get to change my mind. 155 political power. It's time to up conscription. If you join the Axis first, they can't join, right? Then just leave? Huh. That's 200 IQ. Join the Axis, then declare war on Latvia. That way they won't be able to join the faction, then just leave the Axis. That might be doable. All right, we're replacing our conscription, which will increase training time, but you know what? Plus 10% of 0 is still 0. Changing that one law is doubling our available armed deployed manpower from 2.5 to 5%. So it's gonna just start mobilizing per day. It's gonna look like 0 for a while because we still don't even have enough people to fill the ranks of the currently existing divisions before we can even start recruiting more. That is pretty forehead, though. They could join another faction? They could. But I doubt that the allies were going to take Thundercross Latvia. But who knows? We are on the fast track right now. We have another 140 days until we can annex Wargol. So we're about to get 4 Estonian super units. Join the prosperity sphere? Maybe, who knows? I mean, what are we gonna do? Not do anything? And just sit here in Estonia for the rest of the game? We're gonna, I mean, we gotta make a play. Then that's the play that we're making. World tension is low, so that's a plus. Exactly. The nation is filled with men willing to fight the Bolshevik threat to the east, but were rejected by the old government for being too radical. To the Vaps, no amount of anti-communist thought is too radical, and these men deserve a place in our army as much as any other. 4 units. That like doubles the size of our military. Germany proposes that we sign a pact to address the Comintern's goal of spreading communism worldwide through the use of subversion and violence. By signing the pact, we agree to share intelligence on the communist threat and act in close cooperation against the menace. Hitler really wants us to be friends. Yeah, right now they do. I see no reason to refuse. Considering we currently have a business partnership. And also, I'm pretty sure that Soviet Union's opinion on us is irrelevant to their ultimate plans, regardless of what they may be. Okay. Chat, where were... Dude, these units compared to the Polish units is night and day. The Estonian elite forces come out at regular experience level, 24 combat width, stacked 3, 6, 9, 12 units inside the division. They don't have any support, but they have numbers. This is the equivalent of How much? Where's manpower? $12,000. This is 12,000 soldiers times 4. We've got 48,000 people.
Valmis liikumaan!
We're gonna need somebody holding the east. Dude, these cav units look sad. Combat width of 8. Oof. I might even
Valmis!
just take a couple of the cav units
Korraldusi!
with the sole purpose of starting a different army. These guys all kind of suck. All these old guard guys. I'll pick... It doesn't really matter. Johan. Okay, so
Kasu!
with the main force, I want to create a new front line on the south. With the baby, stupid, low IQ horse group, they just hold the east in case of some weirdness with the Soviet Union. That's the plan. Alright, we gotta pick a new focus. Which is pretty much defined already. Baltic Shield. The Soviets wish to crush Estonia under the boot of imperialism. But we cannot allow that to happen. Bunkers must be constructed all along the border. We may not be able to defeat the Soviets, but we may at least stand long enough for someone else to. 2 land forts, each in Tartu and Varuma. Which is very nice. So those 2 little border checkpoints is exactly what we had in mind. Now, here's my question. You can't get to this tile without going around, right? Let me double check this. So if we have a unit that's here, let's say, and we try to send them there, well, whatever, we're just swapping them around. I don't think they can get to this from Soviet Union territory. Trucks have been invented! We know how to use civilian trucks for military means. No more marching, fam. And we can also distribute resources along the rail using trucks. We're going to talk about more about the rail and supply lines and stuff here in a sec. We can also build motorized infantry if we have said trucks. Okay, 1937, almost 1938. We're doing research ahead of time. We can't do any more industry until 1939. I think since we're about to go to war imminently, just buff the infantry with some support weapons. It just gives them a basic 5% offense-defense buff. Unless you're a horse, you only get 2%. Sucks to be a horse. And we need to start building trucks. And guess what? We don't have one factory. One single sad factory. Need to make trucks. I think I'm just gonna take. We have like 8,000 extra infantry equipment. I'm just gonna remove one infantry equipment factory, just to start. We have to make trucks. I kind of wish there was an even earlier start, like 34. I think 36 is a pretty good balance. It's pretty decent. The thing about extending the timeline is, it's orders of magnitude in terms of how difficult it would be to implement. Like, think about it. Every single DLC, all of the unique focus trees, everyone's focus tree, even generics. If you make the starting date earlier, you just added 3 separate mountains of paperwork that has to go back and change every single faction in the entire game. From the ground up. Because most of them are predicated on starting with nothing. Kind of like we did, right? We started with nothing. Look at the choo-choo trains. We started with nothing, and now we already have from 2 factories to 10 being used for building. From 2 military factories to 9. So you back it up even more, you gotta account for that. The snowball. But 1936 is still giving you 3 years before the historical start. I wouldn't even want to play certain countries in 1934. Oh, United States has 2 more years of doing nothing. Cool. They already do nothing. So what is our next decision going to be? We are going to need a military high command, and we could do that now. Or we can say just wait and get another political advisor. Such as the dude who helps us build civilian factories faster, or even the consumer goods factories minus 5% guy is good long term. French Commune wins. Free France was annexed. Communist France is here to say Maurice Thorez, the current leader of the French Commune. The world stage has already been shifting in interesting ways. But yeah, I'll probably just save up 150, not do the military high command yet. I think that final political advisor is so good. Is this non-historic? This is always non-historic. I don't think I've even streamed a historical playthrough. One day we will. I don't know who I would want to play in a historical. I just like how lol random it is. What the hell is a Spanish directory? I think that's just what they called it before Google Translate. The Baltic Shield. The Soviets wish to crush Estonia under their boot of imperialism. But not this time. 2 land forts have been constructed with our national focus, and now we turn to the Brotherhood. Estonia does not exist in a vacuum, and to our south lie 2 very vulnerable nations who would likely fare better at survival if they were integrated into the Estonian state. The Baltic states are brothers, and as brothers, we must stand together. Okay, they're inviting us again. Chat, how hard is it to leave a faction after you join a faction? What if they get into war before? Easy in peace, difficult in war. The risk is so high. The risk is already, how are we 41%? Oh, it's French Commune. French Commune just raised world tension by 23%. Getting ghosted by Estonia. Hitler's like, bro, don't you even know where I'm getting ready to go in like a year? I'm offering to not invade you. Do you understand what I'm doing here? I'm offering you an olive branch. Okay, I haven't invited Thundercross Latvia yet. They're perfect for the Axis. Total fascists over there, those guys are, you know? But like, I'm inviting you. Can you refuse a call to arms if Germany attacks someone? I think so. I think so. Because they'll be the leader. if I am the leader, then it's just I'm in every war. I guess we go ahead and take it. I don't know, Chad. That could cause some... Bulgaria approaches the United Kingdom. The Bulgarian government seeking support of a great power capable of guaranteeing the independence and territorial integrity of Bulgaria sent a diplomatic delegation to the UK to negotiate signing of a treaty with the British government. In addition to the clauses related to military issues, this treaty also includes an economic agreement granting British capitalists significant tax benefits when operating in Bulgaria. They only seek Neville Chamberlain's protection. Okay, so if you're wondering why we did that, the plan is to just use it to prevent the Thundercross Latvians from joining. So in 70 days, we will have an annex war goal on Latvia. We're just going to go straight into war. That way, Thundercross Latvia doesn't join the Axis. We're already in the Axis. So it's basically taking the spot. But if they join it of their own free will in this 70-day period, then we're screwed. Heather was standing outside your window with a boombox. Chat, you guys, great minds think alike. Are any Baltic states guaranteed? No. But anyways, Lithuania is probably not even going to be invited. But we may as well do both if we can. Okay, I have to admit, even for ahistorical, I did not see this one coming in February 1938. The United States has declared war on the French Commune and is the first aggressor on the world stage. Literally nobody has had a war except, okay, that's not true. Japan and China. Okay, other than Japan and China, Alf Landon, dude. Alf Landon. Did you notice that there was no Neutrality Act this time? Because I didn't, and that's why Alf Landon is here. Ready to invade the French Commune. Well, this really does show that two ahistorical runs back-to-back yield totally different results already. I have to make a choice here. We're going to replace Daily Fascism support, so he's not locked. So we do have 2 slots, technically. So I'm thinking the Consumer Goods Factories down is a good one. Recruitable population factor sounds strong. Infrastructure and civilian factory construction speed's always lovely. And then those are pretty much the choices. I'm leaning towards the civilian factory construction speed guy. And then later do the consumer goods factories when we actually have more factories. So I'm gonna do that. Good to see the US making this extra spicy. They're usually so boring for like 3 to 4 years. They made some big AI changes to the ahistorical AI, where they make weighted decision making. And I've already seen the domino effect of that change, because these have been some extremely spicy ahistorical runs. Personal crew kit. 5% bonus soft attack. That's against fleshy soft targets. Locking that in. It's March 1938. A second support company would be nice. I really think with our limited manpower that field hospitals will be fabulous. Maybe even do that first. I still want to do the tank thing, but we can't. Yeah, I think let's go ahead and get field hospitals. We're probably going to be at war before that happens. So at this point, we kind of already know that we're going to go to war soonish.
Valmis!
So realistically, we're going to want to stop exercising soon. Go ahead and create. Wait, do you have to be not exercising to create an offensive line, or can we just not even do that? What's going on?
Rivistage!
There we go. I couldn't click the offensive line button. That way they can at least start planning the invasion. And that way, by the time we actually do launch, we'll have a 40% attack buff. Very important. So if you're having trouble playing a new game and you're wondering why your guys are getting wrecked, you really need to, like, to some extent automate it on the grand scale, because the planning bonus for that initial attack is so huge to get them on the run. Right-clicking is basically just for specific things like taking an airfield or a victory point or backcapping something, but otherwise delegate if you can. Look at our attrition. That's just from exercising, which we can still do. Speaking of, we have some army XP. And look! A non-zero sum of man... Never mind. Back to zero. I really would like to get them engineer companies. You can automate invasions? You can, with an offensive line, if that's what you're talking about. Unless you're talking about naval invasion. So this is going to change our manpower requirements by 300. It's not much. And it's going to need only 90 support equipment, so not that bad. The downside is our specialists aren't going to have this, I don't think, because I think they're considered the anti-Soviet division. So perhaps we should... we have 4 anti-Soviet divisions, so I might only change them for now, since there's so many more people there. Like, this is a much bigger force, so they will benefit a lot more from the engineer company. So let's do that. Lock it in. Gives them an extra 24 defense, plus 4.5 breakthroughs good, more anti-infantry attack, entrenchment up. And they handle attacks over rivers, forests, with which there are many. Mostly movement and defense for forest, hills, and jungle, but still very useful. Free civilian factories. Whoa. We don't really have any more space. This is probably when we need to start thinking about how our supply lines look. The good news is we have a train line down here. The bad news is we have no supply hub down here. The real bad news is to build a supply hub down here would basically be industrial suicide. It won't be done until the 2nd of January, 1939. So probably don't want to lean into that, and we're just gonna have to deal with bad supplies. Sick music, dude. I'm not sure if building infrastructure is actually going to benefit us in any meaningful way right now, but it's good to do long term. So I guess it doesn't hurt me to just start on that. That'll be done in June. It's not too bad. Spain took 2 states. The Defense Council of Aragon was annexed. The anarchists are dead. And now it is communist-leaning Republican Spain versus fascist Spanish Directory in the remaining 2 figures of the Civil War. Talix, would you recommend Hearts of Iron 4? I only played EU4 and Crusader Kings 2. Hearts of Iron 4 looks hard. If you learned how to play Crusader Kings 2, you can do anything that you set your mind to. You've already achieved the ultimate victory. You just have to Google stuff. Maybe watch a couple of playthroughs for the little details. But yeah, I would recommend Hearts of Iron 4. It's one of my favorite Paradox games. if I had to, since you've already got experience, like if you were like, hey, I want to play a Paradox game, but I'm scared, I would say get Crusader Kings 3. But if you've already played CK2 and EU4, then Hearts of Iron should be very natural. You just have to get used to the typical Paradox oddities, and you'll probably find the brevity of the campaigns refreshing like I do. Dude, there's a playthrough happening on Twitch right now. What? Thundercross Latvia accepts unification? Gustav Selminis has made the wise decision to allow for the unification of our two nations. He has stepped down as the head of the Latvian government in favor of Artis Surk and has taken on a more deputy role in the newly unified Estonian-Latvian government. Yo, no annexation required. Wonderful news. Behold, my new territories. That is best case scenario. Did you just get Latvia for free? You could say that. However, I say that the roughly 11 units, including 4 hyper-elite anti-Bolshevik troops on the border, maybe spook them alongside of the fact that we are in a Axis position right now. I'm curious if they would have done the same thing if we weren't in the Axis. Because, like, I could have just asked Germany to join the war against them. They made the right call. Speaking of Germany, after a successful coup d'etat by the local Nazi party in Vienna, German troops crossed the Austrian border and have taken control of the country. No fighting has been reported, and the German soldiers were greeted by cheering crowds in the cities. In a speech before a massive crowd at the Heldenplatz in Vienna, Hitler announced the Anschluss of Austria, annexing the country into Germany. The oldest eastern province of the German people shall be, from this point on, the newest bastion of the German Reich. So, fun fact, I've shown this on stream before. But if you've already seen it, just laugh because it's still funny. Sorry, I'm Googling an image. In 1938, they put the people of Austria to a vote to basically decide whether or not they wanted to be willingly Anschlussed and absorbed into Nazi Germany. This is what the actual voting card looked like if you were a citizen. Adolf Hitler? Yeah, giant circle in the middle. Or we're going to arrest you and possibly kill your family. What do you want to do? I think you know what to pick. May your heart lead you in the correct direction. Okay, anyways, if that's what they want to do. Estonia does not exist in a vacuum. The Baltic states are brothers, and as brothers, we must stand together. Indeed, so we got really lucky there, because there actually was not, per the focus itself, it did not mention any event that Latvia would receive. So I just assumed we would be going to war with them. But apparently, either they do get a secret event not listed on the focus. By the way, where's that one dude that said, "Dude, read the focus"? Where are you? You bastard. Fluffy McPuffin, I see you. You non-following wrong person in chat. The only thing you get from these are Annex war goals, so I am pleasantly surprised that Latvia willingly joined us.
My liege, a new sub for your collection.
Why you still
You know what,
guys? Being a sub's not so bad.
Get that guy!
Which means Paradox considered that option. right, you can't just double down and be like, the text changed. Get out of here. You didn't get a sub. Oh, the text changed. It says something different now. Sweet muffins, what up? There's a muffin that I do like, not a McPuffin muffin. Dim Shields, Amethyst, Rat Royale, Sly Fox, and Want. Welcome, what's up? How's it going? Anyway, random non-subs in chat currently just making shit up about the DLC that just came out yesterday.
This stream is sponsored by
While
Viewers
real
Guild.
ones in chat are just dumping gift subs. 20 gift subs? In one fell swoop? Hey, non-subs, why don't you be more like tangented, okay? Thanks for 20 awesome gift subs, tangented. It's $100 in gift subs in one go. There's a lot of awesome people returning. 17-month Stripes Ultimate. Bambi on Crack is back for 5 months. What's up, Sang? Rhinoster for 8 months.
A new sub for
Congrats,
your
you rock.
collection.
While you still can. You know what, guys? Being a sub's not so bad. Get that guy.
Chat, save some ammo for Saturday. We got the charity stream. RimWorld for Doctors Without Borders on Saturday at 5 p.m. Don't forget. Don't blow it early.
My liege, a new sub for your collection.
Run while you still can. You know what, guys? Being a sub's not so bad. Get that guy.
Okay. Appreciate you, Chunky Opossum and Akiva Wallow. Keeping it real in chat. A lot of first sub, first monthers in that group. Alright, chat, let's put your money where your mouth is. Let's go. Gain annex war goal against Lithuania. Gain annex war goal against Latvia. Yagan! I am supremely confident. Yagan! Anybody else? Huh? Any other people who can't read in chat? How do you type? Hello, Nico isn't home. How's the new DLC mechanic-wise, by the way? I'm staying on last version for the sake of a mod. It's very good. It is very good. I like the tank designer. I think it's really neat, really cool. I like the new nations focus trees a lot, especially when I read them correctly on the first try. Tell chat exactly what they say and what they said, and people will still doubt and stand exactly in the face of the thing that they can see on the screen, because it's easier to just disbelieve the streamer and make up anything you want until somebody actually proves you wrong than it is to just stay silent and let the stream continue to go on as it was without incident. Is this fun without any DLC, or is DLC basically required? I think it's one of those things where you can easily start without any DLC, and then you just nibble on the DLC with the countries that have the focus trees and the other features that you want. You don't need all of them. It's also free on Game Pass, I believe, vanilla. It also adds difficulty with each DLC. Most of the new systems make things more complex. So keep that in mind. But I mean, as with all Paradox games, they're usually better with DLC. At least some of it. If not most of it. Okay. So anyways, all I was saying was I am happy and pleasantly surprised that this country willingly joined us. Now let us take a moment to see what we actually gained from this shocking, surprising, and not predicted annexation of the country to our south. We've gotten a number of factories. In fact, more factories than these lands can actually support somehow. There's 10 factories where only 7 should be. Interesting. Two out of 1 building slot. Civilian factory 1, military factories 2. So how many are we building here? We got 10 out of 11. We just bumped it up, so we have 3 factories now. Let's start making more guns. They had to convert the orphanage, but we made it work, sir.
Rivistage!
Oh, and we have 6 brand new units. 6 new divisions. Which I am going to immediately put on the border. But we need to basically just dig our heels in and go straight to Lithuania. But what is our next national focus going to be? Why am I looking at Lithuania's national focus? I need to look at mine. Okay, so Brotherhood's a dead end. So now we need to empower Finnish militants, the threat on our border, or the glory of war. Do we want to start? I don't think I want to invade Finland right now. Veteran training is Army XP gain up 10%, division training time down 10%. But it leads to... Oh, this combined is pretty good. Because this is division training time 10, then 15, so it's 25% off. Recruitable population up to 2%. Doesn't sound like much, but we only have 5% right now, so it'll be 7% total. What's the event of the true enemy? It's very mysterious. War is on the horizon. We don't know what for, and we don't know who we'll be fighting, but we know the Hawk of War has its talons primed for Harju, and we must decide where our allegiance lies on the oncoming struggle. Plans must be drawn with a focus on either the Nazis in the south or the Soviets to the east. So basically, it's just making us choose a side. But to what end? Or we can just go back to industrial stuff. All right, we need to now probably just insta-declare. Actually, yeah, we need to go Lithuania.
Kuulake! Tähelepanu!
Okay. Redeploy there. Swaraj movement makes gains in provincial election. British civil servants woke to rude shock this morning as a result of the recent provincial election came in. It's clear now a large majority of Indians have given their votes to pro-Swaraj candidates. In provinces across India, calls have already started to turn this limited amount of local government into total self-rule as quickly as possible. A spokesman for the British government stressed that now was not the time to discuss such measures, and that any transfer of further authority to Indians was out of the question. The British will never stand for it. Well, I'm curious to see what direction they decide to go this time. That's why we didn't pick instantly. Because we now have 18 civilian factories, actually. And that means we can unlock our true potential, the all-important 4th research slot. Should definitely be the next thing that we do. 100%. But thanks again, Kiva Wallow, Chunky Opossum, Tangented, and Sweet Muffins for the generous gift subs. Support weapons 2. into what? 1938. Too early for weapons tier 2? We got trucks. We're working on support that we can't even afford. We could start working on artillery catching up. Alternatively, we could start on... We're gonna need aircraft and artillery in some form. I would like to try mechanized this time too, but we're still 2 years too early. Armor trains. Let's do armor trains. We need to start making some trains. I haven't seen trains get attacked. I'm not really sure how that works. The game says that they have armor and more production cost. Less vulnerable to enemy attack. I'm assuming more like bombing? Because I don't think you can just attack them with infantry foot soldiers. So I have no idea how to tell if a train even got blown up. But I guess armor is better than not armor. Alright, so the war goal is ready. Stop exercising and bulk up some organization. And by the time that's done, I think we're just ready to declare. But I'm not sure why these guys are just sitting here. Who's this? It's very brave, very bold, the formation. Combat with 15. Trip artillery, line artillery with a support artillery because you can never have enough. And then just 3 infantry units. Okay, that's a lot of artillery. Look at all these airfields they have, too. Well, we won't be able to build anything else there for a while. But we may not need to. So I'm curious. Yeah, it's considered an occupied territory. So we're going to have to develop cores, if we can, on here, too. So that way we can actually take all of what they've got. Because right now we're only getting a partial bit. Okay, those who just got to the front have to build up some attack bonus. May as well let them. That way we enter putting our best foot forward, basically. Then we're gonna have another problem, which is what is the Peasant Republic gonna do? Because they are mostly communist, led by Maria Kodzutska. And it may just be a larger front that we have to defend against the Soviet Union. Very possible. So, do we have any more? Ooh, natural. Do we get any more natural resources? Yeah. 2 steel. Count it. 1, 2. Boom. Computing machine. 5% bonus research speed. Developing a theoretical groundwork for modern computers and constructing electromechanical machines. We'll put them into practice. Start making this a reality. All right, 1938. Now that we've actually got line artillery, I guess improving artillery is good. We're going to need to do that anyways. And then maybe start, once we get that 4th research slot, working on some tanks. They ready to go? You ready to go? No faction? Double check? Triple check? Annex? War goal? I'm not calling my allies, it's just me. 1% world tension. It's actually not that bad, but we're at 52% already. Things are spiraling. Don't forget the United States declared war on the French Commune. Vapsin Estonia has declared war on Lithuania. Launch the invasion. Green numbers good. They have 8. Oh, they have a couple 18 combat with forces, but man, 8 combat with is small. That means there's just like a few thousand soldiers in any given spot, so we should push them back very close to no losses, I mean. Very close to no failed steps. Political power. It's also going to build us some army XP, which I need. All right, modify government time. What is the best for the job right now? We definitely probably want an industrial company before 1939, because that's the next line of industrial research. Weapons, also 1939. The faster you get weapon researcher, the better. Maybe we'll do the weapon and equipment person and the material designer right now. Or not now, but imminently. I'll take the industrial company first. Getting a military high command would be good too, but I think we've got this in hand. They have low organization, that's the green bar. And as long as we kind of aggressively start taking pieces, their back is going to be against the wall. They've got some light artillery too. Chat, we've lost almost 769 people. We have 0 manpower in the pool. Draining the bottom of the barrel. We are short on like one of every resource. We don't have enough manpower to fulfill the garrisons. I need to make a military police unit as well. So I'll probably research that next. We're about to get that 4th research slot, so I'll do that before tanks. And make a horsey division for the garrisons. All right, we've succeeded. They have not joined any faction. So this should be a clean operation, I think, until Soviet Union gets involved and wipes the floor with us. But we're being aggressive early like we're supposed to be. If we could cross that river before... Oh, they got there first. They got there first, but it shouldn't matter. And there's Memel, which Germany doesn't care who has it. Actually, if we have it, they can't demand it from us, as long as we stay on the faction. But we should probably leave the Axis before we get dragged into the war. That is definitely coming down the pipe. The Estonian educational system has long been restricted by our disparate population centers, but now with rural folk moving closer to the cities, we'll be more than capable of efficiently educating Estonian youth, +1 research slot. Excellent. We actually can get our 5th research slot because we're in a faction. What? We can have 5 research slots by 1938? That's insane. Also, I don't know what speech is playing right now. But we need to remember the political stuff too. Looks like we're staying in the Axis. Being in the Axis is probably the biggest deterrent to the Soviet Union invading us. Unfortunately. So I'm trying to figure out how to get around this. Because I would like to go do my own thing before this area of the world erupts into flames and then we're locked in eternal conflict. I think, yeah, you kind of have to get the 5th research slot while it's here. It says this focus will cancel if the requirements are not met. So my question is, will it cancel if it's already been researched? Or if it's already been focused, rather. All right, we're gonna grab military police for the suppression bonus and put them in with some forces for garrisons. We're gonna need more army XP to do that, but... Indian calls for independence have intensified of late. Now things have come to a head, as the radical Quit India movement called for the United Kingdom to leave the country as soon as possible. British authorities were quick to react, however, and have cracked down on the movement, arresting several leaders in dawn raids on homes across India. Reports prepared by Special Branch indicate many sympathizers are still at large. However, and many in the civil service express fears that more extremist elements of the movement may resort to violence. Yet another doomed attempt at freedom. Also, the Munich Agreement. German demands for the Sudeten territory in Czechoslovakia, home to a considerable German minority, have intensified. At a summit held in Munich, Germany, Britain, France, and Italy sought to find a diplomatic solution to the so-called Sudeten crisis. Czechoslovakia was not invited. An agreement was reached in which Germany annexes the Sudetenland, but will not pursue any further territorial gains in Europe. Mr. Chamberlain spoke to crowds in London. For the second time, a prime minister has returned from Germany bringing peace with honor. I believe it is peace for our time. Quite. For sure. Can they squeeze through this? Or have we already cut this off?
Valmis liikuma! Valmis härra!
All right, AI is doing a pretty decent job cleaning this up. We've lost 4,000, almost 5,000 casualties versus 11.3 thousand in Lithuania. And I don't think I really need to do anything here manually. We're already getting Memel, which is their current capital. Or are we? Is this unit defending Memel? Memel's oddly shaped, I think.
Rinnamme edasi!
Very oddly shaped.
Surume neid tagasi, härra!
So this is an attack arrow. We got 84 combat with 5 divisions versus 2. General Alexander Jackson doing his thing. Attacking from multiple directions is our only buff. Sometimes we get some shock tactics in there. And there's Memel. So they've moved capitals, and it should just be mere moments until Lithuania capitulates, and we will take their artillery, which is a big buff for us, infantry equipment, and assorted other goods. Arthur Cirque announced the cowardly Lithuanian nation could no longer withstand pressure from the overwhelming presence of Estonian forces throughout the country. The Lithuanian government chose to flee and has gone into exile. Their main forces capitulated, and Vapsid Estonia is now in control of the home. Though the war continues elsewhere, this is a great victory. So, we're obviously going, since we're the only party here, we can just take all. Which was the goal anyways, annexation. But if we didn't want it, we could puppet them instead. We don't have to compete with anybody for that. Now that's gonna raise some world tension. We've generated 4% world tension. But Lithuania has been annexed, and Vapsid Estonia big. So, job well done. They've got some territory that we could develop, and we need to do some repairs. I have no idea where
Ja, härra!
the main force is gonna come from. Here's what we need to do. I need to split this group into 2. Johan, join in. We need to upgrade you guys. New traits, sick. All right. Offensive doctrine is great when you're the one who's got the ball. I think defensive doctrine is gonna help us more right now with recovery rate. Orgloss when moving and attack +1 is so good though. But entrenching is kind of important when we're in this odd position. But also we're going to be bringing the attack north. So I don't know. Maybe we just need to stabilize here before we go push up into Finland. So I'm going to give Defensive Doctrine. Because in theory, we're always going to be outnumbered. And then Charismatic, Division Recovery Rate plus 10% is fantastic too.
Valmis, herra!
And then our Field Marshal can also do something similar. I'm not sure how the Field Marshal bonuses apply to their generals.
Ja, herra!
I don't even think that you were in that group. You are now.
Ja, herra!
You have some good voice lines. All right, so anyways, the reason we split them up is because we have two front lines. We got one with the Soviets
Pesut!
and one with people of Poland, which is currently very big because we're still in the faction with Germany. So we kind of have to decide what to do with this. I could just leave and then Soviet Union comes in. But as long as we're in the faction, they probably won't demand Mamel. Shanxi has capitulated to Communist China. Let's see what that's looking like over here. Japan. And the Greater East Asian Co-Prosperity Sphere, which includes Communist China, has made a unified front, invading from the north into China, who stands alone. No allies. No faction. The United States is still very much at war with the French Commune. And I'm not sure what they plan to do about that. Why'd you scroll left to find China? Because the world is round and I can go whichever direction I want. Someone somewhere, some win asked that back in like, 500 years ago. They started sailing west, and they're like, why are you going west? The whole world's over there, dude. And they're like, oh yeah? Watch this. And then they died in the middle of the Atlantic because their ship sunk because they sucked at sailing in like 1500s. But the next person. Yeah, but what about the next person? What was that? What was that warning sign? Thank you, Tox. That was a great story. I'm glad you liked it. How do you plan to get manpower? Right now I wait? Building sabotaged. Why is it saying building Hang on. It's because of you. Let's change to horsey template. Wait, change the default to the horsey template. There we go. And then, we learned about this last time. We can actually change... Wait, I don't remember. It's on the recruit page. We want garrisons to always have highest priority with reinforcements. And that should help. But I am researching military police, and we'll get those in. And we're doing great logistically, so I want the entire army to do exercises to build army experience right now. I'm actually only gonna have this front line doesn't need to extend into Germany. Pretty much just here is good, which I think is where they stopped anyways, because we don't have enough people. We're gonna need to do some recruiting. The Panay incident, or Panay. American and British gunboats were attacked by Japanese aircraft in separate actions today while evacuating Western civilians from the front line in the war between Japan and China. Despite being clearly marked as an American vessel, the USS Panay was hit by 2 bombs and sunk, with 3 American and 1 Italian citizen killed and others wounded. In a separate attack on HMS Ladybird, 1 British sailor was killed. Both the American and British governments have issued strong protests. The incident highlights the increasing tension between the 3 foremost naval powers. Does Japan have no limit? Does the decision to form the Baltic Union still exist? Possibly, yeah. It does. That's where we get our cores. I knew it was somewhere, but I thought it was a focus. It actually doesn't cost any PP. It's fantastic. No political power, it's free. As long as we're fully independent, control all Estonian, Latvian, and Lithuanian states, we will become known as the Baltic Unitary State. That should probably be at the top. if it's an event that you can actually activate. I don't know why you wouldn't want cores on all these. But anyway, thanks for that reminder. Boop. Hey, we're a cool color of blue now, dude. The unification of the Baltics. With the conquest of all lands belonging to the Baltic states, the Estonian government has now begun increasing moves toward integration of the newly conquered territory. As a result, in an attempt to rally the people behind the state, there's been an increase in pan-nationalist propaganda with clear support from the government. An Estonian official was quoted saying, "The Baltic countries have always felt a strong kinship to each other. It is only natural that we conquer them and force them to unify even against their will, especially in light of the threats on our borders. Only by standing together can our peoples remain independent and free. Very, very free. They have therefore now proclaimed true Baltic unity, renaming the country the Baltic Unitary State. It is necessary for our survival." It is. Okay, so we talked about the cores earlier. What that means is, number one, our flag. Yo, look at this graphic designer black and white flag with the pause button in the middle. Can't put a pause on our rapid growth to becoming a military superpower. More like. Baltic Unitary State uniting under one. Namely, we don't have, if we have cores on them, we don't have to actually occupy them anymore. And by occupy, I mean deploy garrison forces. So we get all the benefits of these states, including their manpower. Their populations now are considered recruitable by us. We had 140K from nothing. We went from 0 to 140. And on top of that, we should probably have more factories now. Boom! 15 plus 9 factories. We just shot up to 24 because we're getting the full firepower of Latvia and Lithuania. And we got free military factories, and I should have probably been paused because there's 8 free factories. And any natural resources. So, what we need now, we have 26,000 guns because we inherited their entire stockpile. We're definitely going to need more support equipment, so let's go ahead and pump support. We're going to want everybody to have artillery, so at least 2 factories there. I actually want everyone to have anti-air this time. Trucks are always important. We'll bump those up. And then we have 2 left, which I'm probably just going to do... We're probably going to burn through these guns pretty fast. So I'm going to say another one on guns and a 5th support equipment, and hopefully that's good enough for now. Now, since we've applied all those factories, it becomes apparent that we don't have enough natural resources. So, commit another factory. Maybe commit a factory for aluminum. And we're a little short on steel, but it should be good enough to get most of this going. Free dockyards, too. So we can start building some convoys with our single, I think it's being repaired, dockyard. You could not create a more dystopian flag than that. That flag is sick, dude. You could, this flag you could use as like a helmet, you know, like the UN helmets have like the icon on them, just like wrap that around the helmet. It'd be pretty sick. I'd wear that on a t-shirt. Remember when we were gonna make the fastest tanks in the world? I know, but I had other things on my plate, like unifying the Baltics under one banner. Okay, then I'm just gonna finish repairs, and we're gonna need to make sure that infrastructure slash railways. Oh yeah, supply hub, baby. We got supply hubs. We got them. Why is supply so bad here? Is it because of construction stuff? If civilian factories get bombed to the point you can't meet trade deals, does it break the deal? It kind of just removes it from your board. I'm not sure if that can happen or not. Maybe. So now I need to decide what I want to do with these factories. Part of me is tempted just to go ahead, because this is a long-term play. Part of me is tempted to get each to at least a level 4. How long will this take? 22nd of October. Because that's going to help us out with distributing resources anyways. I don't know if we need this many. Why don't we alternate? I'd like to have 30 civilian factories working around the clock if possible. So I'm kind of like looking around here. It's getting a little abstract in my mind. Helping the Germans, how kind of you. Hold on. All right, field hospitals need to be put in our forces pretty much immediately, and we need to, like, fix our tiers. We only have 20 army XP even after that war, unfortunately. But the trickle back will be hugely useful. Okay, it's still 1938. Is it time to... I think it's time to at least start researching tanks. And we're about to get a 5th research slot anyways, in theory. Okay, but yeah, I'm trying to decide, like, what order I want to do this. Maybe we should just do things one at a time. Stop queuing up, like, 10 things, just do things one at a time. Okay, this is good. Then... I say use what you got first. If you've already got an 80% 4 out of 5, then go ahead and build there. If there's space. There'll be more space there eventually. Okay, let's get one more. Mamel? We're never gonna concede Mamel. Isn't that right, guys? Right? Right, guys? Okay, maybe build here first. There we go. We queued up just some civilian factories. I'm also wondering how viable it is to just go into land fort construction and just fortify the entire eastern front. That connected to the border? I think it is. And I'm worried about Poland to the south also. I think that connects. The Hispanic Alliance. Yo. President Lázaro Cárdenas of Mexico's Partido Nacional Revolucionario has announced the formation of a new bloc of nations in the Western Hemisphere. The Hispanic Alliance has declared that left-wing agitation and foreign interference alike will be defeated by the forging of a Revanchist alliance of autocratic strongmen who will reorder the region to create a strong counterweight to the other factions. Is this the prelude to yet more fighting? Possibly. All right, let's start building up some extra XP per day. Artillery attack. Easy, easy, easy. I was reading that. Infantry division attack plus 10% and defense plus 15% is beautiful. Start with you and some free army XP per day. We researched armored trains, which we will start building soon, and the Fourth International's happening. A number of communist delegates from around the world met in Paris today for a founding conference, laying groundwork for what's been known as the Fourth International. Calls for its formation existed for years. Supporters of Trotsky's theories are taking the lead. Stalin responded to the growing support for Trotskyism abroad by ordering additional assassinations and increasing propaganda against his old rival. With past purges of suspected Trotskyists in the high ranks of Soviet military and leadership in recent memory, this is unlikely to be met with any resistance. Indeed. September, it's almost 1939, but not quite. Are we going to use the anti-tank? We can't have it all. It's kind of hard to build everything. We need planes. We need some planes at least. I'm gonna go for our first baby fighter. And let's convert civilian trains over to armored trains. Alex, drinking anything tonight? I got some water. So probably not. I have water. Hello, Mary Skipper Mod Squad. Any way to estimate how much air cover Germany will provide? I'm tempted to just leave the Axis. But then I don't know what's going to happen. Maybe death. The Anti-Comintern Pact, the German Reich has secured fertile ground for diplomatic means of containing the Soviet menace. However, the pact does not constitute a military alliance, nor does it contain well-defined obligations for signatories. Adolf Hitler now seeks to extend the pact to an anti-Soviet coalition, a binding agreement to join together in war if any signatory enters into a state of war with the Soviet Union. While substantially more dangerous and likely to bring an end to any diplomacy we still maintain with the Soviets, also a chance to ensure we have strong allies on our side in case of war. We will stand by Germany and its allies against the Soviets. I feel like this is probably the best play, and then just leave the Axis. And then we get the best of both worlds. We will stand with Germany by, yeah. Basically. What happens to tech sharing? I'm gonna save and find out. We produce many of our partners' equipment already. Perhaps by studying their designs, we'll significantly improve native Estonian designs. That's our 5th research slot in 1938, which is OP insane. And if we're gonna be building forts anyways, here's what because I think before we worry about Finland and all the others, we got what we really needed here first. Now, this is some good factory stuff anyways, plus Defense of the Nation is a military factory and land fort and coastal fort construction bonus. So I feel like that's not a bad thing. Plus it leads to a boon of 6 military factories at the end of this line. Like, we're already getting ready to queue up those forts. And then 5th research slot. Spicy. It's still a little too early. I think we will need anti-tank. At the very least, it'll open up some options for tank customization. So let's go ahead and research it. No spoilers, guys. I don't know how this game ends. I don't know either. In fact, watch this. What happens if you leave? Bye. Okay, I thought that was gonna be like instant punishment. The German Reich has long condemned communism in all forms and has made diplomatic motions to demand other nations oppose it as well. Now the German Reich has offered states under immediate threat from communism a chance to form a pact against the Soviet Union. Any country in the pact will be committed to fighting a war against them should there come a time when a member is attacked. Do you still have the pact? I assume so. Nukes inbound. That very well could be. But who would you invade first if you're Germany? You'd probably go to the Polish peasant, and then maybe they join the Comintern and then go to war against Soviet Union anyway, and then I get dragged in whether I want to or not, just from signing the pact. Do you still have the tech slot? I do! I have all 5, even though I left.
Yes, I received a message from the Baltic Unitary State, and it says here that you left the Axis. I am sure that was a misclick, probably on your side. Some paperwork error with your secretary or some such. I just wanted to re-extend the invitation back into the Axis, because I do know it was a mistake, wasn't it?
I don't know. I think it's 50-50. I think staying in the Axis is actually fantastic as a defense against Polish Peasant Republic and the Soviet Union, but I also think it's wise to escape from the umbrella of inevitable allies versus Axis. Super World War. And if we can just squeak by and survive long enough, then we can just fulfill our own ambitions of conquering Finland, Sweden, and Norway. And then, you know, life's good. Imagine if Germany declared war on you for leaving. They well may, because they like Memel, and we have Memel. It's a big sore spot for them here in Königsberg, not having Memel. So I don't know what's actually going to happen. I think short term it's better to be in the Axis, long term it's better not to be in the Axis. But you have to make it past the short term to make it to the long term. What's their opinion? -15. Faction traitor is -75. And Soviet Union hates us too. Faction traitor. It's not ideal. What's a little treason between friends? Indeed, indeed. All right, how's the Spanish Civil War going? French Commune's like, hey, learn how to do this, guys. Mexico's not in civil war. France is not in civil war anymore. The Baltic states have already been unified. China's they're fighting back. It's tough to fight there because of supplies. Poland is communist, yes. It's the Polish Peasant Republic. They won the uprising and are now led by Maria Kozucka. But it's okay, chat. I'm sure some of their national focuses changed after they clicked them. Right? He doesn't know. He doesn't know. Yes. Someone posted a clip. I'm sure that it proves that I was wrong and you were right. But I don't care. You can be right. That won't stop me. It never has. Is 20 and 40 width still the best, or are you using something new? It is no longer still the best, and I don't know if there's consensus on what constitutes the best. Combat width now changes based on what tile you're fighting in. So I guess you could try and specialize it based on where you expect to do the most fighting, which for us is Forest. Forest has a combat width of 84, which in my mind means that 21 combat width would be ideal. Because 21 times 4 is 84, so you could squeeze more in that way. But anyways, I was still right, because the only reason why this entire argument started in the first place is because I expressed happiness at the event in the game, and someone was like, yeah, you're excited about that? You shouldn't have been, because it was foretold if you had just read the changing text, you idiot. I embellished the words a little bit, but I'm simply saying, just let me have some fun, okay? We can all just have fun. We can all stop talking about this, chat. You keep bringing up these sore spots. Just let it end. God, stop right now. Stop talking about it in chat right now. Just let me have some fun. Psycho streamer is just yelling at himself. Maybe I do need a drink. Interwar artillery. But no, the reason why I am so excited is because of the last 3 campaigns, Mexico, we were supposed to invade Central America and failed to do so due to weird world events where, because of our civil war, the United States stopped guaranteeing our existence, and so I couldn't declare war on any Central American countries. So we had to play landlocked Mexico. Then we played Poland, which was a great campaign, but did not get to fulfill our political ambitions basically until we had already started to steamroll. This is the first time where we've actually done the proper steps in order and secured like a larger landmass for what is initially a fairly disadvantaged position on the world stage. So I feel like that means things are moving in the right direction. And I'm excited that we're actually on curve, quote unquote. All right, and studying artillery is getting us howitzers. Tank artillery sounds fun, to be honest. Did you win the Polish campaign? Effectively. If you want to see how the Polish campaign would have gone, check out the beginning of the stream. For 20 minutes, we did a Marvel What If episode on that campaign to see how it was going to go. And it's close enough to 1939 now. I'm just gonna launch. We're a quarter of a year ahead of time, but we have 5 research slots, so who cares? Estonia confirmed smartest nation in the entire world due to their tree allocation. We need to start actually recruiting units. We need to make our cores not suck. They are 12 combat with, and they are terrible. So it's time to at least spend enough points to get them to 18. But I said 21 was good. I kind of like this comp. It is 9 infantry divisions, or units rather, in the division, and then 1 artillery line. Which is still more artillery than support artillery is, I think. Yeah, support artillery is just 12. A line of artillery is 36 units of artillery, so it's 3 times that. So I just got here. I saw this video. Is it true the streamer was wrong? The only thing I ever did wrong was waiting this long to ban all of you. I don't have enough points for all this. Oop, I didn't mean to close it out. All right, chat, I'm going to rename these dudes to something I know what it means at a glance. Grunts. "21 combat with to fight in the forests. We're going to give them a field hospital and an engineer company in time, but for now, we're only using an extra 900 military guns, infantry equipment, and only 100 towed artillery out of our stockpile of over 1,200. So we got plenty of supplies. So let's update the current ones and start training some more. We're draining our manpower, so we need to watch that. I'd like to keep it around 100,000. Right now we have 124,000 in the field, so we can go a little further. So we have 124 in the field, 57,000 in training. What's a good number then to keep in the back pocket for that? Like 1/3, 33% reinforcements or something? This would be 190,000 total in the army. This would be 200,000, like square. And we have 65,000 reinforcements. That's pretty good. 0! Everyone to the front! All right, but anyway, it's fantastic to start actually recruiting. some proper divisions. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 simultaneous. I also like to design, if we get some more points, a Coast Guard. Because naval invasions are going to be our worst enemy. By the way, Tangented, thanks for 3 months of gift sub to Unlooping Fool. What's up, Unlooping Fool? Do you need to convert all your new divisions? They automatically do that if you overwrite a template, but I actually don't have that many.
Yeah, hurrah!
Because we have the problem with absorbing and annexing and coring other nations is that I'm also stuck. How do I change their template over to my template without spending too many points? Anybody that was in our original army is automatically converted, but infantry template 1 and 3 and anti-Soviet division are totally different. These are from the other nations. So the other nation has a 20 combat with. I like that the AI is still using the old meta. It's kind of funny. 2 line artillery with support artillery. The button with 2 arrows in the top left will change a template.
Korraltusi!
Ah, here we go. Okay. So this is going to lower the amount of artillery we're actually using, which is maybe not great, but I think it'll be fine because I want to have we don't have a huge production line right now, so it'd be hard to reinforce these guys anyways. But they lose XP. They go from level 3 to level 2. But they're also in training. So I can actually just select a bunch of these guys. Who's this? Oof. Yeah, let's just... But if I convert those, it's going to take even more manpower. So I need to, like, cancel at least a couple of these. Well, let's just convert all these. Do I have to do them one at a time? There's probably a faster way to do this. Oh, these arrows. Okay. I see. I didn't see this arrow here. I thought it was just from that menu. Oh, not the horsies. We'll do something else for them. And the anti-Soviet division's already pretty good. I think that sucks. So I'm gonna convert you as well. Alright, so they all have to kind of swap over. But that should work, and I feel like it's just gonna be overall better. Now I would like enough army XP to change the horse division. The winged hussars may ride again through the forest, dude. It's very possible. All right, there's a lot going on here. Australia seeks distance from the Commonwealth. In a speech this morning, Prime Minister John Curtin announced the Australian government's dedication to growth and stability as an oceanic state. This means looking to new shores other than those of Britain's Europe, as the Australian people can no longer bear the weight of foreign conflict on their shoulders. In direct reference to the King's speech at the open of the last Parliament, John Curtin hit the point home by stating, "Never another Gallipoli!" The rapturous cheers from the crowds indicate a new era of Australian politics has begun. Where it'll end, the world can only speculate. Big ramifications in the Pacific. I think the cav was really fun last time, so I'm just going to increase the cav with more cav right now because I like cav. Combat width of 12 is better than a combat width of 8. And we do have some extra manpower, so go ahead and overwrite. We're gonna call these. Chat, what's a? Give me. We can't be the winged hussars again. What's an Estonian thing? What is a Finnic Ugro name? Ungra. What is it? Hang on. What is it? Finnic. Finno-Estonian. No, where's the Finno-Ugra? Talk to remember to add support companies. You have to have Army XP, which we don't have. It's 10 XP per support company, so we're having to wait. Teutonic Knights. What about the Baltic Bray? I don't know. That's maybe not horse. Is that horse related? The Estoniquestrians. The Baltic Lance. Baltic Broncos. I know Bronco is like a regional horse. But that's okay. That's pretty good, though. Estonia. SWAT Stallions. The Baltic Bears. I don't know, now I kind of like the Estona Stallions. There you go. Alright, so once we have some more Army XP, we'll rock those forces up even more. Sending a bunch of cavalry through the forest actually works pretty good. They cover distance very well. You don't have to produce horses, you just have them. It worked for us really well as Poland. No complaints. Empower Finnish militants as Finland gets fascist organization, daily fascism support for 360 days. You can also march through Finland. And then we can create the Finnic Supremacy League and invite them to our faction, or unite our nations. And they will get an event, or they will get an event where we hopefully annex Finland if they accept. So it's similar to kind of how the last one went. We should probably do that sooner rather than later. However, we're literally 140 days away from 6 extra military factories, but I think we just have to do that. It's already November 1938. Things are about to kick off, so I'm going to start down this path. We need time for the fascism support to grow in Finland. So let's do it before it's too late. The VAPS movement would not have been possible without the assistance of Finnish veterans to the north. Finnish volunteers aided Estonia to gain her independence, and now these veterans like us seek to overthrow their weak-willed government and establish one which works for the Finns. Horses in this game are so weird. They just come out of nowhere. You can recruit millions of cavalry and the millions of horses just appear. No horse factory. I mean, that's like real life, though, you know? Horses just kind of came out of nowhere. They're just there. You ever think about that? Nobody made horses. We just ride them and tame them and stuff. They were just there the whole time. All right, so we have the National Defense Council, which is a 10% bonus to land forts, coastal forts, and military factories. It's a permanent buff. It's very good. We're still in the anti-Soviet pact, so I'm considering how that'll end up playing out for us. It might have screwed us, but they're probably going to go to war with us at some point, whether we like it or not. I got distracted. Oh, once we finish these last 2 civilian factories, we're basically gonna go like 75% into getting land forts along the Soviet border. Since we're not in the faction with Germany anymore, we're gonna need to consider forts along Königsberg as well, but Soviets are clearly the more pressing threat. I would like to kind of squeeze in a few more civilian factories. I can't scroll. Help. Okay. What's going on here? Hey, there it is. So I like to do like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then do another civilian factory. Space these out. It's doing the same weird thing. And then like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 land forts, and then another civilian factory, and just kind of keep pumping both simultaneously. We've almost got 150 political power again. We've already got war economies, so consumer goods factories aren't going to get reduced anymore. Probably just going to take, since it's almost 1939. This is motorization research speed. 2% consumer goods factories. We have to give those to Ford? I can't even hire them anyways, unless we go with the Allies. Artillery research speed up is nice. But so is weapon and equipment research speed. So we're probably going to grab the Infantry Equipment Arsenal Talon Designer. And then as soon as 1939 rolls around, we'll be prepared. Oh, it's going to line up perfectly. Because we have a research slot in 1 day. We have exactly 150 political power. We go weapon and equipment research in. The research slot opens. And then military police, we're going to add those to... We don't need to add them yet. But that'll go in our kind of occupation garrison forces. And now we have that bonus ready to go for weapons too. So anything under weapons and equipment is now 15% bonus research speed for rest of game, which is very nice. The faster you can get ahead of the curve on tech, if you out-tech your enemy, a smaller force better armed, you know, is going to outweigh a larger force that is less armed. Yo, they just announced weapons too? Got a sequel. Probably going to be in development hell for 5 years. They've only put out a CG trailer so far. Show some gameplay, damn it. The VAPS movement is now looking to Finland. Daily fascism support in Finland up for 360 days, and then we need to do some marches for which we're going to need political power, which we just spent. So we're going to have to build some more up. The Finnish veterans lack the organization we had. Perhaps our mere passive support of them is not enough to bring about change that we saw in Estonia. By organizing marches in Finland, we may one day see our two nations united under the heroes of the last war. Speaking of wars, how goes the civil war in Spain? It's a bit messy. Let's see what that looks like. 350,000 Spanish dead in the Spanish directory? Or no, just in Spain by the Spanish directory. The fascists have lost almost 200,000 soldiers. It's a big civil war. The American-French War has seen the Philippines take down 60,000 French commune soldiers. Conversely, the U.S. has lost 11,000. United States declared war extremely early in our game. And it appears most of the fighting has taken place to the south. Well, or no, because they got French Guiana down here, and then further west, got the Philippines and the French Commune. So it'll be taking place outside of the French Commune, is what I'm trying to say. Artillery specialized in defeating armored targets like tanks generally fires armor-piercing shells. Also unlocks some cannons for our tank designer. And there is no more 1939 weapons. We do need recon. Recon companies are valuable. We're still researching tanks. 1939 artillery's good. No, we gotta do production first. Production first. Max factories in state up, factory output up. Let's get concentrated 3. And then we'll get production efficiency caps, which they still haven't reached. So you gotta keep that in mind when you're researching industrials. If you're not at your production efficiency cap, then raising the cap isn't helping you. So it won't be your priority. So make sure you check before you just kind of research it, unless there's nothing else that you need, right? What do you think of the DLC so far? I think it's really good, actually. We played Poland yesterday and the day before, Monarchist run. Right now, we are playing Estonia. We united the Baltics under the banner of the Baltic Unitary States. I'm enjoying the new focus trees. Tank designer seems cool. The free update for changing the support or supply maps has been really neat. It looks like we're fairly well supplied in all but this little pocket. But I think that pocket is reachable with trucks. So I don't think I need to really change the train infrastructure here. But I'm enjoying it. And if you were interested in playing Soviet Union, the focus tree is absolutely massive. You can't even see all of it because they already picked one of the things. They went the path of Marxism, Leninism. It's hard to say. I started my first Hearts of Iron game tonight, playing as Cuba, no idea what I'm doing. Yeah, that's kind of what you do. You just respond to stuff, like when the German Reich invites you to join their Facebook group 3 times. You just uninstall Facebook. Is the audio out of sync? I would recommend refreshing the page. Because I haven't seen anybody else complain about it, but that doesn't mean it's not there. Zact, by the way, thanks for the 3rd month. Appreciate the Prime, dude. Hope you're having fun hanging out in the stream. We've unlocked the March Through Finland decision, trying to unite the veterans of the war that helped us gain our independence as Estonia. So before we can pursue any of these, Finland's ruling party has to be fascist, regardless, I believe. So we're going to work on those decisions while simultaneously finishing this Complete the Armament, which is a huge industrial buff. Then I'm going to go back to the Axis investment stuff and see what we got over there. Maybe we should have already been doing that. Because that's military factories, land forts, coastal forts, building slots, civilian factories. There's a lot of good industry stuff here. The fate of Czechoslovakia. German troops have crossed into Bohemia and Moravia, ostensibly to restore order to the regions in the wake of the collapsing Czechoslovakian government. In Prague, occupying forces announced the creation of an autonomous protectorate within the German Reich. With German support, Slovakia has been declared independent under the leadership of Joseph Tiso. The nation of Czechoslovakia is no more. Big. I bet they're quite excited for that. Hungary renounces the Treaty of Trianon. In a public declaration, Miklos Horthy renounced the treaty imposed by Allied powers after the Great War. Signed by Hungarians under protest in 1920, it greatly reduced the country's size and limited the strength of its military. In his speech, Miklos Horthy already hinted Hungary may soon look towards reaffirming their claims on territories taken from them 2 decades ago. Quick Crab says, I remember back when they added the Spain tree, it ended up being one of the largest trees in the game despite being, you know, Spain. What a DLC that was. This one's better for sure. Bro, I love the Spain tree. Unironically, Spain has one of the most fun campaigns in the entire game. If you have that DLC. Here's what you should do if you haven't already. You should play Spain. And your focus should be supporting the anarchist movement in your nation. And if you go down the anarchy tree, you will basically unlock the ability to get cores on most of the known world. What you're allowed to do at that point is, if you can win the war and attack the right targets in the correct order, you can spread your anarchic tendrils throughout the world, and just that is the world domination run, if ever there was one in Hearts of Iron. That's the closest to world domination campaign you can get, because you literally get to core the entire civilized world, which is the most important aspect. A lot of different nations you can annex, but not core. Is there a DLC that gives Canada a unique good tree? Canada does have a unique tree in one of the DLCs. I don't know if it's good. I haven't played it. But there is I mean, I own it. I could just show you what I can see. It's not a big tree. It's Canada, but it is unique. So, take it or leave it. It's there. Hey, we discovered interwar tanks. That's cool, right? Very good, everyone. Very good. All right. I guess I'm just gonna keep one research on tanks. Let me check my other research. 7 days. Okay, we'll get that research on tanks. I want to just finish industry. I want to always stay up to date on production caps and such. Canada's kind of slow at first, but I ended up annexing Germany as Democratic Canada. I haven't played Canada. Maybe I will someday. I am enjoying this, though, now that we've got a much larger land area. It feels like the inverse of when we were playing Poland. And we are in full-scale land fort building. Where is my... There's no scroll bar, chat. My window's broken. There's another one here. This is not the topmost entry. Maybe I'll do a quick reload. Baltic State is a really nice aqua color. I do love the choice for this, yeah. Much better than that pink that we had as Poland. There's the top one. So we got 15 factories on a civilian factory. And we're kind of trying to pump this slowly up to so we can have 30, while also working on land forts. All right, we know how to build fighters, and soon we will have the military factories to build them, so that we can start making some airframes for defense. They're not going to be fast or particularly strong, but at least we will have them. And then back to tanks. We're going to go light frame. Let's get, we're going to have to just wait and get to 1936 before we start even building, I guess. Only 2% of players have the Anarchist Spain victory. Doesn't the game disable achievements? That's the thing. That's the problem with this game. It disables achievements unless you play Iron Man. So I don't even know if I've earned any achievements, because I play self-imposed Iron Man, where I just try not to save scum unless something bad happens. But you know, it's good for situations like we just had, where the UI bugged, so I can quickly make a save, reload without losing any progress. Don't forget the decisions for Finland. You are right. They are slowly spreading fascist ideology. And we just have to start marching, I guess. So let's start in Helsinki. We can't. They need... Oh. You can't... They won't let you in the capital. How about Karjala? There's a 50% chance fascism support goes up by 5%. 35% chance it goes up by 10%. 15% chance it goes up by 15%. So that's crit, basically. So we'll start working on it. Getting a land connection to Finland would be very, very helpful. I don't know how we're gonna make that happen. Does Iron Man not save when you quit? It may. It probably does, but the game itself normally saves like at the beginning of each month, I think. We're about to get a 100% research bonus for infantry weapons, support artillery, and armor tech. So even though we're currently researching weapons, we don't actually use the bonus until the next one. So it'll still be there. We'll be able to get ahead of the curve. Tox, I love your seatbelt awareness flag. Wear your seatbelts, chat. This is your reminder to wear your seatbelt, okay? Because that other drunk person isn't gonna check to make sure that you're wearing one, okay? You have to do that.
Privistone!
6 fresh divisions popping out.
Kurokke!
I actually... Why? You guys are both aqua. You can't both be aqua. One of you needs to be a different color. One of you can be green, okay? There.
Valmis, herra! Tähelepanu!
Okay, you guys up there.
Ja, herra!
You guys down there. Rotate. Okay, now,
Tähelepanu!
3 of you go here.
Pesud!
The other 3 divisions go there. And reinforce the borders. Start exercising. All right, we have 21 combat with divisions with literally no support groups. Oh, we need to make anti-tank. No interwar tank chassis. Fighters, yes. But we're gonna need factories. Speaking of support divisions, let's give you, for sure, the engineer company that you deserve. So this is going to be an update to every single grunt division, which we have many of now since we've been converting them all. And then for my second trick, I think field hospital, chat, we have 0 manpower. Hold on. Cancel. There we go. 40,000 manpower. No more training for now. We got what we got. But yes, have an engineer company and a field hospital. So since we have a field hospital, 20% of the people who would ordinarily die in combat are actually going to be recycled into the manpower pool because we saved their life. It also preserves some experience and gives us plus 10 breakthrough. So it gives you some offensive power too. That breakthrough is actually really important. I have to assume the breakthrough is because they're like, come on, men! We got hospitals and doctors. Who cares if we get shot? And then they're just like more effective offensively. That's the only thing that makes sense to me. They just take it for granted. So you'll notice
Porraltuisi!
these orange bars kind of going down while they are reinforced, and then they will have supplies deployed to them as they become available. We actually do have a surplus of trucks, support equipment, 25,000 extra guns, 1.3k artillery. We picked up a lot of this from annexing and coring the Lithuanian Latvian peoples. Very useful. All right, we're back to 100 PP. I might just save 150 and go ahead and get the tank guy now so we can actually have armor research speed and tech reliability up. So we'll just go ahead and save for that, I guess. I also need to keep spending PP on Finland. Construction 3. All right, we're staying nice and ahead of the curve here. Build 10% faster. Can't complain. When do we want to start excavating? We're only getting 12 steel, so never. Never excavate. We're just gonna have to keep trading for eternity. It's March 1939. Probably time to get upgraded artillery. It's also time we have to have recon. Let's do Recon Company first. We can attach those to every single infantry division. I would like to give them motorized, but we're not making nearly enough trucks yet. We have 640 in the stockpile. We'd have more if we had any rubber, but like nobody in the world has that, so we're doing our best. We're definitely going to be running out of support equipment too, so I'm going to go ahead and just squeak in one more gun manufacturer, one more support equipment, one more truck. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And we're going to get 6 military factories from the armament completions. That'll be fantastic. All right. Did the thing happen? No. We didn't get an alert telling us which dice we rolled. I think it just quietly ended. They're at 29%. Did we get a crit? Venezuela joins the Hispanic Alliance. Earlier today, Catholic Mexico and Venezuela issued a joint statement. The latter has been formally granted member status in the Hispanic Alliance. Catholic Mexico! And the Spanish Civil War is over. Spanish Directory won! The Phalanges' victory in the Spanish Civil War. After a long and grueling civil war, the nationalists under Emilio Mola have finally defeated their Carlist and Republican enemies and secured full control over Spain. Though isolated pockets of Republican troops continue to wage guerrilla war that may well hamper the exertion of local nationalist control in previously Republican areas, it's unlikely further coordinated resistance of any significance will materialize. As the nation rebuilds war-torn cities and industry, preparations are being made to transition back to a civilian government under José Antonio Primo de Rivera. It remains to be seen what Spanish imperialist ambitions may manifest in the current world crisis. That means fascist Spain secured a victory. Interesting flag. It's very red and black brutalist. This is fairly rare. And simultaneously, Catholic Mexico, led by Manuel Reyes, is creating their own alliance. From our nation's birth in 1918 to present day, Estonia has equipped its armies with arms from the Brits, but no more. We cannot rely on the Brits any longer. We must look forward and begin manufacturing weaponry of Estonian origin. World's going fascist? France is communist. So, it may end up... I have to check see what the UK's up to. Alright, is this gonna be... this is fine. We'll just do this now. And then do the Finland thing. Australia severs ties with Britain. In a hotly contested vote, a small majority in the Australian Parliament decided the country should leave the British Empire. The last few remnants of British legal rule have been declared null and void. John Curtin's already signed the decision to law, thereby bypassing the long-standing legal tradition of royal assent being granted by the Governor-General and turning Australia into a fully sovereign nation. Parliament also voted to form a constitutional committee, which will discuss and advise on changes that will be made to the Constitution to remove all traces of British intervention in Australian affairs. A mere formality at this point. The war in Japan and China is still going, with communist China actually being in the greater East Asian co-prosperity sphere and politically opposed to the Soviet Union, led by Mao Zedong. A lot of weird stuff happening. I do think that there is definitely also Poland went communist as well. I think it's just kind of breaking down into an Axis versus Comintern. It's what's incoming. Hungary just joined the Axis. Hitler found a new best friend after I turned down the invitation like 3 or 4 times. Someone in chat just deleted 100,000 channel points to delete themselves. Go for it. The second Vienna Award. A treaty has been signed at Vienna following German arbitration that will see northern Transylvania restored to Hungarian rule. The territory previously been awarded to the Kingdom of Romania upon the conclusion of World War I, leading to a bitter dispute. Are these the first of many borders to be adjusted now that a new order seems to have been established in Europe? We will see how long this lasts. All right, so they are at 30% fascist populace, or popularity. And we are currently marching through Finland, taking the world by storm, trying to wake up the veterans. Preparing for the incoming conflict. It's April 1939. Historically speaking, we are mere months away from when Germany and Soviet Union invaded Poland and kicked things off. But I don't know what's going to happen now. We will see. Tangent, thanks again for the gift sub, by the way. Rest in peace. What happened to the U.S. being at war with the French Commune? They are very much still doing so. I think they're just not fighting in Europe. They're fighting abroad. They still own French Guiana. And then fights have been happening around the Philippines, mostly. The Treaty of Craiova. More concessions have been forced upon the Kingdom of Romania, with Bulgaria reclaiming southern Dobruja. The territory was annexed by Romania in 1913 after the Second Balkan War and is still mostly populated by ethnic Bulgarians and Turks. Regardless of reasoning, the Kingdom of Romania is now significantly weakened. I'm glad we didn't go Poland and ally with Romania this time, because that alliance would have been really looking bad right about now. They just made two major concessions. We're still doing our exercises, still burning through equipment. Okay, another one passed. We're at 40%, so I think we landed on the 10%. I'm trying to like keep track so I can see how well this is progressing. But it's nice that we didn't get the 5% chance. If we march, if you don't read this, you're screwed. Because if you march on Usima, Finland fascist supporters will start a civil war. So you really need to like make sure you don't do that until you're ready, I guess. I want to make sure it's as well on our side as possible at this point. Plus, we don't even have to do that, I don't think. No. Yeah, the ruling party does have to be fascist. Okay, so they do have to do that. That being said, it stands to reason that the more support there is for the movement, the better the civil war or party change will be. So I'm just going to play it safe. Try to drum up some more support. Plus, they still have like 365 days of daily support going up by 0.1 because of our other choice. So we're going to go with that. How are we doing on construction? Damn, we're doing quick. We're going quick. All right, let's queue up. So that means we have at least a level 1 land fort along the entire eastern portion. I don't think that's enough, but I'm just trying to make sure we have as many deterrents as possible. Plus, we're almost to that magical 30 total civilian factories. Which would be incredible. I feel like having this infrastructure at 4 out of 5 would be good. Like having a 4 out of 5 all the way through. I know it doesn't work the way it used to, but it's still good for... It says that it still helps with supply. So I'm just gonna trust it. How much? Who knows? But it claims to. 30 toasters. No, the opposite. Only 11 toasters. only 11. But yeah, then I want to get to level 2. Land for it all the way through here. And then what you want to do is you want, with the new system, to triple check where your supply lines are. Because if you've got a hub, and it's basically on the border, you do not want to lose that hub. So like having a level 4 fort there would be great. 11 is the opposite of 30. You heard it here first. Another one. 46. Ah, we only got 5%. Not ready yet. Another march. So the reason we have attrition is just for the exercises. How are we doing on support equipment? 600 plus? It's not good enough. It's not good enough, but we are going to definitely want to add support anti-air and possibly a support anti-tank. Personal and crew weapons for infantry. So these are more expensive to produce. I saw someone in chat talking about this, and it's true. You do have to pay 3 instead of 2 steel. So when you're already starved for steel, it's definitely more expensive to do that full conversion over. So since we don't have very much steel at all, what we could do is look and see what we do have. -6. So what I'm gonna do is kind of curve into that. I'm gonna trade German Reich, another factory. Then we have 2 positive steel. Since we have 2 positive steel, we can go flush by creating a separate assembly line for weapons 2. Only using 2 factories. Take 2 factories off of the old infantry equipment and at least start producing the new equipment. And we should be breaking even. Yeah, exactly 0 steel. So, using what we got. Until we achieve more resources or just have extra civilian factories to play with. I don't know if the math works out, but I usually build a bit of both. Yeah, right, it's not a bad thing, especially if you have concentrated industry like I do, because we don't have efficiency retaining. So if you swap all these over to the new one, what you're doing is you're resetting all your factories to like 10% production efficiency or 13 or whatever. And they have to build their way back up. So we're building 2 up while 4 of them keep producing at full speed. So we don't ever like go to 0 on the stockpile. You could do that too. A little bit more micromanaging. But sometimes can be nice. All right, so they're 46% as this march in Sala is almost done. And I don't know when I'm going to feel comfortable enough to just launch the Civil War. But maybe imminently. Let's check it. That was only another 5% booster at 51% popularity. We probably could do it, but if it fails, I'm going to regret. So I'll do one more march. Lappy. Hitler, no. Go away. I make my own faction. Speaking of concentrated industry, there's tier 3. 20% more factories in state. All factories output 15% better right now. It's beautiful. And then we'll only have 1. We're halfway through 39. We could just go ahead and get the 100% bonus on infantry kit. It's not bad. We're already doing recon. We're already doing tanks. Let's get the bonus on improved artillery. That's just nice to have. But it's also more expensive. No, it's not. It's actually the same price. Sick. Just a free upgrade. Ooh, we got 2 techs? What was the second tech? Does this run ahistorical as well? It is, yes. Are we gonna take Finland or are we gonna ally them? Yes. Exactly. Too early for fighter 2s. Too early for engineering research. Never too early for anti-air and anti-tank upgrades. Let's do that. Because I am making some anti-air. We have 820 spare. I want to give a support anti-air here, which would lower us by 300 units. We'd have 500 left in storage. That's perfect. We didn't do support anti-air last time. I think it would be nice to have on everybody.
This is the sub-sound.
I also don't mind having certain infantry divisions that are more dedicated to line anti-air. It's kind of funny if you don't build enough planes. I don't know how good it is, but it feels nice. And you know, isn't that what's most important? Yeah, I know we're building outdated equipment. I did that on purpose. Welcome back. Welcome back. Tangented subbing at level 2 for 34 months after timing themselves out for some reason. Thanks for the 34 months of sub. Howdy. Yeah, they still have the daily fascism support till 15th of December. That's a while. So, possibly, since I really want to spend some political power on an expert, like especially a tank expert right now. Hey, this is huge. We have completed the armament. Now that the modernization of our industry is complete, we have countless domestic military industrial organizations operating within the country. The Estonian arms industry may finally live up to its true potential. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 military factories in a single 70-day focus has got to be one of the biggest values in this entire game, to be honest. There's also fuel, dockyards. Yes, the famous Estonian arms industry. How could I forget? A rifle in every Estonian fist. I'm thinking about just doubling down because there's 3 more military factories we can get here. This is medium tank chassis, which we would have to also get. Hang on, what is this? Axis Baltic Industry. Our nation is now rich with German investment. The private sector of Germany and Estonia are almost indistinguishable, with many of the same corporations providing work to both alike. Why do they get an attack bonus against country? And, oh, and a defense bonus against country, minus 15%. That seems very odd. Does that mean against us in particular? Like they've invested so heavily in us by this point per the game that we're kryptoniting them, sort of? I don't. But it leads to request Axis support, which is the Baltic Unitary State seeks guarantees. The communist threat to the east. I bet it's really weird for them to get that and we're not even in the Axis. It's probably very odd. Fortify the border. No surrender. This is the anti-Soviet stuff. Which it's 1939. We should consider it strongly if we're not going to be in the Axis. Or we can be greedy and get even more military factories. Those are the 2 choices. Always be greedy. Greed first. Wait. Whoa. Oh, no, that's just total mobilization. We don't want that. Wait! That now? Hang on. Does this grant total mobilization right now? Or does it make it available? Because I don't want total mobilization right now. Because that'll... Recruitable population minus 3%. That would be bad. We only have 25,000 recruitable troops. We'd have to remove it right now. Okay, well, never mind. Scratch that. Tank licenses, I don't want medium chassis. All right, that just made my choice for me. I'm glad I looked at that. Let's go with border threat. Okay, but Vapsid Youth is an extra 2% recruitable population. That's huge. I mean, threat on our border is big, but having people to train is bigger, I think. So let's get some more people to train. Free military factories, 2 of them. So no matter what we do, we're going to be starting to run short on supplies. I'm going to make some more trucks because I want to make some mobile recon support and maybe some mobile infantry later. I also would like to make more than 1 factory worth of planes. It's hard to balance the books on all this. It's very number heavy, but it's also my favorite part, is just trying to predict the logistical needs of your nation. That's why I like this game so much. Because it's like, maybe I do want line artillery. Well, then I'm going to need to double my artillery production. I do want 5 support companies in every single unit. So I'm going to need to double my support equipment. Yes, I do want to have an air force. You can't, can't have everything. You have to stretch yourself so thin. Romania has declared war on Hungary, while Portugal declares war on the Spanish Directory, a world war of a different form than what I expected, certainly. Fascist Spain versus mostly fascist-leaning Portugal. And then Romania's dead, because Hungary's in the Axis, so Big Daddy German Reich's about to come in there and mess up Romania. Poland, you're safe this time. The real first land grab is actually Romania. Who would have thought? But yeah, it does appear to be right now, which would be bad. Automating machine tools using servo mechanisms has been discussed before, but putting these into practice will help us with other forms of automation like computers. So our production efficiency cap should now be able to scale up to 80%. Eventually these red bars will be eclipsed and factories will actually be running at full efficiency, but not yet. Not yet. All right, 1939, what do we need? I think the 100% bonus on infantry is good. We're already researching light. We're already researching artillery and anti-air upgrades. Anti-tank is kind of in the mirror right now because we don't have any anti-tank. So infantry is a good thing. Simple, easy, and we have a 100% bonus to get ahead of the curve. So do it. Crank these combat jams up. Did this start over? Where's the final frontier on this? Definitely started over. Because I remember we were listening to some of the good songs down here. Because I was like, this is a jam. And then they did like a speech and it reset the soundtrack. But I don't remember where we were. We definitely heard Heroes of El Alamein. I remember that. So it was definitely after that. Let's do March of the Eagles. All right, I want to check on this. 56%. I think I'm going to just spend my political power on myself and let this free fascism support just keep rising naturally. Communist China? I thought you were already in the Greater East Asian Co-Prosperity Sphere. Did you leave? All right, we are upgrading our artillery, which is going to be a short-term punch in the gut to our production lines, but it's just so much better. 50% more defense for Tier 2, 20% more anti-infantry attack, gives you some offensive punch. a little bit more expensive to produce. Also unlocks some customization for tanks, but it's just better all around. Okay. So what you're saying, Chad, is railway gun. So it's a little premature. We don't even have a tank. Bake a railway gun first. We barely even have an armored train. I don't know. I don't know what to research right now. I think world's kind of our oyster. Are we gonna be fighting in the mountains at all? Do we have any mountain tiles here? Is it all forest? It looks like all forest and plains to me. Unless, okay. Think towards the future, chat. You know where the mountains are, right? Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Yeah. There definitely are some mountains up there. So maybe just research mountaineers now so we can have them later. Start somewhere. So I guess I didn't look at that. I can show you. These are basically special forces. And special forces you can only have so many of, and it's proportional to the amount of manpower you can deploy. So the more manpower you can deploy, the more specialists you can train. You can't just train infinite specialists. But they get some significant attack bonuses, even in hills. Plus 20% attack through hills, plus 35% attack through mountains, which is a huge buff, because mountains are the most impossible terrain to fight in for most, especially vehicles, are terrible in mountains. So why not? Why not? We didn't do any specialists really last time we played, so let's do that this time. All right, we have 153 PP. I wanted the tank guy. Armor research speed up 15%, and it also stamps this armor company an additional free 5%. Look at this, got it right before the 5 days up, but it stamps 5% bonus reliability on all these chassis, which is good. You don't want the tank breaking down, catching on fire, or otherwise exploding. Hello, Gamer Deathbot. How you doing? You're probably right. It is time to stretch a little bit. How's Portugal faring? Not well, I think. Time will tell. I hope they know what they're doing. There's that little stamp saying that all constructions with this chassis are just extra reliable. 5%'s not much, but you know, it's free, so why not? And we have a 110% bonus on this. So it's gonna be done in 83 days. Then we're gonna start customizing some tanks, but we need Army XP to do that. And it's possible we may just wait until 1941, because it's already July 1939. We'll see. Who was the other person that just went to war? It was Portugal, Hungary, and Kingdom of Romania. So, I mean, the war's popping off. It's a little slower than last time, which is good. Take a little more time to develop. 68% world tension. We can check on some of the wars. Romanian-German war. Romania's lost about 34,000 troops. They've inflicted 88,000 casualties back the other way, but they're probably still gonna lose. American-French war. French commune's up to almost 100,000 casualties versus 30K. Japanese-Chinese war. 650,000 Chinese dead. 445,000 in the Greater East Asian Co-Prosperity Sphere. It is heavily in favor of the faction Prosperity Sphere. 28% in their favor. And then the Portuguese-Spanish war. Spanish Directory knows no fear. Didn't Portugal declare this war? Is this an offensive war for Portugal? They seem to be getting their ass kicked. Does not look good. That's one way, I guess, to secure the Iberian Peninsula if you're Spain. Chat, that could have been us. That could have been us, but I'm pretty happy up here in the Baltic state. In fact, since we just hired that guy, I'm gonna go ahead and do, let's check on this, 57. Let's do at least one more march. 50-50 of just a 5% boost in fascism popularity. We're hoping for that 15% crit. I think we just been getting all 50-50. We've been getting Battle Brothers. Look at that naval. Was it naval invasion? From who? I don't think there was a naval invasion. But yeah, Portugal's almost gone. Romania will fall next. You can already see the map changing. No intel on this combat. We just know there is fighting. Okay, time to swap our artillery production line over. Feels kind of bad. Losing that hard-earned efficiency. And so what this means is it's going to start doing upgrades. So before we make new artillery for the stockpile, it's going to try and automatically upgrade any Tier 1 artillery that's currently in use by our armed forces, and then excess will start spilling over into the supply of the logistics. But not before. We are a government of veterans, but many VAPSID members are simply too old or worn down by their injuries to return to active service. Perhaps these old war dogs may find new purpose in training a new generation of Estonian soldiers in the ways of war. Veteran training, Army XP gains up 10%. That's pretty good. And it's faster to train divisions, but you can't train divisions if you don't have manpower. And that is why we are going to pursue the VAPSID Youth, which says the Bulgaria submits to Romania. Wow, while they're in war? In a response to Romanian ultimatum and faced with immediate military action, why don't you just join the Axis? You guys are not aligned, Boris III. The Bulgarians have made significant changes to their government to make it more Romania-friendly. Bulgaria has accepted all their neighbor demands, and it's unlikely they will refuse further requests. As a result, it can now only be regarded as a Romanian puppet. Secret Bulgarian puppet play, dragging Bulgaria into war against the German Reich and Hungary as a last-ditch effort to try and stiffen up on the front lines. I don't think it'll work for them, but it's very brave. Bulgaria ate some of Romania, yeah. Facilitated by Germany. The dawn of the Kingdom of Romania Congress. Carol II announced today that the Kingdom of Romania has reached out to form a new alliance. The Kingdom of Romania Congress have made public their intent to cooperate in case of war. Indeed. Although great coalitions can deter against aggression, we've seen the consequences they bring when conflict does arise. The intention of the different parties joining this new alliance is debatable, but what purpose it may end up serving is unknown. Kingdom of Romania and Bulgaria are forming a faction, I guess. All right, Recon Company, Tier 1. So what Recon does is what the name suggests, reconnaissance. If you have more reconnaissance knowledge than your opponent, you get basically a buff in combat. I know that sounds very basic, but it's true. It also increases the chance this unit picks better, tactic cards while they're playing, which is worthwhile. And reconnaissance takes many forms. You can have cav, motorized, light armored, or armored recon. But you have to produce the vehicles that they ride in if you do anything other than horses. Since it's 1939 and we already have NG companies, I'm just gonna make the NG company better. Start improving our support companies. If you're gonna use them, they may as well be the best they can be. Such as the field hospital. Anti-air upgrades. So fun fact about anti-air upgrades. It doesn't just upgrade the ability for you to make better towed anti-air, but it also upgrades the physical anti-air building. So if we started filling these areas with anti-air, it would actually make them stronger. So you gotta keep that in mind. You can't just build a bunch of anti-air and assume they're doing their best. If you've never spent a single upgrade on the anti-air tree, not gonna really help you that much. So we should probably build some anti-air, to be honest. Let's go Tier 2 Field Hospital for more trickleback of our manpower. And let's check on Finland. 68%. Yo, that seems pretty good, chat. Do you think that seems good enough to just go ahead and instigate? I think it does. The March on Usima. Once we feel the veterans of Finland have been emboldened enough, we need only give the signal to march, and the Finns will at last be empowered under fascism. Potential civil war here. Let's go. Let's get the ball rolling. It's definitely the overwhelming majority over non-aligned. All right, chat. Before that potential civil war, there may not even be a civil war. Before that happens, let's take a quick gamer death break. A little BRB. Gonna take Midas the dog outside. Go get a drink, get a snack. Stretch my legs, get up, walk around, come back, and let's keep jamming it because I'm having fun. It's definitely gonna be another Yup Time stream. Happy Thanksgiving! If you're on the East Coast, Central or Mountain Time, Pacific lads over here, we do not know Thanksgiving yet. It is still the 24th. But I'll be back in just a few minutes. Hang tight. BRB. Hello. We're back. And got some refill water. All right, 10 squats. Whew. Ready to game. Ready for gaming. Well, I paused at just the right moment. Portugal has capitulated and gone into exile, giving way to the Spanish Empire, who is now in control. Was not called the Spanish Empire until now. Previously, the Directory. Jose Antonio Primo de Rivera uniting Portugal and Spain. Very interesting. Now the rest of the world looks over to Romania. We need to get more steel. Germany! I give you another factory. I also need rubber. I hate giving up this many factories, but we just don't have any resources. Honestly, rubber, what are you supposed to do? Nobody has any. British Malaya, Dutch East Indies, United Kingdom, Brazil gets 9. Otherwise, you have no rubber. What do? Just don't. You just don't? German Reich is, I guess, using all theirs because they've got a bunch. Yeah, you basically just have to build synthetic factories. But it's a little difficult for us. I'm gonna have to start researching that. We did it last time and it barely helped. The reason it barely helps is because you only get a +1 per level. So one synthetic factory at most can give you 4 rubber. It's just not much. But we have no choice. All right, this is the big powder keg. We are marching on Uusimaa. And in theory, Finland, supporters of fascist politics, which is currently a majority of 68%, should start changing the government over and kicking out Kyösti Kallio. We'll see if it works. We did our due diligence, spent a bunch of political power trying to make this happen over the course of a couple years, maybe a year. What's the practical difference between Thanksgiving and Christmas? The practical difference between Thanksgiving and Christmas. Practical difference. First of all, they're holidays, so arguably they're not practical to begin with. Their use cases come from the fact that people other than you agree that they exist. And I don't mean like other than you, like got 'em. I mean like if 5 people agree to celebrate a holiday together, that's what makes it special. They're not real outside of that, right? So I don't even know if there is a practical application to any of them. It's definitely an emotional difference between Thanksgiving and Christmas. It's in the name. Thanksgiving typically, aside from of course an excuse to get around with your family, watch football or whatever else on TV, the beginning of the Christmas movie marathons, and eating some good food hopefully, is an appreciation for what you have, while also getting to reconnect, hopefully, with family members if you're on good terms with them. Whereas, Black Friday Eve. Also, of course, shopping focused and sale focused, which you could argue does bleed into Christmas, because a lot of people buy gifts over Black Friday for Christmas. Whereas Christmas, while a focus is on gift giving, for kids it's about gift receiving. But then the older you get, for me, it's just kind of like a hallmark that capstones my favorite part of the year, which is winter. Fall into winter. Also, of course, the religious significance, but aside from that, just as a regular holiday, it's a good excuse to not just get with the family, but also show that you're thinking about them specifically, right? Because the gift giving is a physical way to express that. Hopefully, I mean, obviously, it's a lot of people. You do it year over year. It starts to just kind of become a tradition for its own sake. But at the core, it is supposed to be about hopefully doing good for other people. So Thanksgiving to me is kind of like appreciating what you have, and Christmas to me is like trying to use what you have to do good for others. So in that sense, it's like they complement each other in my mind. Speaking of doing good for others, we got a charity stream coming up on Saturday. I'm going to remind you over and over again. The Hot Potato Challenge for RimWorld has already started, and Saturday at 5 p.m. Pacific to 9 p.m. Pacific will be our turn in the hot seat with the Hot Potato, raising money for Doctors Without Borders. Just after Thanksgiving. So if you are thankful for what you have and you have more than you need and you would like to share with a very good cause, it'd be a good time to do so. So we're going to be trying to break our record from last year, which was like around $8,500 raised. The Hot Potato raised $66,000-ish last year for Doctors Without Borders collectively. And they're already off to an extremely strong start this year. So very excited. I hope we can beat last year and do even more good in the world. Anyways, if you need info or a reminder, you could check the Discord or probably the RimWorld directory. We'll have a Hot Potato streamer at all times from now through Sunday, playing on that save. We have the 1936 chassis, but do we just wait to build our first super light tank until we get to 1941? Is it that big of a difference? It is faster. It has 33% more armor. Other than that, I guess 33% more armor is good. Alright, I'm just gonna go ahead and start making infantry better. This is all in, focusing on support companies first. Vilho Anala steps down, surprisingly, when Isamalinin Kananzliak Kanzenlaik forces advanced on the Finnish capital today. Rather than igniting a civil war as expected, the former Finnish government declared that it would surrender its power and abdicate to the authority of the Isänmaalinen Kansanlaik party. That was unexpected. Chat? That was unexpected. It didn't say that it was going to do that inside of the... Oh, in Greater Finland, politics changed. New ruling party. Greater Finland, Vilho Anala and the fascist movement have taken over with a new flag. And after we are done with the Vapsid Youth, it is time to decide how we want to pursue this. We have the Finno-Estonian Supremacy League, where we basically create a faction. Or we have the seek unification to try to annex Greater Finland, assuming that they accept. If we do unite our nations, we proclaim Finno-Ugri and move towards uniting the Finnic identity. Alternative, that does prevent us from pursuing the Finno-Estonian Supremacy League and becoming Scandinavia. However, we do still get to conquer Norway and Sweden, potentially, and we have a conquer goal against the Soviets. But it's not quite the same as outright annexing them. And this includes Denmark as well. And then we get a new decision to proclaim Nordic unity if we do this. So how am I gonna choose, dude? Maybe I'll just let chat choose. I thought I was unpaused, my bad. Well, at least we didn't have to go to war to, or they didn't have to go to civil war. What do their natural resources look like? They have some steel and some chromium. Of course, Soviet Union controls this piece in Leningrad. 50 steel right next door, dude. They're just blocking Finland from having all the resources. You get to annex Finland when you proclaim Scandinavia. It is kind of unclear what happens when you proclaim Nordic unity. But initially, you were just in a faction with Finland, and then you have a goal to annex Sweden, Norway, Denmark. Which we can still conquer. But again, it's not quite the same. But when you unite the Finnic identity, this is a whole other thing. Because we get a lot of cores, including coring that territory in the Soviet Union area that we were just looking at. So we would instantly get a injection of a lot of cores. The majority of the Vaps are far past their prime, but the young ones are entirely enthralled by the historic struggle for independence that characterized Estonia a few decades ago. By establishing a Vapsid Youth, we will give these enthusiastic young men a place where they may hope to recapture the glory of their fathers and grandfathers. Add Vapsid Youth, granting recruitable population 2%. It's very big. So now our recruitable population should be 7% total. So that's like a 40% increase. All right, we have to choose, chat. We have to choose. What do we do? What do we do? Chat wants to unite. It is possible that if you proclaim Nordic unity, then you may get cores because you become known as the Nordic Empire after this. I'm trying to find... Chat overwhelmingly wants this one. So I'm just trying to find any excuse I can to pick this instead. I'll just do what chat wants to do. Unite our nations. With Finland now in the hands of its veterans and our influence tightly woven into the very fabric of the new Finnish government, all we need to do is pull a few strings, and we shall be able to unite our people into a single nation. You have to fight the Soviets for Finnic identity. You do have to fight the Soviets for Finnic identity, yeah. Which is another reason to do this. Because, conquer, focus, war goal against the Soviet Union is required before we can core, because the Soviet Union is who's controlling a majority of these areas. Well, not a majority, it's like half and half. Lock it in. Lock it in. No. Stop, Hitler. I don't want to join you. I don't want it. London Conference. Using the annexation of Austria into the German Reich as the basis for their claim, Germany's now demanded the rightful return of the former Austrian territory of Slovenia from Yugoslavia. In response, the signatories of the Treaty of Versailles have gathered in London to discuss a solution to the Slovenian question. This great peace conference has led to the decision that Yugoslavia should cede Slovenia to Germany in the name of lasting peace. Considering itself abandoned by the great powers of Europe, Prince Paul's government sees no option but to sign the agreement as presented. Peace, you say? Peace. All right, political power should either be used for high command or we could get like a chief of the army now. Non-combat out-of-supply penalties minus 6% or division training time minus 10%. What is the button to cancel unit movement? H. Halt. H for halt. Military high command. Artillery attack and defense is good. Army XP. And cavalry attack and defense is also good. We just have to train more cav. I did like the cav. I did enjoy that, but I think having a chief of the army is better right now. All right, chief of army in. Start training some more army XPs. Improved infantry equipment 2. Simple but effective. 5% bonus attack against the flesh. And we need new research. It is November 1940, so I'm gonna go ahead and get a jump on improved computing research speed. 5 research slots is so huge, dude. How is construction going? Pretty good. We're almost done with level 2. I'm gonna start on some more. Civilian factories. Try to get to that coveted 30. Nope. So if it's November, that means somehow the Polish Peasant Republic is just chilling? The actual world, like, the world tension's high, but also there's not a lot of world warring going on yet. Interestingly, the UK is still guaranteeing the independence of the Polish Peasant Republic, even though they're communist. So that'll change if they join the Comintern. And, I gotta decide if I even want to start making tanks yet. We got 40 army XP. Why don't we change these dudes? How do you get rid of that red? Down arrow. There we go. Okay, you guys are gonna be cool. You guys are gonna be legit. Chat, the Estona Stallions are born. We're actually gonna give them some motorized, which is still an unfortunate drain on our supplies, but we're only gonna do 2 instead of like 3 or 4 like we did last time. Let's look at the difference between these two. They're slightly more defensive. Breakthrough on motorized infantry is like 3 times better though. I hate the way this stat cascades. 10 soft attack, same. Hard attack's the same. Suppression is better, but that's not important. This uses some fuel. It's really about that extra breakthrough. Have an engineer company horses. We need to get some recon. Have a field hospital. And we're kind of like at budget here. So we're gonna lock that in. Delete these stinky templates. clean this up a little. And we should be good to do some training. So how many
Moral to sea!
of the horsies do we even have? 5 total units? I'd like to see more. I'll just start training too, because we still don't have that much manpower. They accept! Greater Finland accepts unification. Vilholonala has made the wise decision to allow for the unification of our 2 nations. Vilholonala has stepped down as head of the Finnish government in favor of Arthur Sirk and taken on a more deputy role in the newly unified Estonian-Finnish government. Our nations are united as one, and now we have a lot more land that we need to defend. Proclaim Finno-Ugri. With Finland now under our control, we stand in a unique position to consolidate the Finnic identity within our state. There are countless Finno-Ugric peoples across Northern Europe, and by uniting this identity, we stand to bring countless new soldiers to fight for the Vapsid cause. We will gain cores on Finland after 70 days. Right now, it's technically like annexed, more or less. Mountain infantry? Mountain infantry is starting to look more and more necessary, so I'm just gonna go straight to mountain infantry 2. And I would like to create a mountain infantry group. They already have a default mountaineer division, but we need to configure it. I'm gonna wait just a bit until we have some more army XP.
Tahanabanu!
Well, here are all of the new soldiers. We're gonna give them a new general. We're running out of generals, but that's okay. That's a good problem because it means we're actually gonna get use of the officer corps. And some of these spirits would be good.
Moral to sea!
So funnily enough, we're preparing to invade Sweden and Norway, but we also need to deter an attack from the east. It's hard to do both. We're gonna need a little time to actually build some manpower and do some training before we're ready for that. Our intel on Sweden, we have no idea how much manpower they have. Hey Nelakil, welcome to the stream. Navy? You think we're gonna have a navy? The United States has declared war on the United States. A war from within. Trust no one. Not even yourself. Alf Landon. Becoming fascist. I didn't know this was gonna be like fascism was gonna be the popular play. This is Joshua Harrison representing the Republican Party, trying to defend the continental United States. Uh-oh. Good luck with what you've managed to maintain up here in New England. You don't even get New York, dude. You just have, like, Maine, Massachusetts. He's got Boston. He's got Boston. Hey, Delaware! Come on, baby, let's go! The Polish Peasant Republic has joined the Allies. Interesting. Very interesting. Okay, now that's a spicy play. Because I thought they were going to join the Comintern. We only got 2, like, military factories. What do the factory situation look like up here? They've been pumping it. They're all right. 3, 6... 15, that's 21, 22, 23. They got 23 factories total there. That's not bad. We don't have access to all of them yet until they become cores. But anywho, that's coming soon. What do we want to build in the meantime? We're definitely going to have to trade some civilian factories away. I think it's time to go ahead and lean all into infantry equipment too. Start spooling up the production lines. We got 4,000 spare support equipment. That's good, but it's not going to last. I'm going to take one factory off for now. 1,200 trucks. It's probably also not going to last. Let's start buffing artillery. And then a second one on anti-tank. And I'd like to get some more fighters. We only have 24 fighters. It's very sad. First time I've seen the American AI actually choose Civil War. This is also the first time I have seen it. The Second American Civil War. After months of protests and increasing tension between the supporters of President Alf Landon and his opponents in the so-called Constitutionalist camp, Constitutionalist politicians have declared a new government based in Boston, home of the first American Revolution. The divisions in society run straight through families and institutions. It appears that a slight majority of the military has decided to side with the Constitutionalists, as state governments throughout the continental United States declare their allegiance for one side or the other. The struggle for the soul of America has broken out into the open. Oh, dude. New England and the West Coast versus the rest of mainland United States. Belgium has joined the Allies. They know what Germany's getting ready to do. Liberia has joined the Allies. Well, striking fast. New York is already in the hands of the Constitutionalists. They are actually making a bid for Washington and Maryland here. Pennsylvania already largely uncontested as well. Never mind, it's coming back. Meanwhile, we got the sneak attack up through Washington and Oregon, through Montana and such. Shoutcasting the Civil War. What is happening? How did they just capture all this? What the hell are they the states are declaring? That's what it's got to be. It can't, that's not a military victory. That's like individual states. New Mexico and Arizona just declared for the Constitutionalists. Nevada is in. Confirmed. Inji Company 2 unlocks the light flame tank. I don't know how good this is, but we're probably going to build a bunch of really fast fire tanks. By a lot. Extra entrenchment is fantastic. Okay, what was I about to upgrade? It's 1940. We could actually do mechanized if we had enough factories. We're already doing research. Not 1941 yet. We need to get better fighters. We need to get better AA and anti-tank. We need to do, God, there's so much. Even with 5, dude, we'll catch up eventually. Let's do infantry first. Just make the infantry better. We're about to have to make literally another decision instantly, though. Very happy with the field hospital bonus. Bringing medical care to where it's needed. No more unnecessary deaths. All right, we already have an anti-air support company. Why don't we just upgrade anti-air now? Because we don't have any planes. Anti-air's pretty pog champ. Maybe we should start building some. We still don't even have enough forces here to defend Finland. Finland. Well, no, we do. We have enough for one. Poland refuses German ultimatum. Here we go. Here we go. It's getting spicy now. The Polish Peasant Republic will be forced to cede Danzig to Germany, and a Polish plenipotentiary will be sent to Berlin to negotiate terms. Maria Kozucka, leader of the peasants, pointed to the German Reich's recent actions when stating it was obvious that Germany would not be satisfied with Danzig alone. German and Polish forces are prepared for war, a few months late, and reports are already coming in of clashes on the border. Once again, there is war in Europe. Grave situation. Chat, I'm glad that we're not in the Axis, because we would have to fight Poland to the south, and we've already got to worry about Big Daddy Soviet Union. So now we can just focus everything on Soviet Union since these guys are in the Allies. We can actually straight up redeploy this squad. I think, how good are horses in the forest? (6%, 5% debuffs instead of. Wait, is infantry better than horses in the forest? For some reason, I just assumed that horses would be better. I don't know why. I mean, a combination's fine. Peasant Poland is really, really strong. Are they really? Horses get stuck in trees. What, like clipping? Clipping in the trees? Wait, we can't. Oh, they have to go to the port. German Reich has declared war on the Polish Peasant Republic. Not my problem, bro. Not my problem. Have fun. Why did the song just change? Italy is in the Axis. Shut up. I was listening to a song and you interrupted me even though I said no shuffle. What song was that? Chat, it was somewhere over here. God, they interrupted me. Was it below? That's a ton of songs. It is, yeah, and when you get off of order, I don't remember where we were listening to. Battle of Wuhan? No, we weren't listening to Battle of Wuhan yet. Were we? It's a good song, though. It just started. Okay, well, there we go. Whatever. The American junta passes the War Powers Act. Following a vote by standing proclamation in the Senate chamber, President Douglas MacArthur immediately signed the War Powers Act. Wait, President Douglas MacArthur. The act gives the office of the president far greater discretion in use of military than previously possible. The president may now deploy troops to defend American interests whenever and wherever he deems necessary for unlimited duration. While President Douglas MacArthur claimed that these new powers would only be used under the most dire of circumstances, sources inside the State Department claim it's merely the first step in a large-scale program of reshaping the global balance of power. Okay, relax. Douglas MacArthur, American Caesar. Division attack on core territory up. Chiefs cost down. What a psycho with the Gandalf pipe. All right, well, I guess this is actually, if you're Romania and Bulgaria, is great news that at least Polish Peasant Republic is going to be helping, and guess who's guaranteeing the Polish peasants? Did you say United Kingdom and Belgium are now also at war with the German Reich? War's popping off, chat. We got 64,000 extra military infantry equipment. That's a pretty good place to be for a standing army of only 384,000. Speaking of, I need to check on the Finnish warriors in Finland. What is this? Finland. What are you doing, Finland? There is something to be said for small groups because there's, oh my god, there's no supplies. Here's what we're gonna do. Once we why am I 44? Germany's just taking my factories for nothing and giving me nothing back,
This
dude.
stream is sponsored by viewers like you.
Who we trade with? I need a steel trading partner. 20 gifted community subs. Tangented dumping money down the toilet, just throwing it away. $100 in gift subs just going out to a bunch of first monthers in chat somewhere out there. Happy Thanksgiving, I guess. It's 12:08 yup time here in Vegas. Welcome all these new subs. Timed themselves out and just gifted a bunch of gift subs. Fruity Snowdrop first time chatter just got one. Very nice. But check yourself, chat. You may have just gotten a brand new 30-day on the house sub. Had to go to sleep. Was waiting for you to say subs to do more. But we'll put it toward the charity stream. That's a good idea. Definitely put it towards charity stream. Much appreciated, Tangented. Happy Thanksgiving to you, and have a good one. Take it easy. We could unironically trade with the Soviet Union, so we don't have to use convoys. I guess we could do French Commune, but like that's also communists. Who did the French Commune join? They're not even in a faction. All right, I'm just gonna trade with them. Who cares? There's no fascists we can trade with anyways, except the constitutional United States, but I don't want to do convoys. Oh, what about, no, Polish is also, we're surrounded by communists. As long as it doesn't help, Soviet Union, it's fine. But yeah, we just need these supplies. Okay, that'll fix at least steel and aluminum. May as well fix tungsten while we're here. It's funny, when you're planning on invading everybody, you don't have many trading partners, huh? Okay, so we just lost some civilian factories. We're building 2 more. We're on the cusp of proclaiming Finno-Ugric and coring Finland. And then the ball starts moving in a different direction. Have we already hit capacity? No, we're still mobilizing. I can't recruit, like, anybody. And they can't fix the Finnish divisions because we don't have enough manpower yet. But once we core this territory, we'll hopefully have a surge of manpower. Oh, this is a good song, too. Your country just looks like one giant meat shield protecting EU from Russia.
They're gonna need someone to protect from me. Because we're going for Sweden and Norway.
That actually will be the next target. Who's this? United Kingdom. Naval invasion of Königsberg, or at least trying. I think Polish peasants are getting pushed back a little bit. I enjoy that Kingdom of Romania created the faction called the Kingdom of Romania Congress. Let's turn that down a bit. Who's not fulfilling? I didn't see that. Okay, give me one factory back then. German pressured towards the Benelux following the breakout of war with France. What? German has applied stronger diplomatic pressure than ever on the countries of the Benelux. With French and British backing, however, they are refusing to give in to pressures. There's reason to believe that if the German Reich is unable to get what they want, they will take it by force. They're not even at war with France. French Commune just dodged that entirely. Interesting. German Reich has declared war on Luxembourg, who has joined the Allies. Very typical. Ooh! Axis going big! Turkey has joined the Axis very early on and will now pincer attack Bulgaria and Romania from the underside, led by Mehmet Recep Peker. The CHP. Dude, I didn't know this was going to be the fascist playthrough. I picked this before it was cool. If we picked, like, neutral or, like, allies, this would be probably the hardest playthrough to date. Communists would have been okay, because at least you have Soviet Union and Polish, and French Commune. Jubilant Italian soldiers entered Cairo today, because Italy joined the Axis, too. So now they got Italy, German Reich, Turkey. It's pretty big. A victory parade was immediately organized, and Italian soldiers flocked to the Great Pyramids of Giza to have their pictures taken in front of famous landmarks. With Cairo under his control, Benito Mussolini is now one step closer to linking Italian East Africa with Italian Libya and forming contiguous colony in Africa. I have 148 PP. We should probably replace that one dude before I forget. Recon Company, Tier 2. They made a sequel to Recon Companies. I'll get the train. We need to catch up on tank stuff. Let's get tank engines. Let's do an artillery buff. 5 research slots. Huge. It's huge, dude. Okay. But yeah, let's replace that one dude. We don't need daily fascism support. We have 100%. 65% stability is okay until you get to war. Consumer goods factories down 5% is good at this stage. Probably better than just 10%. Recruitable population factor. See, that's the thing. It's not... I'm confused what that means. I think it just modifies your current recruitable population by an additional 10%, i.e., if we have 7%, it would be 10% of 7% added, right? Does anybody in chat know? What's our consumer good factory usage at right now, anyways? 18%? Def2, I read what you wrote. I don't know what you mean. We could reduce our 18% factory usage to 13%, which would immediately give us at least a few more civilian factories with the other guy. Chat doesn't know. Backseaters who know how to play are asleep. I'm just gonna save the game and find out, okay? Wait, don't overwrite that. I normally don't save scum, but this doesn't make any sense to me. What did that do? I know, but I won't say. That didn't even do anything. Wait, no. Effective total manpower modified to 110% due to Victor Puskar. Oh, it raised the total manpower. So if we recruit 7% of... Wait. I still don't understand. You get 10% free dudes from space. 10% of your current 10% of your current total manpower. Oh, that sucks. Because we don't have that many people. Also, I clicked it just before we cored Finland, which means we would have had more people if we just waited. But I didn't want that guy anyways. All right, that was just, I still don't really understand it, I'll be honest. But I understand it's people that appear. I'd rather have the consumer goods factories down guy. Peru joins the Hispanic Alliance. I've already dominoed history. Earlier today, Catholic, Mexico, and Peru issued a joint statement. The latter's been formally granted member status of the Hispanic Alliance. Whether this partnership will be used for offensive or defensive purposes remains to be seen. They seek strength in numbers. Let's all take a moment to appreciate reloading the game doesn't stop the music. Very true.
With Finland now under our control, we stand in a unique position to consolidate the Finnic identity within our own state. There are countless Finno-Ugric people across Northern Europe, and by uniting this identity, we stand to bring countless new soldiers to fight for the Vapsid cause. We have cored Finland. And we have renamed ourselves with a new fancy flag to the Estonia-Finland League. Behold our majesty.
Swapping flags as rapidly as possible. Check us out. Now we're baby blue. Now we're like cotton candy blue. But more importantly, we're rocking 43 available factories for construction, dude. We're rocking 6 extra military factories that we didn't have before. And we have a total pool recruitable population, eligible core population is 10.5 million. And we're recruiting 7% of that. So I'm pretty excited about all these changes. Okay, I need to decide what to do with all the building potential. I think I know what to do. We're gonna shift into land forts on the Soviet border. We still have a bonus to construction speed here. These will build pretty quick because we have 3 buildings simultaneous. And then we can basically gain a war goal focus against Norway, Sweden, but there's no rush. We don't have to go that fast. I think the whole fortify the border pieces here fit into place very nicely. Yeah, I think let's do these. Threat on the border. And then after that, we have mutually exclusive choices here. Attack bonus against Soviet Union is plus 10%. That's pretty good. Okay. And then, what are we short on? Not guns. Anti-tank, probably? I got a Skittles commercial? Skittles is good stuff. What are you talking about? All right, chat. Hang on. Give me 1 minute, actually. I just had some food delivered because I didn't have any food. So I'm going to go pick that up, and then I can actually focus. I just got the notifications, so I'll be back in just a minute, okay? Very short, couple-minute BRB. You can just keep listening to this wonderful music. Hang tight. Uh-oh. He's got coffee. This stream may never end. Some good hold music here, huh? Okay, so logistics. We have extra factories. I say we go ahead and take this opportunity to start pumping up plane production. I know we don't have any rubber. We need to start building some rail lines. We have 5 more factories, but I don't have enough resources for all this. Five factories on fighters is probably good for now, because they have to spool up. Let's do, if we do 4 in artillery, we can start making some line artillery. We could even make line anti-tank. It just always feels bad. Because, like, you don't need anti-tank until you need anti-tank. Let's do artillery, anti-air, maybe a support anti-tank at best. Line anti-air is probably viable, though. You may now disable your BRB overlay. No, I'm not back yet. Who said I was back? I'm not back. You're going to need more guns. And more support equipment, so let's just lock that down for now. Okay, what's up? Someone just had a message up here and then was gone? I don't know. Either way, Estonia-Finland League now exists. We have 171,000 manpower, so because we cored Finland, we get their effective manpower added to our own, as well as, of course, the factories, of which they're doing all right. Six, 12, 21. They have 23 factories that we basically just got the full use of that we didn't have before. We're gonna need to start investing in 2 things. One, a good supply hub up here to get our front line rolling. And if we could have one that would help in Norway too, all the better. I might just create this supply hub like in the mountains up here. I'll do 1 space lower. All right, so we're gonna get this. The supply hub's gonna take a while to get built, so we need to start on that soon. We're gonna need another supply hub to attack east, but it's not quite as important yet. And we're definitely gonna want to get railways. They have a port here, naval base in Petsamo. So if we can just lock this down, we could build a rail from Petsamo. Yeah, we have to build up this whole infrastructure. So actually, Finland is a fantastic place to acquire in order to show off the new supply system. So ideally, we just want this to link up to the existing train. Like so. And we're gonna need a supply depot somewhere here. Poland got changed in this DLC, yes. No Step Back affects the Baltics, Poland, and Soviet Union. So it's got 5 big new focus trees, if I counted correctly. All right, so to build that rail, scooch that on up. All right, and just let them get to building. Love having these extra factories. Building 3 things at once is awesome. We need to start doing some research into synthetics. That'll be our next thing. How goes the war? Not well for the Polish Peasant Republic, I think. Do you need to link up the new supply depot on the Swedish border with rails too? Yes, but supply depots take like 7 months to build. so there's no rush. Luxembourg has capitulated. The war machine continues east and west simultaneously. I don't understand the supply system. Here's how it works. So when you're in the supply overview, it's kind of a heat map. The hotter a zone looks, the less supplied it is. The colder a zone looks, the more supplied it is. It radiates supplies out from supply hubs. So like here's a supply hub. For the supply hub to receive supplies in the first place, it needs a clear connection to your capital. So you can see that when I mouse over the supply hub, the track that is highlighted is a trail back to Tallinn, the capital of the north. So if you don't have a connection to the capital, it doesn't work. Then you're limited on how many supplies can reach the front by the level of the track that connects it to the capital. So I am currently using 4 supplies out of a possible 15, so I have some headroom here. I could definitely put some more troops here if I wanted. But notice that these troops aren't really getting supplied because they're a bit far away from the hub. Even though there's a rail here, there's no supply hub there. So these guys aren't getting supplied. So there is a little bit of limited ways you can increase that. You can click on a supply hub, change the motorization level. In our case, we have trucks. Trucks will be able to kind of take supplies from the hub a little further out, and if we unpause, we might see some of this change. If not, it's probably... There we go. Okay, so it updated, so we are now reaching the front by tapping into trucks from our actual physical supply line here. So, you can micromanage it, or you can click on your troop, and you can say, I want this unit to always receive the benefit of trucks, lots of trucks, or horsies. That way you don't have to micromanage every single supply hub. They will just always get that benefit when they're riding around. But you need to make sure you have trucks in the stockpile, because I think each hub is like 50 or something like that for each level. Or maybe it's 25. I counted it at one point, but I don't remember what number we ended up agreeing on. But basically it's like trucks or even more trucks, and even more trucks will reach the furthest, but use the most from the supply. If that makes sense. So then, if you need more than the current limit of... Oof. RIP. Polish Peasant Republic has capitulated to the German Reich. Uncertain times ahead for the Allies. German forces advancing in Polish Peasant Republic have succeeded in capturing Warsaw. Sporadic fighting continues in Praga and a few other districts, but organized resistance seems to have ceased. The Polish government reportedly evacuated the city as the first German units entered Warsaw's suburbs. Their present location is unknown. But anyways, if we needed more than 15 supplies, we just need to upgrade the rail to a higher level. And we can do that by just clicking upgrade railways and it'll queue it up. Or you can just click on them again with the build tool. All right, lots of questions in chat, lots of questions. Hold on, let me eat first. And then I'll answer all of your questions, like 5 questions. Yo, this is a good sandwich. That's a solid sandwich. Okay, so, questions. What's a good strategy for recreating Hungarian Empire with Hungary? I don't know. I've actually never played Hungary. But it sounds like fun. Kane von Bismarck, and I wish you the best of luck. The Netherlands join the Allies as the German Reich declares war on the Netherlands. I will check on the American Civil War soon. Is AI improved in this patch? I think so. They definitely do a better job. My allies have been following me into battle. You're also allowed to fix supply issues for your faction allies. You can actually build them supply if they're bottlenecked on their behalf. So that's pretty cool. Naval invasions are a little smarter. And the focus decisions they make seem to be a little more interesting too. Li Zongrin, or Zongrin, takes national leadership in China following an extensive power struggle between Wang Jingwei and Li Zongrin. The former finally conceded defeat and met in the residence. After a mere 2 hours of negotiations, Wang Jingwei has evidently accepted a proposal to transfer power and step down as premier of the republic. Groups of supporters of the two leaders previously gathered outside the house, prompting fears of violent clashes between the two sides, depending on the outcome. However, no violence has been reported. It appears the transition of power has been fairly smooth. They may have just averted civil war, which is good because Japan is not going to wait for them. In fact, they've already got some big pockets down here in Southeast China. Okay. What? What are all these questions? He's still answering chat's questions? Yeah, I have noticed the AI being better at holding the coastlines. Favorite ice cream flavor? I want sweet cream with Heath Bar Blizzard milkshake. No, like a malt. I want like a sweet cream Heath Bar malt. That's not a flavor, that's just what I want. I love a good malt. Heath bars are based. Heath bars are amazing. But anyway, the reason I'm putting I like to assume I'm going to win. So I build supply hubs pretty close to the front because I want them to reach as far as possible once we have crossed over a border. So like, if I'm planning on going into Murmansk and Onega, I want to assume I'm gonna win. India declared war on the British Raj. And like build there, assuming we're gonna easily like push further into this, basically. Oh yeah, you have to start the connection from like here. There we go. Renewal of the Rome Protocols. At Hungarian instigation, Italy and Hungary have renewed the Rome Protocols originally signed in 1934. The agreements pertain to economic development and rapprochement. Essentially a declaration of friendship, there are signs that may lead to an official alliance. Aren't they already in the Axis? Italy and Hungary. What if Italy and Hungary leave the Axis and go off together to be best friends? I don't know how that's gonna even work. 13 aluminum in the hole. Let's shorten that up. Okay, but if we want any rubber, we're gonna have to trade for it, so. And use convoys to do it. Here you go, Dutch East Indies. Take my civilian factories and let my military factories be fruitful. Chat, the eternal conundrum. Stop inviting me to the Axis. He's like, but if you say no, I could just invade you from the south. You realize that, yes? Yeah, but like, don't.
Korraltusi!
We have 239,000 manpower, so we need to start recruiting some more grunts anyways. Let's say 7. And we've already got them a support anti-air. I would love to give them a motorized recon. It's gonna take a lot of trucks, but we have a lot of trucks. Motorized recon's just sexy. And then support anti-tank. We will be negative 153 anti-tank in storage, so not yet. I'm going 21 combat width since we're surrounded by forests. We really do need a southern defense against Germany. This is getting progressively more difficult with our limited manpower pool to muster an invasion of Sweden while defending all of our flanks. It really would be so much easier to join the Axis, but also harder because then we're just at war. But anyways, the eternal conundrum is to finish the sandwich or just save the other half of it for another meal. It's probably the smarter option. I should probably just put this in the fridge instead of gorging myself. This field commander sucks. Finish it. Was that a Finland joke? I could just create a smaller division template, assuming that Germany's not going to jump on me, and just go with half power on the border just to hold the line down until reinforcements could arrive. That's viable. It takes a lot of army XP, which is super precious right now. Actually, here's a good idea. That's a great idea. What if we just take them all out? Hold on, we're gonna do some swaps. We don't need to be on the Swedish border right now. Delete that. Then, take the people on the Finnish border. Find the weenies, which I think is everybody. Yeah, these guys are all weenies. Terrible, terrible, terrible templates. Like 3 dudes. They're barely there at all. Send them down. Then send the people who were on the border with Sweden over there. Okay, I think. So we're gonna be a little understaffed on this border initially, but for now it just makes more sense. You should join, though. No. All right, child, be right back. If I don't join a faction, then I get the luxury of not being in eternal, constant war with the entire world, because that's what the Axis is going to end up doing in time. Technically, I did sign the Anti-Comintern Pact, or the Anti-Soviet Pact, in this case. So the only thing I would be, I guess, game compelled to do is fight Soviet Union instead of fighting literally everybody, and I get to pick and choose my battles. It's pretty important. What I might do is figure out exactly how many spots there are. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. And then just shorten this up. Where there are exactly 11 units in that force. Just as a precautionary measure. All right, super anti-air. It's good stuff. I would like to start building some anti-air. We are still industrializing. We've got like 45, close to 45 factories now. We're trading some of them away. April 1940. We got engineering research. We're gonna need some radio detection. need to start catching up on anti-tank. We need to start recruiting armor. I want railway guns because they're badass. So many things. I want mechanized. Can't have it all, chat. You can't have it all. Mechanized is pretty powerful now after the change to trucks and logistics. Or at least it seems like it would be. What do our natural resources look like? It's better, but it's still not worth researching excavation. All right, if I had to pick, gun to my head, I pick catch up on aircraft. We're behind. Start making the new anti-air. Just flip all those factories on their head right now. Netherlands has capitulated. The Dutch have gone into exile. The German Reich is looking for new targets. Romania and Bulgaria still trying to stay afloat, but probably not doing a great job. All right, chat, let me go put this food up in the fridge. I'm gonna leave the game unpaused. Pray for me. BRB. This is a BRB streamer.
Mr. Speaker, on Friday evening last, I received His Majesty's commission to form a new administration. It was the evident wish and will of Parliament and the nation that this should be conceived on the broadest possible basis, and that it should include all parties, both those who supported the late government and also the parties of the opposition. I have completed the most important part of this task. A war cabinet has been formed of 5 members, representing, with the Liberal opposition, the unity of the nation. The 3 party leaders
And we're back.
have agreed to serve either in the war cabinet or in high
Quick one.
executive office. The 3 fighting
Why is there a
cabinet have
speech?
been filled. It was necessary that this should be done in one single day.
Stop interrupting the music.
Because of the extreme urgency and rigor of events. A number of other key
What song-
positions were filled yesterday.
It's one of these, right? Which one? Mountain infantry. Okay, that's what we need to start training. Experts for fighting in Norway and Sweden. That'd be great. We don't even use anti-tank. Signal companies are neat. Tanks are neat. Mechanized is neat. I'm gonna research mechanized. I don't think we can make them, but we can maybe find some space. Not gonna be helpful here. Okay, so Mountaineers. Add Mountaineers. Then we need another battalion of infantry. So I like to split my expert hyper elite soldiers out instead of doing a full squad of 20 combat with Mountaineers. Do like 5 Mountaineers and then some infantry, or maybe even 4. We don't have enough points. And I'm thinking about adding Like a line artillery or a line anti-air. That would be 19 combat width. Would be 22. What is a mountain's width anyways? 75. So if you're actually making them to fight in the mountains, you really don't even want 20 combat width. You want like 18 combat width. What is 75 divided by 4? Would be 18. Yeah, you want like 18 combat width, I guess. Are we the baddies? Not yet. Everybody so far except for Lithuania has joined willingly. Okay, so 25's too thick for a Mountaineer division. That's the thing. You want, because of the nature of how limited specialists are, you would have to make 18 would go over 75. No, you'd have 4 units. 18 times 4 is... I'll wait. But anyways. The smaller the units, the more of them we can make. We have limited manpower. We can't afford super girthy 40 combat with mega gods. You know what I'm saying? How do we even get to 18? A line anti-air or a line anti-tank would get us to 18. Okay, sorry. I'm like messing with this to try to get 18. So, 4 Mountaineers, 3 just regular infantry, a line artillery, and a line anti-air. Curious composition. I still don't have enough. I'm just gonna leave this up on the screen until I have 30 army XP. I need to hire another military high command, which I'm about to be able to do. That'll get us some more passive XP. We got 1 plus a military staff. I don't want to remake this again. All right, what are we gonna call this? I wish you could save without actually activating it so that you could comp whatever you wanted and then activate it when you had points for it, but it's neither here nor there. We need a name for the Mountaineers. Relax, everybody. I can't pause. The dawn of the American Junta Coalition. Douglas MacArthur announced today the American Junta reached out to form a new alliance. The American Junta Coalition have made public their intent to cooperate in case of war. Although great coalitions can deter against aggression, we've seen the consequences they bring when conflict does arise. The intentions of the different parties joining in this new alliance is still debatable, but what purpose it may end up serving is unknown even to the instigators. Will this lead to eternal peace or another war? American Junta and the French Commune. How strange. Weird bedfellows. Hungary has puppeted Romania and Bulgaria. They have capitulated.
Comrade, where are our factories? You are barking up the wrong tree, comrade. See here. Here in the combined powers of Baltic Finland League, our Estonian Finnish companions stand ready to fight the Soviet menace. We are currently fortifying our borders.
Okay, anyways. Name. I can unpause. The nice climbers? Cause like ice, I get it. But we're the good fascists. We're invading you for your own good, Sweden and Norway.
The threat on our border. War is on the horizon. We don't know what for, and we don't know who will be fighting. But we know the Hawk of War has its talons primed for Harju, and we must decide where our allegiances lie in the oncoming struggle. Plans must be drawn with a focus on either Nazis in the south or Soviets to the east. Though independent, the Estonia-Finland League has never truly managed to shake off the chains of imperialism from her nation. Germans and Soviets alike have ambitions and designs to entrap the Estonia-Finland League into their respective empires with little to no concern for the Estonia-Finland League's right to self-determination. Though many are eager to fight a war on all fronts to maintain Esto-Finnish independence, we must decide who among the two powers is the most pressing threat and take appropriate measures. Soviets are the true threats. Ooh, add 2 land forts. Aren't you guys glad we've been building up land forts? Because the higher the level of land fort, the longer it takes to build. So because we already built some, we're actually getting like ahead of the curve more. Like going from level 2 to level 4 takes way longer than going from level 0 to level 2. Or we can't trust the German Reich. I mean, that's true, but you get 4 land forts in Tartu, Viruma. You gotta do the one that's east, because the Germans may invade, but it's way less likely than the Soviets. All right, question. There we go. Sorry, I was looking at the wrong place. Level 6 out of 10 up there. So it really only applied, to that eastern side anyways. So this pocket in particular is like impassable at this point. The level 2, you could definitely get around that. That's a level 8. Wow! 8 out of 10 at this critical choke point is some big defense. That's 15% attack penalty per level. So it's 15% times 8 attack penalty on the invading party until the forts are broken down, basically. And then we can fortify Tallinn some more, or fortify the border. These are mutually exclusive. Tartu adds 2 land forts. Tallinn gets Pärnu and Harju, but they lead to different things. This leads to hold Saaremaa, add 7 land forts and victory points, or no surrender, which is the anti-Soviets attack bonus. You gotta go with that one. That's a 10% offense and defense bonus against Soviet Union, and then it leads to the long push. Tow to anti-tank production cost is minus 20%. We need to start making some anti-tank then. Okay, if not that, then we can start getting some oil. I have a feeling we're gonna get to the continuous focuses way faster than before. The tree is cool, but it's not actually that dense once we've gone down it. It's still a really cool tree though. Let's do fortify the border. It's a long wait for just a couple land forts.
You can no surrender with both. Okay, okay, but still. Where's my province view? Tartu is here. Where was the other suggested spot? In Pernu and Harju. See, that's like back. I would rather have Tartu anyways, because it's closer to the front. I don't like fortifying the back because no fall. If you're already fallen all the way back to here, you've probably already lost. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is also land forts in Serima, which is here. We don't need land fort. Why would you put land forts here? Why not put coastal forts? Seems odd. That's like the ultimate fallback line. Coastal forts here would be way more valuable. So anyway, I'm gonna stick to what I picked. Support weapons 3.
That's where it really gets good. That's where the story goes crazy. And the third one
Boosts all cavalry and infantry troops, also motorized and mechanized, with 5% defense and offensive bonuses. And then I think it's actually time to go ahead and push anti-tank, since we're about to have a bonus to anti-tank anyways. It feels like, oh, you have 60,000 infantry equipment, stop making as much, but it takes so long to spool up the factories that we kind of need to grow into it if possible. I'm gonna add 2 units of cav. I think our cav units are pretty funny and also useful, just the speed. And we could always collapse them later if we had enough resources. What's up, Mizumar? How's it going? We pumped up our calves to 20 combat with 2 motorized field hospitals and engineer companies. We had actually great success with them, using them with Poland. So we're gonna stick with that. And now I need to save all of my army XP. Ooh, that reminds me. New military high commands. I will take the cav attack guy, actually. Start building up some more army XP. And we're already on full military exercise, so they're going as fast as they can. There's improved artillery. I think rocket tanks sound pretty fun. Speaking of tanks. Is it time? At least do engines. I want to make extremely fast and nimble light tanks. But I'm enjoying the use of these 5 research slots right now. Is Romania dead yet? No, surprisingly. Bucharest is, Oh no, that's Legionary Romania. They're dead. Chat? Axis is kind of winning. There's 100% world tension, but now it's a German-British war? Japanese-Chinese war is still in full force, and then the American Civil War is East versus West now. New England has collapsed, and now the border's in Utah.
hang in there, Vegas. You can do it.
Rip Germa. What do you mean, Rip Germa? I'm right here. I'm right here in front of you. What is the production cost of horse skis? It's gonna take at least 50 more years of research. We're not even close. Chat, do you think 254 trains is too many? We have 97 civilian trains, 20 armor trains. I think I only have 1 factory on trains right now. Yeah. Catholic Mexico declared war on Guatemala. Guatemala joined the American Junta Coalition. What is happening? All right, since we have, I don't know, 4,000, I'm gonna tone one off of trucks. I wanna free up some factories. I wanna get a third on anti-tank. And, we got 6 on fighters, but more anti-air might be good too. Honduras joined the American Junta Coalition. Catholic Mexico declared war on Honduras as well? Man, we are short on a lot of stuff. What is happening? Give me some aluminum. Italy announces claims on Yugoslavian territory. Speaking to Italian populations on the Dalmatian coast, Benito Mussolini announced that Italy fully considers Italian-speaking Yugoslavia territory to be rightfully Italian. Well, Catholic Mexico is now at war with the American junta. Catholic Mexico and the constitutional states of America, led by Joshua Harrison, versus Douglas MacArthur and the mostly fascist American junta. Honduras and Guatemala are siding with the junta. Catholic Mexico invading Texas right now. Border wars along the Rio Grande. It's getting crazy over here in the West. When's Canada gonna speak up? That's the real world war over there. I'm curious. Now that the German Reich has a border all the way over to the Soviets, I'm curious. So at 100% world tension, do they still have to, Catholic Mexico wants us to join the Hispanic Alliance? I'm glad that they're inclusive in the Hispanic Alliance. Hispanic Estonia. Do it. No. No, I'm very content not being at war until I want to attack Sweden and Norway, thank you. I'm happy over here. To be perfectly honest. I have visions of invading the Soviet Union, who clearly doesn't even care about me. They haven't even manned the border here, really. They're just kind of barely here. Who are they at war with? Soviet Union is at war with the Allies. Commentary? I didn't catch this. It's the Soviet Union. French Commune is not in the Comintern. Chat, why is the Indian People's Republic in... Okay, I guess that was all the stuff about India we saw earlier. I didn't catch the part... This song sucks. I have to skip it. Anyways, India joined the Comintern in this timeline, which is a little change of pace, but they're at war down here with Dutch East Indies and the rest of the Allies. Do you have good supply up towards the North Port? That's what we have been building, yeah. We got a couple of long-term investments going in right now, actually. Got one going on the front line with Murmansk and Onega, and then we got one going on the border with Sweden, and then we're gonna connect this up to the railway, like so. But they are long builds, so we're trying to do just one at a time. Improved computing! 8% bonus to all research. And if we want to get really greedy, we can start atomic research for another research bonus and maybe get some Estonian nukes. That is really greedy, actually, yeah. Let's do it. He doesn't know. What? It's a different song. The Allies are kind of screwed. It's basically just the Brits. Yeah, this definitely does seem like a fascist-heavy play, I gotta say. I think we probably would have had a little bit more spice if we went communist, but then we would also be fighting the German Reich and probably dead right now. Instead, we've cored Finland and the rest of the Baltic states, which is pretty sick. I am also in favor of building up a little bit more of the 3 out of 5 infrastructure. Or at least getting everything to a minimum of 3 out of 5. Alright. That looks good. I'd like to get even more factories, but it's easier said than done right now. We can only build one thing at a time, and we kind of went all in on industry at the beginning. So really, we just need to start working towards justification on Sweden and actually just doing that sooner rather than later. The longer we wait, the less chance we have to snowball. But Sweden may well join the Allies, and then we have to fight the UK as well. But on the upside, there is no upside. We just have to be fast. We will meet our enemies at the border and have faith our brothers in Latvia and Lithuania will not fall. However ambitious this plan, well, they're ours now. However ambitious this plan may be, we'll not let a single foot of ground be subject to Soviet or German occupation ever again. So 70 days before we can get a conquer war goal against Norway and Sweden. So in that duration, in that period of time, we do have 7 more divisions of grunts and 4 more divisions of Estona stallions coming out, and under 165,000 manpower. So let's start training the mountaineers. We're allowed to train up to 5 units. I'm gonna start training all 5 simultaneously. Actually, change that location to here, Harju. Do you have Navy? I am Estonia. Do you think I have Navy? I have Finland. That is my Navy. A giant floating piece of land with a land connection to Sweden. That will be how we invade Sweden. Finland's actually pretty sick, because then when we decide to go in for Soviet territory, there's a ton of resources that we will instantly gain access to. Where's resources? 50 steel, 20 steel, 17 chromium, and 26 aluminum right there is just waiting for us to take it. We have a pittance right now in comparison. We're trading for everything. And it barely even staying afloat with that. We're gonna need some synthetic. I need to do fuel research after this. Japan hopping into some more Asian wars. Yunnan joins the fight. Probably good for China. Okay. In the meantime, I'm just gonna keep adding military high command as an artillery expert for 15% bonus artillery attack and 10% defense. But also the daily army XP gain is what I'm interested in, because this is what we're gonna be using to use the tank designer. And we're close to having the pieces of the tank puzzle. There's actually the first basic engine. The 1941 frame is when we're gonna pivot into full-scale light tank production, but before then, let's get synthetic oil. Start building some of that.
Manu!
Hey, 8 beautiful divisions. All right, let me see where everybody's at. I think we've got too many on the Soviet front. We just need a cursory basic defense here, because they have not mustered troops on the borders, so it's not that spooky. The problem is, since we have the Finnish soldiers in the mix, I forget who's who. We need to start changing some icons. That'll make this easier. Update that icon, and let's update to rainbow. Okay, now when I click on
Valmis!
and I don't see either of those.
Valmis!
All right, here we go. Now we're talking. Okay, who's this though? That's not even one of the available templates. Chat, does anyone want to hazard a pronunciation attempt at this? Jalkavar Kidi Visiona. Jalkavaka Divisiona. Jalkavaka Divisiona. Bless you. But anyway, where is that on this list? Second attempt was pretty close. That's the one. Here's the trick to knowing how to pronounce like Polish and Finnish. In other words, if you say it fast enough, you erase all of the ability of the listener to hear where you went wrong. It's also how you speak Spanish. If you're fast enough, then they can't figure out that it was wrong. Gotta keep going. If you say it slow, then they'll be able to know it's bad. All right, but anyways, I don't know how to get rid of this. We only have 17,000 manpower. Why? Wait, oh, because we started training and attire another like 8 units of grunts. That makes sense. We need at least 100,000 manpower. Decommission oh, there's a show decommission template button. Okay, you're right. So I'm just gonna change. Where did the icon go? Oh, there it is. I'm gonna change all these to the clover. So as not to be confused. It's kind of a pain in the ass. Basically just letting me know they suck. Okay. Now we can look at these. So what I'm trying to do is sort the armies. Okay, like this is an entire group of weenies. And this is a group of mostly weenies. I don't even know what those guys are doing. All right, how much space is this? This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So if we give them like 1 extra unit, they can hold this down. We're gonna give them a new field marshal as well, so that this is even less confusing. So this is the home defense field marshal front. I believe one of our potential field marshals is just being used as a general right now. So we're gonna reassign you. Now we need a new general. I might just steal Herbert. Who's this guy? Otto Heinz. These guys both suck. We might just train a new commander. Hjalmar. 2 attack, 1 defense, 2 skill, 1 supply. No. Okay, we're having some difficulties here. I'm trying to get organized. Hold on.
Valmis!
The music is not helping.
Korraldusi! Kuulakke!
It just became even less helpful. But at least chat's happy, I guess.
Valmis!
Alright, I'll just take the stupid old guard. His XP gain's so low, though.
Valmis!
Alright, I'll take the old guard guy.
Valmis!
And then I'll just train another new commander. There we go. Okay, alright, so why did I do all that, you might be asking? Because we have all these dudes. Are any of them good at cavalry? Infantry officer? Infantry leader experience factor 100%. Brilliant strategist is Hjalmar. I will give the brilliant strategist all the horse boys. Wait, let's just mix and match.
Ja, herra!
All right, so you got 4 horse boys. You got too many horse boys.
Valmis, herra!
Sorry, chat. All right. This force is going to the front.
Korraldusi!
Okay?
Ja, herra!
This guy is technically just holding down the border with the Soviet Union, but we might need more forces to invade Sweden with.
Ja, herra!
Okay, this is the one that needs to move. You guys can actually merge. Hold on, I'll be done with this in a minute. Oh my god, it's just hurting my brain. You guys join forces. There you go, 24.
Valmis liikuma!
Okay. Isn't this guy like a genius? Brilliant strategist. Yeah. This guy has 2 defense. Doesn't care. I'm going with the brilliant guy.
Käsut!
All right. Then these 11 are there.
Käsut!
These 11 are there. These 8 defend the border between Latvia and Estonia and the Soviets. Look at this.
Valmis, herra!
Perfect.
Käsut!
Perfect. All right, now we're gonna stop all exercises
Valmis!
globally.
Valmis!
For just a little bit. Ki la la la. Okay. Medium cannon. Piercing up. Boosted anti-tanks by like 10% and 20% piercing damage. We're just gonna go... We're already doing synthetic. Did you have fun, chat? There's another song you like coming up too. Don't forget. There's another one. Let's do some more tank research. Is it time to put support anti-tank? We'll have negative 54 in storage. What are the odds we actually bump into tanks in Sweden? I really want the logistics support group, but we haven't even researched it yet. I'm just gonna lock it in. Better safe than sorry. Nice climbers, you guys need a support group. Have some engineers. And a basic field hospital. That's all I can afford right now. I was gonna wait for them to be trained. But now I'm thinking that's going to take too long. All right, but the borders are being protected. What does our navy actually look like? We have 2 ships that I can't pronounce. It's got 128-centimeter cannon. It's a historical heavy cruiser from pre-war. It's got anti-air, an engine. Wow, good job. Some armor. Whoa. And secondary turrets. 2 big whole ships, dude. We just went for cruisers, I guess. Twice as many as I expected. We're actually almost done with the supply hub up here. Ooh, that scared me. I thought it was going to say on me. German Reich declared war on the French Commune, bringing the United States, or the American junta, willingly or unwillingly into the war. I feel like German Reich is just big bully right now because so many civil wars are happening. Catholic Mexico and the Constitutional States of America versus the American junta. Constitutional States of America, join the Axis! Okay. Suddenly, it's the Axis-led, the German Reich leading Axis. Whatever, you don't try to say. Italian forces, Hungarian, Turkey joined the Axis in this timeline as well. Versus not just the French Commune and the United Kingdom / allies. They're like the whole allies. But now, you're gonna see German boots potentially on the ground if they can get the ships over here to reinforce the American junta. Zog Defiant. Not yet. Diplomats from Italy have delivered an ultimatum to Albania, demanding the latter's annexation to Greater Italy. In a brave act of national leadership, King Zog has refused to yield to Italian demands, urging the Albanian people to resist pressure to ha-ha-ha. Nevertheless, foreign military experts agree that Albania has little chance of resisting a ha-ha-ha. How long can Albania fight back? Not long, it turns out. 25th of August is when this supply hub... UK has declared war on Yugoslavia, forcing them to join the Axis, making the already powerful Axis potentially the most powerful. Now I'm just not joining the Axis out of principle for having some competition left. Albania joined the American junta. Okay. Good luck. This turned into a very, very strange ahistorical game. We are going to set a battle plan up. Basically just encompasses the southern tip of Sweden. I was gonna wait for the Mountaineers, but I think we should probably just go as soon as we have guaranteed supplies. And then we'll just use the Mountaineers to take Norway. The fall of Paris. Wow, that was so quick. German forces have stunned the French Commune. Several columns of German troops recreated the Prussian victory parade of 1871. Marching their troops down the... Chat told me how to pronounce this. It's the Champs Élysées. The Ulysses. How do you say? I don't know how to say this again. Ding, ding. Tax remember switch to motorized. Don't worry. Don't worry. I got you. Plus, I'm pretty sure this is gonna be in a pretty good spot. It says Paris Telex. Hello, Sim. How are you? Sim, I just want you to know, we started a new campaign in Hearts of Iron today after examining what went right in our Poland playthrough yesterday. And I gave Chad an opportunity to play as Portugal. And I said, this is the Simcopter stamp of approval. Gotta play this country. And they voted against you, 57 to 43% or thereabouts, in favor of seeing the new content. I just wanted to let you know how chat openly and brazenly betrayed you in front of everybody. I was like, come on, guys. Portugal sounds like fun. But they just wanted to see the new DLC's focus trees, probably because they wanted to know if they should buy the game or not. So you know what? It's fair. I understand. It's the new hotness right now, playing as the Baltic states. Portugal won by a lot. However, I just wanted you to know that I remember your recommendation, and I plan on playing Portugal next. Portugal's got next. They got dibs. And we're gonna go reunite the monarchy with Brazil across the seas and create a Portuguese navy like the world has never seen between the seas. Albania has capitulated. This is really just the fascist parade today. This has been a wild ahistorical run, but German Reich is doing what it usually does. They haven't gone to war with the Soviets yet, and if they do, I'm actually still gonna get dragged in. Because we signed the Anti-Comintern Pact some time ago, and apparently it's still binding. So just because I'm called to war, does that mean I have to answer in the affirmative? Or is it auto-dragging me into war?
Pursuit.
Chat, you should be more like Italics. That's true. You should.
Kahanabanu.
Okay, where are we sending these? We got 2 horsies.
Kurake.
Oh, we're actually gonna do this.
Valmis, herra.
Okay, perfect, beautiful. Yeah, we're gonna have those 2 horsies kind of defend the core of our territory, our capital in Tallinn. Tallinn? As an Estonian, I approve of this map. For those of you that just joined, we're playing Estonia, as the title suggests. We started by going fascist for no particular reason other than the fact that it seemed like the most interesting final options. Option A, which is what chat chose, is unite the Finnic identity by basically coring both, from what I can tell, Scandinavian and Soviet Union interests. Alternatively, proclaiming Estonia is Scandinavia after annexing Sweden, Denmark, and Norway. Chat chose to go with Finno-Ugra, which I'm probably pronouncing wrong. Thank you. However, what I didn't know at the time was that half the world was also going to go fascist in this playthrough. Germany's been inviting me to the Axis like 5 times, but I said no, because I don't feel like being at World War right now. We're trying to prep for an invasion of Sweden. But we basically did parades through both Estonia for a peaceful transfer of power to the new rulers, and apparently Latvia also had similar ideas, transitioned into, what was it called? The lightning, it's like Thundercross or something crazy. Sound like a transformer. Wait, no. it's something like that. But anyways, they had a peaceful unification because I guess we shared ideologies. And then we invaded Lithuania, unifying the Baltic nations here, did some similar propaganda in Finland. Finland peacefully agreed to transfer power over to fascist demagogues and then gave power basically over to us to create a unified front. Thundercross. Thundercats. Oh! So that's where we're at right now. So we're technically not in a faction at the moment. And we're actually working on our justification for a conquer focus against Norway and Sweden as we speak. So if you weren't here, you're all caught up. The world, don't try to... I can try to tell you where we're at in the world, but it's a crazy place right now. The way that they changed the ahistorical focus AI, they're all over the place. For example, Guatemala has now gone into exile and capitulated to Catholic Mexico, who, by the way, is currently working together with the constitutional states of America versus the American junta, who controls central and eastern USA. Joining the American junta is not Venezuela. No. Venezuela has actually joined the Hispanic Alliance with Catholic Mexico. So Catholic Mexico's fascist versus fascist Douglas MacArthur-led American junta versus Joshua Harrison-led constitutional states who themselves have created an alliance with the Axis. Democracy in the Republican Party has joined together with the German Reich against the actual fascist party in America. It's all upside down world. I don't know what's going on. Simultaneously, Japan is still at war with China and allied with communist China, led, not anymore. Mao Zedong was the leader of communist China, but now it's Chiang Shikai? Or Shinsai? France went full communist, but didn't join the Comintern. They joined the American junta. Spain actually went fascist. Portugal declared war on them, was swallowed up, and they're not even in a faction. So we're just all over the place here. El Salvador has just been declared on by Catholic Mexico and joined the junta coalition. German Reich wants us to be in the Axis again. I decline. One of these days he's going to take it personally. We have a pocket resistance on the border of extremely terrible troops just to try and hold down the fort in case things go bad while we're occupied up in Sweden, which, by the way, we should have just finished our supply hub. It has no connection to capital because we have not built the railways yet, I think. So let me go ahead and bump those up. But I hope you've been well, Sim. I would love to watch you play some more Hearts of Iron as well. I want to be in the crowd and see, and LUL, all caps, when the world goes crazy. But if you decide to play it again, I will be there. The new DLC is really good. Also, that helps. Sim was last seen playing some Just Chatting, hanging out. Maybe doing some world exploration, possibly. But give him a follow if you haven't already in chat, and rectify the error of your ways. So the new big change is that supply we were just looking at, but that's not part of the DLC. This is now de facto part of the game. It's a part of the free update. So, whereas before, you would build up infrastructure. Uh-oh. German interest in Scandinavia. German rhetoric has intensified toward northern countries in recent weeks. The message is clear. Denmark and Norway must in no way, whether by opposition or inaction, hamper German imports. While there is no immediately obvious cause for such demands, as imports are still flowing freely to Germany, our diplomats worry this is prelude to German action in the region. Invade before it's too late. But anyways, before you used to build infrastructure and then connect these green tiles to one another for supply lines. Now you have railways and supply hubs. So supply hubs you sort of need to invest a lot of time in. They take a while to be built. Even with 15 factories. I think the system is actually really good. I just would love to see some type of decision or focus that you could use. Maybe even a continuous focus that you could use to speed up construction in times of emergency, like when you're on the offensive through another region. Divert additional resources to the cause. But as it stands right now, you Okay, Denmark's not in our wheelhouse. Denmark was not even going to be one of the things we were doing, but apparently German Reich is hungry. We only technically have claims on Norway and Sweden anyways. But yeah, they just declared war on Denmark. All right, getting interrupted. So now you have these supply hubs from which supplies emanate out, and you connect them via rail. So if you played City Skylines or something like that, you can kind of imagine it like when you're building electricity pylons or plumbing. It's similar to that. I think that's probably the best, closest analogy I could use. It's like a heat map where the closer they are to a supply hub, that area is going to become supplied. You can also extend the reach. So we want motorization here to probably always be trucks. And when using that, it's going to take trucks out of our stockpile to try and supply this even better. We're using 15 out of 15 supplies. So that means that right now, the biggest restriction to our supply throughput is the actual level of the rail connection back to the capital. So you'll see this red line showing us the connection back to the capital. So what we need to do is upgrade basically this entire rail to level 2, or just be satisfied with 15 supplies. Each time you level up the rail, it can contain 5 more supplies. So level 2 can supply 20, level 3 can supply 25, and so on. French Commune has capitulated to the German Reich. So they're all the way to the Spanish Empire now. Pretty much uncontested here. There was some weirdness with Italy, maybe joining a alliance all on their own, but with Hungary, I don't know if that's going to happen. Okay, so what I'm looking at is trying to figure out how to increase. It looks like these guys are fully supplied. It says they're receiving 2.79, 58%. So we're demanding 4.78, but we're receiving 2.79. So I guess I'm trying to figure out exactly why that is. Dude, Germany, hands off! I haven't even finished my focus yet. Go do something else. Go attack Soviet Union. Norway is my target. We gotta go on Sweden basically immediately. Those roads look like hyperlanes to me. Sim, it does look initially confusing, but they made it pretty easy in terms of like, as long as you have a hub, the game will kind of automate things. So the actual crisscrossing tracks don't matter as long as there is a connection. So like, as far as I know, if you have a connection that does like a big spiral before it gets there, it's not going to be any slower or less than one that's like a direct A to B. So the length of the track doesn't matter. All that matters is the level of the track that goes back to the capital. So for example, if I wanted this to supply us with more stuff, I could just click on it in supply mode. There's a button called Upgrade Railways. It will automatically, when clicked, queue up all railways that lead, see this like whole red track? It auto selects whatever the closest route is, queues all those rails up for level up, and then you just would push them to the top of your build order. And you don't have to like hunt and track down which ones you need to upgrade. So that's pretty convenient, at least. So it automates it to a large degree in that sense. And I'll actually go ahead and do that. There's also a handy button for allied supplies, so you can stop any allies that may be sucking up supplies from doing so. So another fun thing is you can micromanage the individual supply hubs and tell them what type of motorization to use. So like, horses will carry supplies by default, but if you want to dip into your stockpile, you can tell them to use trucks, more trucks, and the level of motorization will kind of spread the resources out further because trucks can go further than horses. But instead of micromanaging it, what I prefer to do is just pick the appropriate army.
Korraldusi!
And if you click the army, there's a button here. I missed it at first until chat showed it to me. But you can just set the motorization priority of the army itself. So what that means is no micromanagement of the hubs necessary. Anywhere these guys go, they will automatically use trucks from hubs, and I don't have to push any more buttons. It's very useful.
Valmis liikuma!
So anytime I'm gonna have an attacking force, all I do
Tähelepanu!
is change their priority, and they'll handle it as far as they can, as long as there's a hub in sight. All right, anyways, it's time. Impending doom approaches. It does, Syntax, it does. The Sami are a disparate and widely oppressed people existing across Finland, Sweden, Norway, and Russia. For too long, the Sami people have been denied the right to speak their Finnic language, and they lack the manpower needed to fight against the oppressors. We must consolidate them within our state to protect them from Nordic imperialism. AKA, we're about to go to war right now. We also have a conquer focus against Soviet Union, but we're not going to do that yet. Let's go ahead and do no surrender in case the Soviets do attack. Hey, what's up, Jam and Ben? Thanks for the tier 2 sub, by the way. Welcome back for almost 2 years. Happy Festivus, and happy Thanksgiving to the Americans in chat. Good morning. It is almost 5 a.m. on the East Coast, and we're still gaming. I may or may not have a coffee. This is a big mistake. 16-hour stream. All right, I was going to wait until the Mountaineer Division was ready to go, but we don't have time. We gotta go. The good news is, we are supplied. We're maybe not well supplied, but we are supplied. We've already got an attack order planned to go all the way coast to coast to Copenhagen. Wait, we're not going to Copenhagen. We could. We're going to Karlskrona, Malmö. How do you say O with 2 dots over it? Göteborg. But yeah, we're going past Stockholm. We could go to Copenhagen. But let's go ahead and declare the war. They already joined the Allies, right? So that means we're actually going to war against the UK. Do we even have any allies? Estonia-Finland League Wait, I declared war on Norway.
That was I pushed the wrong button. I thought that I had chosen Sweden, but I got their flags confused. That's not a save scum. This is not a save scum. That was just misclick. That was just misclick.
Oops. I meant to declare war on your neighbor. I apologize. I honestly don't even know how I clicked on Norway. I wish you could upgrade the rail lines before the actual supply hub was built. Stop doing the speech thing. You're interrupting my music. Should I have, does anyone know what song we were on? Does anyone know every single song in the game? It was probably around these. Let's just do there. I don't remember. I don't remember, chat. Oh yeah, this is just before they declared war. This is why you should probably always save before declaring war. Seems like a good idea, right? Maybe we'll just do that ourselves. All right, there's our justification. No surrender against the Soviets for attack bonuses. We got our supplies. I was going to upgrade the rails. Then save. Playing Soviet music as Finland. You mean Estonia? But close enough. All right, Sweden. That's who I'm trying to declare war on. Now, our general says the plan is ready to go. 64% initial attack bonus because they had enough time to prepare the offensive plan. And we are now well supplied. We got the rail. I say we just jump on it. So I'm going to activate the plan. Got them acting in a balanced manner right now. And we're going to slow this down so we can actually make sure everything is working according to the plan. What really sucks is this spot is super vulnerable because they have 1, 2, 3 ways to attack. Oh, we have some planes. I doubt there is even an airfield up here. No. Dude, imagine having air support. There's no way. Well, this actually might somehow work in a janky fashion. We got fighter 1s. There's no way. Literally none. So our general doesn't think this is the greatest plan, and I understand why, because they're defending a river, which is incredibly difficult to attack at first. But once we get a beachhead across the river, then we'll be talking. All right, French commune's dead again, just slightly slower this time, and we just unlocked fighter 2s. That range going up from 700 to 1,000 kilometers, kind of a big deal in circumstances like this when we're attacking in the middle of nowhere, you know? Range is good. They're also more agile, avoiding being hit, way more attack. That's 50% more. 20% more defense, better in the Navy as well. We were doing something important. We're doing synthetic. And we probably do need radio. Do we need anything before that? We got all of our support companies upgraded. Kind of working on getting some armor research. Could do improved anti-tank. I say let's go ahead and get radio detection, because it builds coordination too. Coordination's a new stat. In the update now, if you're doing damage in a battle like this, it spreads the damage out amongst all defenders, but the higher your coordination level, the more that damage will be focused on the primary target and kind of take them out quickly. So, like in this case, instead of spreading it over 3, they'll pick one and kind of focus that one down first. I thought you were finished the whole time, Italics. Now I know who you really serve. How dare you? Listen, we have the best interests of Finland at heart. It's the Estonia-Finland League. We actually put your name in the title, okay? Latvia, Lithuania, they're like, well, hey, how come we don't get to be in the title? But Finland does. Okay? It's even. It's 50-50. You didn't change the supply. That's a good point. We'll change it to trucks. Okay, but anywho. Stop making fighter 1s, start making fighter 2s. Rest in peace, production efficiency. I really think Concentrated's not better. It's better long-term. It's better long-term. Logistics page looks good. So anyways, we just gotta make it across the beach. We have low intel on them. They have the intel advantage over us. But we're still winning the battle because we have 127 combat width over 32, which is kind of insane. How do we even have 127 combat width? I didn't think there... Isn't it supposed to be 84? Or is it adding both tiles together? What's the total combat width of this battle? I don't... It's 126, 84 plus 42 for additional directions. Ah, the additional directions, that's what it is. So 21's actually really good for forests. But yeah, this is the main one right here. So we're already breaking the organization. That unit's gonna retreat. The other one's about 50%. Now there's just 2 of them. And if we can just break all of them, we're gonna hop in here, and that's when things are gonna get spicy. This is the part where I wish we had the rail artillery, which I am unironically about to research because we have 3 open research slots coming in here imminently. Anyways, what's up, Syntax? Hello, late night, early morning people, arrivers. Who just got here? Drink some ink? First time chatter in chat? This is Saki, just subbed for 3 months in a row. People arrive. Hey, what's up, Saki? EU chat online.
Railguns, baby. Railguns.
All right, we're bulking up the rail now. I don't even know if we need to. But we may need to because going to war against Norway, our supply lines are gonna go... Wait, yeah, how do the supply lines go right now? They go through the port, right? Yeah, they go through the ports. You can kind of see the line tracing its way back to the capital. Chat, why do we have a battle going? What the hell, dude? Who is this? Chat, did we just get naval invaded by Sweden? Bro. That was lightning fast. How did they do it instantaneously?
Rivistage!
You did not hear the sound. I didn't hear the sound. They tuned it out. All right, fuel storage into synthetic oil, please. Send the Finnish Navy. They didn't even have to plan it. We've only got the weenies. We've only got Weenie Squad here, chat. Use strategic redeployment. Take the railroads. Do whatever it takes. Get to the front line ASAP. They're taking more territory. Get in there. Launch the invasion, dude. Take the land back. Be aggressive. We cannot let them eclipse this whole area and have the ports for themselves. I'm from Lithuania and I don't approve of this invasion. How are we doing up here? We gotta cross the river. That's the best part. We've crossed the river. I want a horsey. Just pop in there. That's just free real estate. That horsey's already got the right idea. All right, we're going in and around. We gotta get in there before the rest of the allies get in there. The thing is, like, even if it's just a few units, because of their team, they could actually... Wait. Whose team are you on? Sweden didn't join a faction. Norway joined the allies. Oh, never mind. There is no faction. I thought that there was gonna be a faction. I'm shocked they didn't join the allies.
Maybe that means they think they can beat us.
So now we have to start making mech. If we can get some factories. I'm gonna put that on the back burner. Mechanized is really cool. Alias, going to class. Have a good one. Don't be late. Put my stream on the projector in your class. I'll say hi to your class. Don't do that. I swear at them. Okay, sorry, I got distracted. What do we? Oh, I said I was gonna make trains. Okay, so at the bottom of support companies, there we go. Scroll down. Here's the train research. I haven't used War Austerity Train yet. It's a cheaper train, more easily replaced. Armored is a little bit less vulnerable to bombs. And then, of course, the railway gun is a railway gun. Who doesn't want that in the new DLC? They're really cool, actually. It's kind of memey, but they're really, really fun.
Liigume edasi!
Throw them back!
Liigume välja!
Okay, improved engine will let us when we customize our tank here shortly. I'm waiting to get the 1941 tank shell. Maybe we should do some basic armor. So that we can make the tank better. Alright, well, our weenie force of extremely bad templates may be all we need down here.
Käsud!
What is this template, pray tell? Literally 2 cav. Panama Canal has been blown! In response to their inability to defend the Panama Canal, risking losing the vital military communication artery to the enemy, the constitutional states of America has chosen to blow the canal to ensure its use is denied to them. Through a combination of block ships, demolitions, and mining, the destruction's quite complete and will likely take months of extensive industrial effort to repair. Pacific and Atlantic divided once again. They're starting to lose. Catholic Mexico and the constitutional states are pushing back, I guess. And the Axis. The Hispanic Alliance and the Axis. Things are crazy here, Syntax. It got wild. Now I see all green. That's exactly what I want to see. Now that we've got across the river, we have an advantage. They're no longer entrenched. So when you scooch them out of their positions, number one, we're not fighting over a difficult body of water. We're fighting just in the forest most of the time. Secondly, we outnumber them like 4-1. And thirdly, even with a smaller force, if they're well entrenched, it can be hard to root them out. But once we scooch them out, then the front line starts collapsing on them because they can't get that entrenchment back.
Valmis, härra!
All right, this naval invasion's scary, dude. Because we don't have anybody good here to defend it. I could send more people, but I don't want to soften up the front line with the Soviets, if I can help it. Use air there. I guess air superiority will still have a benefit. We need to start building up some airfields. All right, so we're sending our baby fleet of 186 fighters, which is actually respectable when we went from 0. Air superiority will still be a bonus. We don't have any actual close air support, but, you know, it counts, and we'll just run air superiority missions. Yep, enemy air superiority is still a debuff when fighting, and at this point, every bit counts. All right, we're gonna stop being balanced and start being aggressive. Denmark has capitulated. Chat, I'm glad we started invading Sweden first because German Reich is probably hungry for more food. I gotta get Sweden before they do. It's too cold. It is too cold. Chat, it's 50 degrees in Vegas. Crazy. We have 114 PP. I'd like to have an aircraft designer if we're gonna keep doing aircraft. Iceland takes control of foreign affairs. With the capitulation of its union partner Denmark, Icelandic parliament has taken control of its own foreign affairs. In doing so, has essentially become a fully independent nation. The newly elected provisional governor has already proclaimed Icelandic neutrality in the current conflict, despite the invasion of its parent nation. Can you drop your mountain climbers to get help on the home front? I could, because we need to kind of go back to back. My plan is to take Sweden, like maybe once we get halfway through Sweden. They're getting close to done anyway. But once we're like halfway through Sweden, then I'm going to drop the mountain climbers, put them on the border with Norway, and then just go back to back. Try and get them quick before German Reich comes in. Kick them back out. Let's see, how's it going so far? 13,000 to 13,000. We have 67,000 manpower left. Would obviously like to see that not go to 0. All right, reasserting control. That was a little tricky naval invasion from the AI there. They acted on that fast. Where if they want Mamel? We cross that bridge when we get there, number 1. Number 2, I'm gonna start building more fortifications. And number 3, we're not in a faction yet. So we could at least join a faction. Like joining the Allies at least. This is why it's actually quite tricky to declare war on Norway now. Because if we do declare war on Norway, we become at war with the UK. And right now we're only at war with Sweden, which is beneficial. That being said, if the German Reich controls one side, like Denmark, and I control Sweden, can the UK actually naval invade the Baltic still? I guess so. What if? Hear me out now. Go to war with the American junta. Chat. There's another one. Ah! There's another one. Help!
Valmis liikuma!
Herbert? I need help, Herbert. We're gonna create an area defense. And we're only gonna focus on naval bases and victory points.
Valmis!
And you guys use strategic redeployment to get there, please. God, they're so... They didn't get the warning until they're already here. Okay. Down here, we're going to slow down from aggressive to balanced. They already took it. I can't even get there. Was this my territory? Do we even have a land bridge? I don't even think I can physically get there. It's like someone saying they're coming over and not telling you when they suddenly ring the doorbell. Can you stop boats with forts? Only if there's people inside the forts. They help you defend. They give you an advantage, though. Okay, the naval invasions won't really matter as long as we finish the job on the mainland. We've got them totally surrounded here and at least boxed in. So this is the area that really matters, and this is where our strongest forces are as well. Someone asked, how do you see individual units level? If you just click on anything, it's this icon right here. This symbol goes and denotes what level they're at. So regular is a plus 25% combat modifier, whereas level 2 is a 0%. So going from level 2 to level 3 actually makes them so much more efficient. All right, the mountain troops are almost ready to deploy. I'm gonna try to avoid having to do my own naval invasion and just win. Hungary proclaims Greater Hungary. Having regained the lands that were taken from them in the Treaty of Trianon, Miklos Horthy issued a proclamation yesterday evening that the nation shall henceforth be known as Greater Hungary. It's hoped this will serve to increase Greater Hungary's prestige in the eyes of the world, as well as better describe the extent of its borders. Legionnaire Bulgaria wants a pact of non-aggression. We saw how good non-aggression pacts were yesterday, didn't we? Oh, yes, we did. Not good at all. I could probably make this go even faster, but they look like they're doing a good job. Now, what we need to do is check on supplies. Ooh, there's a hub right there. So capturing naval bases and other supply hubs, you can actually make conscious efforts to grab them. So if you look and find where they are, you could plan a naval invasion around taking like triple supply hubs and a port, for example, and be set to have a really solid beachhead. Whereas if you naval invaded here, kind of in the middle between Stockholm and Norrland, you might be a little harder pressed to get supplies. So you need to like kind of check ahead to see where you want to invade. And sometimes just sending a unit to go back cap supplies is really good too. The Mexican Soviet Republic has joined the American junta and started a civil war in Catholic Mexico. The battle lines have been scrambled once again. American junta on the northeast. Constitutional States of America on the west, Catholic Mexico, and the Mexican Soviet Republic, with others like Honduras and El Salvador also in the junta, but opposed to Venezuela and Peru and Catholic Mexico in the Hispanic Alliance. Everything is out of control. They seem to have air superiority. So what I'm gonna do is take most of my planes. Is there even an airfield up here? Chat, I don't have an airfield. I don't think there's anything I can do about their air superiority. I don't even see airfields on the map. Where is their airfield? I've had a bug before where it never shows me an airfield. I see airfields here. I see airfields here. Carrier. I hope not. You'd think there would be some. We can't even see airfields in Germany. I don't know, dude. Well, hopefully we just don't need air superiority, because it seems like we're kind of just walking in. Can't lose airfields if you never had any to begin with. True. The forces of church and revolution have once again come to conflict in Mexico. With the Catholic parties and social movements gaining strength, secularist forces are launching an armed rebellion to take control of the government. The Red Brigades are reforming after... I don't like the song. Are reforming after a decade of inactivity, while defectors from the federal military are rallying in states still controlled by anti-church governors. The Cristiada ended with a settlement negotiated between senior revolutionary and church officials, thanks to intermediation by the American government, but it looks like this violence will end only with the complete destruction of one of the belligerents. The Mexican situation seems too complex for an outsider to understand, too big brain for me. You got new planes, though. I know. I do have new planes. But I don't see any other airfields except for this airbase. I don't see a single airbase in all of Sweden. Pakistan joined the United Kingdom and declared war on the Indian People's Republic. Notice how we're all decently supplied? And on the opposite end, since we control most of the supplies, they don't have much at all, unless they're in the mountains. We're actually making a pretty strong push down the coast. It's gonna get a little lopsided for them here, but us pushing down the coast is best case scenario. Because that means ports. Soviet Union, I didn't know you were at war with Pakistan. So actually, I am gonna do that. I'm just gonna make a push for this port. Cap some victory points. The Mountain Division has arrived! I'm aware we have too many generals right now. Actually, I'm gonna put these guys back. Where's this? I can't get over there. I'm gonna put you guys back in the other army. Oh, there we go. Okay. That way it frees up a General Herbert. And then General Herbert is gonna take his forces literally just into the mountains. With the mountain divisions. Why are all the armies the same color? I actually don't know. I think it's supposed to automatically change them. But they are all the same color, aren't they? There we go. That should make it a little easier to see what's going on here. Chad, if you listen closely, sometimes this song sounds like the Harry Potter theme song. Sometimes. You have to believe me. Right there. It's only when it starts that one riff. I can kind of hear it. Thank you, Dragon Sky. I'm modding you. What's up, Humanitas? How's it going? Uh-oh. Where did my supplies go? Chat! They're intercepting the mountain! There's 13 Swedish submarines trying to intercept our convoys transporting... I don't think I want to send these ships out there, but I'm gonna. They're gonna get wrecked, but why have them if they're just gonna sit in port? So where are the supplies? Why? Oh. We have no supplies. Because we need to take their port. Which is exactly what we're doing. Give them an admiral at least.
Hey, anybody in Estonia, Finland, or places that used to be Latvia, Lithuania, any of you guys know how boats work? You ever heard of a navy before? No? You saying you're gonna do it for fun? I don't even have to pay you? That's sick. Admiral Elmar, you're hired. Put on a cool captain hat. Caustic personality. This officer's a bit more salty than most. Isn't that bad? That guy sucks. I only have 2 ships. What happens when you take 25% of them out? You're promoted.
Doesn't that guy, like, really suck? Air controller experience factor? Naval air power is superior. I got bad news for you. Because there ain't gonna be any naval air power. Chad, I just realized we were at 34 steel deficit. It turns out the French Commune ain't trading anything. So we're just wasting factories that we could be trading with the German Reich and actually have a surplus? Wow, who'd have thought? No rubber, though. Caustic is good. Oh, I thought it meant we lose ships. We only have 2, though. Whatever, they're still there. They haven't gone anywhere. We're never gonna have a navy. Oh, they actually have someone defending the ports? They actually have someone defending the ports. I don't know why the music's so loud, I'm sorry. Are you guys still here? The Mountain Boys! They survived! We have an escort now. I don't know if that matters. It's heavy rain upon the seas. Construction is almost caught up. We're doing some repairs to infrastructure. Trade's looking as good as it possibly can. We could start producing some mechanized trucks, but it's not like top priority at the moment. Logistics says we're short on some anti-tank, but other than that, we're doing swimmingly. 50,000 extra equipment left over. Uh-oh. Rest in peace. 5 convoys. But I don't think it had any people on them. I think they were just trading convoys. All right, let's go ahead and grab the aircraft designer before this gets away from us. I think I'm just gonna take the fighter buff. Light aircraft designer, plus 10% agility and speed. Sounds good to me. Mountain Boys are moving into position with no supplies, but we're hopefully gonna fix that in a second. Hold the line! Ripped 3/4 of the 2nd Mountain Division. Oh, some of them did die. Some of them did die. You're right. They got attacked, but they're otherwise okay. We just need to cut off this squad, and then we've encircled all 6 of these guys. It's easy. Just win. Pakistan has capitulated to the Indian People's Republic. I don't even know what's going on in that part of the world. Japan is getting very large. And they're in their own Greater East Asian Prosperity Sphere faction. This is still a big mess. I'm allergic to the national anthem of the USSR. Excuse me. It would be funny if the Soviets attacked now. I don't think it would be that funny, personally. We're gonna pull a fun trick and flank this dude without having to cross the river to do so. They are the ones holding up the supply lines right now because they're defending this port. That is the most critical juncture. The Mountain Boys still haven't made it. Oh, the front line has been shrunk.
Urake!
Please strategic redeploy. Actually, that was a big mistake because we don't have any supplies.
Mod check, mod check. Chat, I'm the mod. I see you. I know what you're doing.
Versucht!
I'm watching you.
Chat, we've sacrificed 56,000 soldiers to 31,000 Swedish soldiers. Why are we losing more people than them? I blame actually this. I kind of do blame this. Costa Rica just joined the American Junta Coalition. Catholic Mexico wanted some Costa Rica, I guess. Very interesting. All right, Mountaineers are still not there. You guys are so slow. But this is what your offensive line's gonna look like. Panama joined the American Junta Coalition after Catholic Mexico hungered for Panama. They've taken Honduras. Honduras is dead. Switzerland joined the Allies. German Reich declared war on Switzerland. Whoa. Did not see that one coming. That was not a Nazi joke. I just didn't see it coming, okay? It wasn't supposed to be, that was not a 2. There was no 2 there. The Dominican Republic joined the German Reich. What? The Dominican Republic. Chat, it's November. We're attacking Sweden in winter. There's snow everywhere. Japan's declaring war on more people.
We have already witnessed what life under enemy occupation is like, and many of our men died fighting so that we would never have to see that again. With patriotism rife in our ranks, our armies will not fall quietly. Anti-Soviet military gives an attack bonus of 10% and defense bonus 10% against Soviet Union forces. All of the following must be true. Soviet Union more than 10% surrender progress. Then that gives us towed anti-tank production costs down. There's a lot of prereqs for just building anti-tank faster, but okay. Mobilizing the veterans is division training time, which is useless when we don't have more manpower. So now I think we either develop our oil, because oil's going down. Develop oil's good. All right, horsey flank. Come on, horsey flank. Let's do this. This is just a little 12 combat with division. You outnumber them. Get in there. The flank is coming whether you want it to or not. Look at it. Here it comes. There it is. Their organization's so low. Oh my god, we can't. This dude is super entrenched. They're holding down the port. I don't know how else to get supplies. Unless we could take, I wonder if we take this spot and connect it up to the, oh! Can our horsey get there before this unit deploys? That's the question. We have to cross a river and we're in the snow, so it's unlikely. We actually have 100 army XP. This is all set. The horse divisions, however, are not all set. Let's give them some motorized recon. That's a big bonus. And some support anti-air.
Very good. The nice climbers could also use some support they already have line artillery. So I'm gonna give them motorized recon. And support anti-air. They already have line anti-air too. But I guess 2's good. Dig into those logistics. Oh my god, they got there first. These rails aren't connected anyways. I could connect them.
Vastane, sihikul! Jah, härra!
Man, the supplies are becoming an issue now.
Jah, härra!
However, we have a possible encirclement. If we can get this encirclement, we're gonna trap 5 of their divisions, of their units. Switzerland has capitulated. Germany is so bored, they just steamroll somebody, whoever they can reach. All right, it's December 1940. It's time to start on 1941 era industrial pursuits. Construction speed's a good one. This is what I'm most interested in right here, because we got all 5 of these dudes retreating. If we can just cut them off. Gotta cross the damn mountains.
Liigume!
Panama has capitulated. The struggle between Yugoslavia and Panama continues, or doesn't continue. We took the port! We just have to surround them from 4 separate sides, cross the river, get the flank. That means we have supplies! At least on the southern side. So all these green organization bars are gonna start refilling. We're gonna get more equipment over here, reinforcements. Chad, there's only 13,000 manpower, dude. We're gonna have to collapse some of the weenie squads at this rate. They can't kick these guys out.
Käsud!
They're not strong enough. Now, to get supplies up here is basically impossible. Oh, I need to turn the Mountaineers onto truck priority. Did I spy another beachhead? What are you talking about? Oh, there is one! Dude.
Kuulake!
Who is this? Kick that guy out of here. So cheeky. Also, we can't seem to encircle these guys. We're about to do it. We're about to do it to them. Confirmed. Doing it to them.
Jah, härra!
Nice encirclement. I'll just set that up. Tell them to go ahead and go on in. So now that they're encircled, there's actually an encircled or overrun animation now. So you can see for sure that when one of the units disappears, there's like a little helmet with a shiny bit to show that they've been like perma-deleted off the map. No retreat. What's up, Grugan? Good morning. Anyways, good eye, chat. Good eye. Good eye on the invasion up here. Put a stop to that. There's more. Ah! I'm gonna require some help from this border on the right. We need to quickly redeploy. From what I can tell, they're just gonna be all over here, dude. Get your asses on the coastline. No, you bastards are so fast. How do you stop this?
Ja, herra!
2 horsies. Okay, you need to join in the crew.
Valmis, herra!
Oh, you guys are just here. Wow, they spawned in next to the invasion. Oh my god, they're going. Zero manpower now. It's fine. We're gonna consolidate some of the old units
Pursuit!
that we don't even need. Wait, this is one of the good ones.
Valmis!
Yeah, these are the good ones.
Pursuit!
We got the wrong dude's garden up here. You stopped attacking the northern landing. Oh, that's because they got reassigned. Go, you buffoons! Oh my god, this is so stupid. What a mess. This is why the AI is always better. AI is better than humans, chat. They wouldn't let this happen. It's okay. I'm not the one getting encircled over here. I'm just losing all my core territory. It's no big deal.
Korraltusi! Tähelepanu!
They have like completely stopped even attacking these guys. Oh, probably because they don't have an order. Japan declared war on the Philippines. Dude.
Valmis! Pursuit!
Take the port back. He's just going. He's just going.
Korraltusi! Korraltusi!
Norway has capitulated. China has capitulated. Total surrender to Japan. The Japanese forces and a number of independent Chinese fascist supporters have forced Li Zhongren and his government into exile as a new government is established to rule China in cooperation with Japan. Hirohito has remarked this mutual agreement will bring a new age of prosperity and cooperation to China. He too shall continue to fight for China and support all resistance efforts in the homeland. Norway has capitulated to the German Reich, who is now in control of the home area. How did they even do that? Did they naval invade Norway? Well, there goes one of our potential targets. I can't even keep the homeland knocked right now.
Ja, herra!
I'm working on it.
Ja, herra!
Working on it, chat. If we go to war with Germany, it's basically over. Okay, these guys don't even have an objective anymore.
Liikkumaan!
I think they're redeploying. What a mess. The fall of Manila. Capital of the Philippines has fallen to the Japanese after withdrawal of its American and Filipino defenders. The entrance to strategically vital Manila Bay remained contested for some time after the city's fall due to heavy concentration of American coastal artillery on the Corregidor Island, but the guns eventually fell silent after concerted Japanese attack. With Manila under Japanese control, the rest of the Philippines are expected to follow shortly after, a stinging defeat for American forces. What is America even doing? Catholic Mexico is not doing so good. They have split the front. It used to be a unified constitutional states with Catholic Mexico. Now, the Soviet Republic, who joined the Allies, has managed to split them down the middle. Meanwhile, we are on the cusp of at least repelling the naval invasions, and we're still moving towards Stockholm with great speed.
Valmis liikkumaan!
We just need to fill in the front lines. Let's take a look at supplies. Oh yeah, supply hub there. We got the port. Beautiful supplies here. Let me check some of these. War goals, planes. I know we have unassigned divisions. We have 104 Army XP. I will be building a tank soon. We're almost done with the supply hub in Finland. And we're working on some repairs.
Valmis!
I need the purples. All right, I need Team Perp. To stop these dudes, they're just marching around. We're finally spreading out to contain them. They're just going coast to coast. 35 days of oil? Joke's on you, I'm developing natural resources in 20 days. We'll find 8 oil in Pernu. Plus, we don't actually need these boats to escort convoys. They're just doing it for fun. And I'm researching synthetics, I think. All right, the northern is secure. Team Perp
Liikuttamaan!
is the one that responded to this stinky naval invasion, and we're gonna send them back to the east. These guys basically have no escape now. We've got them pocketed. Actually, I'm gonna send them here. They've got to be weakening now, because we've encircled the Oh, the railway gun!
A heavy cannon mounted on a railway carriage for transportation.
4 steel, some chromium, and tungsten. 1,000 service manpower, bombardment, max speed of 5 kilometers. Let's do it. All right, give me the 1941 tank, and let's actually start making tanks.
Behold, the railway gun.
We actually lost some factories. You can have up to 5 factories making the railway guns. It's a bit extreme. We'll do like 3. What do we have for logistics? 46,000 guns. We can't really afford to take really that much off of anything. Because we're starting to run low on artillery. We went from 3,000 to 1,500 trucks. We still have a good amount of support equipment. Maybe 1 factory off. This song is annoying me. I'll take 1 off the planes. All right, at least we have started making railway guns. We got 1 factory on there, and that's gonna have to do for now. I know we have 0 manpower. We will fight to the last! We're actually just gonna do service by requirement and then take the construction factory output hits. It's the only way. Literally the only way, so we're just gonna save PP until then. At italics, doctrine. No, I just said we're gonna build tanks, which takes army XP, like doctrine does.
Get encircled. All three of you nerds.
What? They're back!
Ja, hurrah!
Oh my god! Stop! Nicaragua joined the American junta. It's happening. Whack-a-mole, dude. How do they even have units left? We brought them back. 94,000 dead now.
Valmis liikumaan!
These forests and mountains are so treacherous that we can't even get to the front lines fast enough to do anything. You know what? I'm gonna get one horsey boy and just go to Stockholm, dude. Let's see if we can just back cap him with a speedy boy.
Valmis, hurrah!
At least we have good infrastructure here, but we need to be faster.
Ja, hurrah!
I guess it's fine that they just walk through the city basically without resistance. Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna take my stinky 2 ships. Why are there 2 different guys? Okay, stop just doing that to Ding Ding. No Ding Ding. Bad Ding Ding. I'm very confused. Where's the fleet that I just had selected? Why does this guy have 2 out of 10? 2 task forces. I don't know. Where'd the other task force go? 1 task force? 2 task force? This is the same. Never mind. I'm dumb. Okay. Forget about convoy escort. Patrol? And then maybe if we patrol, it'll stop some naval invasions? Because they have to have superiority to do naval invasion.
Rivistage!
Ding. Hey, Ding Ding. Oh, dude. Ding Ding. Okay, relax.
Ja, hurrah! Ja, hurrah!
The good news is, even though it's just 2 annoying guys, if I back cap the coast, they can't actually land and reinforce any more troops. The Netherlands moves government to Batavia. With the loss of continental European territories, the Dutch government has decided to relocate to the city of Batavia on the Indonesian island of Java. The colonial government there is to be supplanted with the Dutch Dutch government, managing it directly instead. From this colonial base, they have vowed to continue the war against their aggressors. Also, simultaneously, this song. Oil has made our country rich from trade with the Soviets, the Allies, and our fellow Baltic states alike, and we would do well to invest more in this industry by investing in refineries across the nation. That is good. But now, invest in Baltic trade or trade with neighbors. 4 more natural oil, or 2 naval dockyards, 150 convoys, and 2 naval base to Harju. Probably the oil. Probably the oil.
Valmis!
The Mountaineers turned out to be kind of a short-lived thing now that I can't even use them to invade Norway. All right, radio detection and coordination. Let's go. I would like to catch up on that, but first I would like to catch up on industry. Especially since we're about to up our recruitment.
Valmis, hurrah! Valmis, hurrah!
repelling yet another naval invasion.
Kahanabanu!
I think these guys are just dead. Happy Thanksgiving, chat. Happy Thanksgiving, Sim. Hope you have a nice holiday. You doing anything special with the family? Chat, what are your Thanksgiving plans? I think I'm gonna be gaming. The Philippines government has gone into exile. I thought they already did. Japan has taken over there again. How about we just turn the music down a little bit? That would help. I would love to see this little pocket of 3 disappear, and this little pocket of 2 disappear.
Kahanabanu! Liiku takaisin! Korotusi!
Chat, we've taken Stockholm with a sneaky, cheeky back cap using the speed of our cav. I know it's a max speed of only 5.3 kilometers per hour, but it's got to be better with entirely horses and motorized infantry than without. Stockholm is ours, which is yielding supply. Once we take this spot, so railway is still important. You can take the spots with the railway on them, and that's what gives you the connection. So now that we have that connection, the railway goes all the way up here and hits the supply hub if it wasn't being hit already. So these guys are still kind of out of the zone, but Nicaragua has given up to Catholic Mexico, and I have to assume this war is almost over. It is. We're 70% in favor of us. Uh-oh. You can't just do that right before you lose, Sweden. You could just give up gracefully. You can't just join the UK right before the end. Pulling the rug out from under me, and now I'm automatically de facto at war with the UK as soon as they bring him in. Time to join the Axis. It basically is. I didn't want to. I've been trying to avoid it to make the game harder. Anyways, I asked a question. Sim said we're hosting Thanksgiving and Hanukkah this year, so it's a busy week. I can imagine. That's a lot of prep. Whoever is the host of any of these holidays, you got to put in that extra work and spit shine, you know, to make sure everybody else is comfortable. And that's something that I don't think I appreciated until I became an adult and decided, you know, to just never host anybody and just order food whenever I wanted at 11 p.m. instead of, you know, have to work to produce an amazing, immaculate meal for my family. Mom, I'm hungry! But anyways, I hope you guys have fun. It is fun to host, though, because then you get to be in control of the entire menu, you know? Alex, you can see air bases now. Ooh. No, I can't. Where are the German air bases? I can only see my air bases. I can also see one air base in Leningrad. There are no other air bases in the world. The United Kingdom has joined Sweden as our enemy. Unbelievable. Like, how would this work in real life? Can one country have an actual war goal against another country, declare it, and then at this stage in the game, just jump in on the side of the losing team? We're taking care of the green bean casserole and stuffing. Jessica's mom is a great cook. I'm really looking forward to candied yams. Ooh, I love yams. Green bean casserole is amazing too. Solid choices. Very good. I think yams and the ore, they kind of tread on each other's ground. I'm a big fan of a good sweet potato casserole as well. My mother has a family recipe that's been passed down from generations. It's amazing. I've never had another. Everybody thinks of sweet potato casserole as like a different thing with marshmallows usually. This is a marshmallow-less sweet potato casserole. That's the one thing I'm missing the most.
Anything goes in love and war. There's no rules.
You wanna know what the rules are? The rules are I'm about to get naval invaded to hell and back, dude. You thought the naval invasions were bad a second ago? Just wait till the UK gets involved in this. The Allies are actually super weak in this playthrough. It's just the UK. Okay, I thought there was one other dude. But no, it's the UK, Honduras, Costa Rica, the Netherlands, or what's left of them. But still, they have ships and planes, and that's really all they need to be annoying. So, if you start to see Soviet, like, starting to group up on the borders, let me know, because until then, here's what I'm gonna do.
Ja, herra!
Since we have retaken this area, this is about to become a big pain in the ass.
Valmis, herra!
I'm trying to figure out,
Valmis, herra!
I think here's what I have to do.
Ja, herra!
I think I have to combine these two armies
Moraldusi!
and then create like a giant area defense. Do those connect? I don't think they do. A giant area defense. I know we only have 18 units right now. There's no way we can guard all this coast. I think for now we just kind of like leave it here. If they want to go into this side of Finland, they can. But I'm just gonna say no guard coastline. I want to just guard naval bases for sure. Victory points, forts, I guess. I wish, okay, in my opinion, there should be a separate supply hub and railway button instead of both, because I don't even know where the rails are, but I only want to guard maybe supply hubs at worst.
Kasu! Valmis!
Did I cancel that, chat? No, it's there.
Valmis!
The United Kingdom called Belgium in as our enemy. But anyway, yeah, we gotta start. Wait, I heard the noise. Chat. Spotted enemy navies. Is that what this? Which hang on, I heard the noise. Which one is it? Low supply, air superiority. South Africa is now our enemy. British Malaya, Canada, New Zealand, the British Raj. Oh my god. It is actually unironically time to join. No, it's not. Non-aggression pact with the German Reich is good, though. We should have already done that. I just wasn't thinking. Slovakia, non-aggression. Greater Hungary, non-aggression. Dominican Republic, non-aggression. Turkish Empire, non-aggression. Italy, non-aggression. Okay, let's just finish this Swedish war. And then we can, then we have to figure out how to defend our new territory here. Also, we're almost out of fuel. Didn't I just say it was not gonna be a problem? Okay, take the ships back to port. How do you make them go back to port? Oh, they're already kind of going back for repairs anyways. If we have Stockholm,
Kasu!
and we're taking their other ports, how much more fight do they have? Sweden's lost 132,000 now. They've been ramping up, and we're getting some new factories. Chad, we're making a railway gun. I'll put 5 factories on the railway gun because it sounds cool. Legionary Romania. I literally didn't join the Axis to avoid getting into this war, but to be fair, I forgot the American junta's in the Axis. To be fair, we're not at war with Catholic Mexico or the constitutional United States, so I guess there's that. We're just at war with, like, everybody else. Some of you guys don't have an order. I gotta organize this later. This is a big front line for 5 horses to hold.
Valmis!
But hold it you will. Whatever you do, don't war the Soviets. That's what I am trying to avoid, because if we go to war with the Soviets, we kind of just lose. Unless controlling Denmark has somehow dissuaded the UK from doing what they're normally doing. I haven't seen any naval invasions on the German side, so I don't really know what they're planning on there. Costa Rica's capitulated to the constitutional states of America. Interesting. And we have done some sweet backcapping here. In fact, I'm going to go all the way to their new capital and see if we can accelerate this. They're moving as fast as they can over snowy mountains in Västergötland. I recognize this place. Västergötland. That sounds like Crusader Kings 2. We used to play there. Oh, we found somebody. CK2 was fun. Soviet Union has invited us to join the Comintern. What's happening?
Well, listen, comrade. You have rejected Axis claim for many years now. I was just wondering.
Do it. Fight the Axis. Bro, I'm the first line of defense that's gonna fall. That's just as bad as joining the Axis. It doesn't even make any sense. Break the focus tree. Do it. Oh my god. Chat, I literally can't, and I'll tell you why, because you voted for this. If you had voted for Estonia, Scandinavia, then maybe, because it'd be our job to occupy Norway and Denmark. You voted the opposite, which includes a literal conquer goal against the Soviet Union. So now I have no choice. To fulfill the vote which you picked earlier in the stream, whether or not you were here, you were represented by your constituent chat members. We have to somehow manifest a victory against the entire Soviet Union while lacking Norway. I guess at least we'll have Sweden. I have to assume that the only reason that Germany took Norway was so that we could have a perfect aqua blue outline of the Finland-Sweden silhouette, which everyone knows and loves so very much by this point. They just wanted to give us a nice outline here. All right, we're really... I'm shocked they haven't capitulated yet. Oh, we can modify government. No ship designer. Land doctrine cost down is... I was going to change conscription to service by requirement. That doubles our recruitable population from 5 to 10%. Well, it may not double, because we have some other modifiers, but we're at 0 manpower, and that has to change. So let's start refilling the ranks. And then we're gonna make some big sweeping changes to the crappy... We're gonna make our Coast Guard unit, I think. I don't think we have a choice.
Wild beast!
Push them back. Push them back. Let's put an end to this.
Wild beast! Hurrah!
All right, so they moved their capital here. Hey, Copenhagen. Hello. We can almost see you. Oh, they got... Oh, finally! There it is! Pakistan called Sweden as our enemy. They must have missed the memo. 38,000 guns? Wait, no, closer to 60,000 guns. What a scoop. 50% of their stockpile. Sweden has finally capitulated. Arthur Cirk has announced that the cowardly Swedish nation could no longer withstand the pressure from overwhelming presence of Esto-Finnish forces throughout the country. The Swedish government has fled and gone into exile. The war against the Allies continues. I'm taking you down with me. That's what Sweden said. For my last wish, I want the UK to naval invade you after I'm gone. Then they died. Suddenly we have some free military factories. Who could have seen that coming? Suddenly we have not actually really any more of these factories at all. But Sweden has fallen. Our land grows. They still have the little island. What? Gotland? Are you really gonna make me naval invade this? Seriously? They already capitulated. All right. Well, that's gonna have to wait for future me because I need to sign off. It's 3 a.m. Chad. It's been 10 hours. Future me's gonna have to deal with the annoyance of a naval invasion of Gotland. And Åland. Bookmark voice. Bookmark it. Bookmark it. There's a lot getting ready to happen. I see some more Soviet forces on the border than there were. But yeah, we're gonna have to actually build up manpower, consolidate the weenie forces that are like just terrible templates with 3 dudes in them. Reform an actual Coast Guard and hopefully get some coastal defense. I'm gonna at least set up some coastal defense in the important ports and supply hubs against the UK, possibly against Germany. We're gonna have to decide if we do want to join a faction next time. We're just kind of carving out a little spot for ourselves. Resources are slightly better now. Slightly better. We should be picking up some resources here, not all of them, because we don't have this territory core. Nor can we. Actually, yeah, we can. We can literally do Unite Karelia, get a war goal against the Soviet Union, but not declare war on them, and then unite the Finnic identity, and I think... Okay, how much does this include? Chat, it includes Trondelag, Nordnorge, Lapland, Norland, Murmansk, Onega, and Olonets. But it seems like there's more below. Because then there's... It goes off the screen. Pechora, Tobolsk, the Northern Urals. I don't know where that is. So it seems like it's all over the place. How do you see... Yeah, see Lapland, Norland. I don't know if it goes all the way down there, but then it goes east. at least covering these. I don't know how far east it goes. I will have to invade the USSR for some of it, yes. Which is the plan, ultimately. I don't know if it's a good plan. But if we get cores on these territories at the bare minimum, we'll have a lot larger recruitable population pool. And I'm assuming a decent chunk of factories by this stage. They got 16 factories in Västergötland. 26, 33, 42, 48, 52, 50. There's 54 factories. Wait, no, that's Finland. The map is so weird, I'm getting confused. Where does Finland begin and Sweden end? Is it right there? I think it's right there. But there's still a lot of factories, so if we get cores, we get control of all that. German Reich really did blue balls us, though, and that is not a shaped joke. Because we were supposed to be able to invade Norway as well, and now they've just kind of occupied it, stopping me from getting a lot. As far as I know, Västergötland IRL is quite industrial. Must be. Anyways, chat. We'll stop there. I'm not sure if I'm just gonna go back to back to back to back, but I do enjoy playing Hearts of Iron, and we got all the way. Think of it like this: in one stream today, we basically got as far as the last 2 streams because we weren't locked down in a giant world war from 1939 to 1941. So we already had 1941, which is pretty good. And I think we're putting ourselves in a good position. We just super disorganized, but I had to act quickly before Germany took Sweden too. So we'll be back. I probably will be streaming for Thanksgiving. We'll see. Estonia ambitions are paying off, and I would love to start building towards a Soviet invasion. The trick with a Soviet invasion is we can't be the first ones to do it. They have to get attacked from somewhere else. So I'm curious how the co-prosperity sphere is going to interact with the Soviet Union, and I'm curious how long the Reich and the Axis are just gonna sit there and stare at the Soviet Union. So we'll see. I'm curious. It's like, I think there's a powder keg brewing. And then the American Civil War is just still all over the place. So it's a very interesting position we're in, where some of these major powers are kind of just in a standoff. And then the UK is propping up the entire Allies by themselves. All alone. Tox, I just woke up. Please stream 10 hours. I did. It's 10 hours and 1 minute. You're welcome, Delicious. You're welcome. But thanks for hanging out tonight. Thanks for watching. I hope you have a happy Thanksgiving. If you're going to be spending it with family, check the stream command later, because plans subject to change. I don't know exactly if I'm doing anything or not, so I'm going to be a little wishy-washy. We got the charity stream on Saturday for Hot Potato Doctors Without Borders RimWorld. Looking forward to that. If you're not here for anything else, make sure you're there for that. And that'll be a good time. That's 5 p.m. Pacific for our turn, but the Hot Potato is already in action right now. In fact, since I just said that out loud, how about we just raid whoever is currently potatoing right now, okay? They might be confused why a Hearts of Iron stream is segueing into that. But why don't we just raid the Hot Potato? And so we shall. Okay. Let's go give some Hot Potato support to Part-Time Triggered, who currently has the potato. They've been streaming for like 3 hours, so their turn might be over soon, and you might just be going to another potato streamer after that. But check them out, give them some love, and support a good cause by pumping some stream numbers up and maybe attract some more people to the stream for some good charitable causes, Doctors Without Borders. Studently, it's a whole different thing. This is 30 plus streamers in the hot potato, passing it the save along from one to the next. So the colony that you see here may well be the colony you see when we play on Saturday, or they may start a new one. Who knows? If they win the game before then, I don't know. But thanks for coming by, everybody. Sim, it was a pleasure. Syntax, Simulacra, Ionic, Garlic, Vlosk, Titan, Evanito, Dr. Freeman, Hummus, Jazzy, Lashley, Xenophanes, and more. Catch you next time, all right? Have a good one. L. Ron Hubbard, thanks for the bits. Appreciate you. And Syntax for the gift sub to Smilk. End of stream slubs. Good night.